Bibliographical Note of Christmas Stories from Household Words and All the Year Round. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Christmas Stories from Household Words and All the Year Round by Charles Dickens. Bibliographical Note. The first collected edition of Dickens' contributions to the Christmas numbers of Household Words and All the Year Round was issued as a volume in the Charles Dickens edition of his works in 1871, under the general title of Christmas Stories from Household Words and All the Year Round. The present edition includes, in addition, the following 5 stories: A Christmas Tree, The Poor Relation's Story, The Child's Story, The Schoolboy's Story, and Nobody's Story, which originally appeared in the volume entitled Reprinted Pieces, and What Christmas Is as We Grow Older, which was not always included in the collected works of the novelist. The story entitled No Thoroughfare was written in collaboration with Wilkie Collins, and is here printed in its complete form, as it is not possible to separate the works of the two writers. End of bibliographical note. Story 1 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 1. A Christmas Tree. I have been looking on, this evening, at a merry company of children assembled round that pretty German toy, a Christmas tree. The tree was planted in the middle of a great round table, and towered high above their heads. It was brilliantly lighted by a multitude of little tapers, and everywhere sparkled and glittered with bright objects. There were rosy-cheeked dolls hiding behind the green leaves, and there were real watches, with movable hands at least, and an endless capacity of being wound up, dangling from innumerable twigs. There were French polished tables, chairs, bedsteads, wardrobes, 8-day clocks, and various other articles of domestic furniture, wonderfully made in tin at Wolverhampton, perched among the boughs, as if in preparation for some fairy housekeeping. There were jolly, broad-faced little men, much more agreeable in appearance than many real men, and no wonder, for their heads took off and showed them to be full of sugar-plums. There were fiddles and drums, there were tambourines, books, wood boxes, paint boxes, sweetmeat boxes, peep-show boxes, and all kinds of boxes. There were trinkets for the elder girls, far brighter than any grown-up gold and jewels. There were baskets and pin-cushions in all devices. There were guns, swords, and banners. There were witches standing in enchanted rings of pasteboard to tell fortunes. There were teetotums, humming tops, needle cases, pen wipers, smelling bottles, conversation cards, bouquet holders, real fruit, made artificially dazzling with gold leaf, imitation apples, pears, and walnuts, crammed with surprises. In short, as a pretty child before me delightedly whispered to another pretty child, her bosom friend, there was everything and more. This motley collection of odd objects, clustering on the tree like magic fruit, and flashing back the bright looks directed towards it from every side, some of the diamond eyes admiring it were hardly on a level with the table, and a few were languishing in timid wonder on the bosoms of pretty mothers, aunts, and nurses, made a lovely realization of the fancies of childhood, and set me thinking how all the trees that grow and all the things that come into existence on the earth have their wild adornments at that well-remembered time. Being now at home again, and alone, the only person in the house awake, my thoughts are drawn back, by a fascination which I do not care to resist, to my own childhood. I begin to consider what do we all remember best about the branches of the Christmas tree of our own young Christmas days, by which we climbed to real life. Straight in the middle of the room, cramped in the freedom of its growth by no encircling walls or soon-reached ceiling, a shadowy tree arises, and looking up into the dreamy brightness of its top, for I observe in this tree the singular property that it appears to grow downward towards the earth, I look into my youngest Christmas recollections. All toys at first, I find. Up yonder among the green holly and red berries is the tumbler, with his hands in his pockets, who wouldn't lie down, but whenever he was put upon the floor, persisted in rolling his fat body about until he rolled himself still, and brought those lobster eyes of his to bear upon me, when I affected to laugh very much, but in my heart of hearts was extremely doubtful of him. Close beside him is that infernal snuff-box, out of which there sprang a demoniacal counsellor in a black gown, with an obnoxious head of hair, and a red cloth mouth wide open, who was not to be endured on any terms, but could not be put away either, for he used suddenly, in a highly magnified state, to fly out of mammoth snuff-boxes in dreams when least expected. Nor is the frog with cobbler's wax on his tail far off, for there was no knowing where he wouldn't jump. And when he flew over the candle and came upon one's hand with that spotted back, red on a green ground, he was horrible. The cardboard lady in a blue silk skirt, who was stood up against the candlestick to dance, and whom I see on the same branch, was milder and was beautiful, but I can't say as much for the larger cardboard man, who used to be hung against the wall and pulled by a string. There was a sinister expression in that nose of his, and when he got his legs round his neck, which he very often did, he was ghastly, and not a creature to be alone with. When did that dreadful mask first look at me? Who put it on, and why was I so frightened that the sight of it is an era in my life? It is not a hideous visage in itself. It is even meant to be droll. Why then were its solid features so intolerable? Surely not because it hid the wearer's face. An apron would have done as much, and though I should have preferred even the apron away, it would not have been absolutely insupportable like the mask. Was it the immovability of the mask? The doll's face was immovable, but I was not afraid of her. Perhaps that fixed and set change coming over a real face infused into my quickened heart some remote suggestion and dread of the universal change that is to come on every face and make it still. Nothing reconciled me to it. No drummers, from whom proceeded a melancholy chirping on the turning of a handle. No regiment of soldiers with a mute band, taken out of a box, and fitted one by one upon a stiff and lazy little set of lazy tongs. No old woman made of wires and a brown paper composition, cutting up a pie for two small children, could give me a permanent comfort for a long time. Nor was it any satisfaction to be shown the mask and see that it was made of paper, or to have it locked up and be assured that no one wore it. The mere recollection of that fixed face, the mere knowledge of its existence anywhere, was sufficient to awake me in the night, all perspiration and horror, with, "Oh, I know it's coming! Oh, the mask!" I never wondered what the dear old donkey with the panniers, there he is, was made of then. His hide was real to the touch, I recollect. And the great black horse with the round red spots all over him, the horse that I could even get upon, I never wondered what had brought him to that strange condition, or thought that such a horse was not commonly seen at Newmarket. The 4 horses of no colour next to him, that went into the waggon of cheeses, and could be taken out and stabled under the piano, appear to have bits of fur tippet for their tails, and other bits for their manes, and to stand on pegs instead of legs. But it was not so when they were brought home for a Christmas present. They were all right then. Neither was their harness unceremoniously nailed into their chests, as appears to be the case now. The tinkling works of the music cart I did find out to be made of quill toothpicks and wire, and I always thought that little tumbler in his shirt sleeves, perpetually swarming up one side of a wooden frame and coming down head foremost on the other, rather a weak-minded person, though good-natured. but the Jacob's ladder next him, made of little squares of redwood that went flapping and clattering over one another, each developing a different picture, and the whole enlivened by small bells, was a mighty marvel and a great delight. Ah, the doll's house, of which I was not proprietor, but where I visited! I don't admire the Houses of Parliament half so much as that stone-fronted mansion with real glass windows and doorsteps and a real balcony, greener than I ever see now, except at watering places, and even they afford but a poor imitation. And though it did open, all at once, the entire house front, which was a blow, I admit, as cancelling the fiction of a staircase, it was but to shut it up again, and I could believe. Even open, there were 3 distinct rooms in it, a sitting-room and bedroom, elegantly furnished, and, best of all, a kitchen, with uncommonly soft fire-irons, a plentiful assortment of diminutive utensils, oh, the warming-pan, and a tin man-cook in profile, who was always going to fry 2 fish. What Barmecide justice have I done to the noble feasts wherein the set of wooden platters figured, each with its own peculiar delicacy, as a ham or turkey, glued tight on to it, and garnished with something green which I recollect as moss? Could all the temperance societies of these later days, united, give me such a tea-drinking as I have had through the means of yonder little set of blue crockery, which really would hold liquid (it ran out of the small wooden cask, I recollect, and tasted of matches), and which made tea nectar? And if the 2 legs of the ineffectual little sugar-tongs did tumble over one another, and want purpose, like Punch's hands, what does it matter? And if I did once shriek out as a poisoned child, and strike the fashionable company with consternation by reason of having drunk a little teaspoon inadvertently dissolved in too hot tea, I was never the worse for it, except by a powder. Upon the next branches of the tree, lower down, hard by the green roller and miniature gardening tools, how thick the books begin to hang! Thin books in themselves at first, but many of them, and with deliciously smooth covers of bright red or green, with fat black letters to begin with exclamation. A was an archer and shot at a frog. Of course he was. He was an apple pie also, and there he is. He was a good many things in his time, was A, and so were most of his friends, except X, who had so little versatility that I never knew him to get beyond Xerxes or Xantippe, like Y, who was always confined to a yacht or a yew tree, and Z, condemned for ever to be a zebra or a zany. But now the very tree itself changes and becomes a beanstalk, the marvellous beanstalk up which Jack climbed to the giant's house. And now those dreadfully interesting double-headed giants, with their clubs over their shoulders, begin to stride along the boughs in a perfect throng, dragging knights and ladies home for dinner by the hair of their heads. And Jack, how noble, with his sword of sharpness and his shoes of swiftness! Again those old meditations come upon me as I gaze up at him, and I debate within myself whether there was more than one Jack, which I am loath to believe possible, or only one genuine, original, admirable Jack, who achieved all the recorded exploits. Good for Christmas time is the ruddy colour of the cloak, in which, the tree making a forest of itself for her to trip through with her basket, Little Red Riding Hood comes to me one Christmas Eve to give me information of the cruelty and treachery of that dissembling wolf, who ate her grandmother without making any impression on his appetite, and then ate her, after making that ferocious joke about his teeth. She was my first love. I felt that if I could have married Little Red Riding Hood, I should have known perfect bliss. But it was not to be, and there was nothing for it but to look out the wolf in the Noah's Ark there, and put him late in the procession on the table as a monster who was to be degraded. Oh, the wonderful Noah's Ark! It was not found seaworthy when put in a washing tub, and the animals were crammed in at the roof, and needed to have their legs well shaken down before they could be got in, even there, and then 10 to 1 but they began to tumble out at the door, which was but imperfectly fastened with a wire latch. But what was that against it? Consider the noble fly, a size or two smaller than the elephant, the ladybird, the butterfly, all triumphs of art. Consider the goose, whose feet were so small, and whose balance was so indifferent, that he usually tumbled forward and knocked down all the animal creation. Consider Noah and his family, like idiotic tobacco stoppers. And how the leopard stuck to warm little fingers, and how the tails of the larger animals used gradually to resolve themselves into frayed bits of string. Hush! Again a forest, and somebody's up in a tree. Not Robin Hood, but Valentine. Not the Yellow Dwarf (I have passed him and all Mother Bunch's wonders without mention), but an Eastern king with a glittering scimitar and turban. By Allah! 2 Eastern kings, for I see another looking over his shoulder. Down upon the grass, at the tree's root, lies the full length of a coal-black giant, stretched asleep, with his head in a lady's lap, and near them is a glass box, fastened with 4 locks of shining steel, in which he keeps the lady prisoner when he is awake. I see the 4 keys at his girdle now. The lady makes signs to the 2 kings in the tree, who softly descend. It is the setting in of the bright Arabian Nights. Oh, now all common things become uncommon and enchanted to me. All lamps are wonderful, all rings are talismans. Common flower pots are full of treasure, with a little earth scattered on the top. Trees are for Ali Baba to hide in. Beefsteaks are to throw down into the Valley of Diamonds, that the precious stones may stick to them, and be carried by the eagles to their nests, whence the traders, with loud cries, will scare them. Tarts are made according to the recipe of the Vizier's son of Bussorah, who turned pastry cook after he was set down in his drawers at the gate of Damascus. Cobblers are all Mustafas, and in the habit of sewing up people cut into 4 pieces, to whom they are taken blindfold. Any iron ring set into stone is the entrance to a cave, which only waits for the magician and the little fire, and the necromancy that will make the earth shake. All the dates imported come from the same tree as that unlucky date with whose shell the merchant knocked out the eye of the genie's invisible son. All olives are of the stock of that fresh fruit, concerning which the Commander of the Faithful overheard the boy conduct the fictitious trial of the fraudulent olive merchant. All apples are akin to the apple purchased, with 2 others, from the Sultan's garden for 3 sequins, and which the tall black slave stole from the child. All dogs are associated with the dog, really a transformed man, who jumped upon the baker's counter and put his paw on the piece of bad money. All rice recalls the rice which the awful lady, who was a ghoul, could only peck by grains because of her nightly feasts in the burial place. My very rocking horse, there he is, with his nostrils turned completely inside out, indicative of blood, should have a peg in his neck, by virtue thereof to fly away with me, as the wooden horse did with the Prince of Persia, in the sight of all his father's court. Yes, on every object that I recognize among those upper branches of my Christmas tree, I see this fairy light. When I wake in bed at daybreak, on the cold, dark winter mornings, the white snow dimly beheld outside, through the frost on the window pane, I hear Dinarzade, "Sister, sister, if you are yet awake, I pray you finish the history of the young King of the Black Islands." Scheherazade replies, "If my lord the Sultan will suffer me to live another day, sister, I will not only finish that, but tell you a more wonderful story yet." Then the gracious Sultan goes out, giving no orders for the execution, and we all 3 breathe again. At this height of my tree, I begin to see, cowering among the leaves, it may be born of turkey, or of pudding, or mince pie, or of these many fancies jumbled with Robinson Crusoe on his desert island, Philip Quarrel among the monkeys, Sandford and Merton, with Mr. Barlow, Mother Bunch, and the Mask, or it may be the result of indigestion, assisted by imagination and over-doctoring, a prodigious nightmare. It is so exceedingly indistinct that I don't know why it's frightful, but I know it is. I can only make out that it is an immense array of shapeless things, which appear to be planted on a vast exaggeration of the lazy tongs that used to bear the toy soldiers, and to be slowly coming close to my eyes and receding to an immeasurable distance. When it comes closest, it is worse. In connection with it I descry resemblances of winter nights, incredibly long, of being sent early to bed, as a punishment for some small offence, and waking in 2 hours with a sensation of having been asleep 2 nights, of the laden hopelessness of morning ever dawning, and the oppression of a weight of remorse. And now I see a wonderful row of little lights rise smoothly out of the ground before a vast green curtain. Now a bell rings, a magic bell, which still sounds in my ears unlike all other bells, and music plays amidst a buzz of voices, and a fragrant smell of orange peel and oil. Anon the magic bell commands the music to cease, and the great green curtain rolls itself up majestically, and the play begins. The devoted dog of Montargis avenges the death of his master, foully murdered in the forest of Bondy; and a humorous peasant, with a red nose and a very little hat, whom I take from this hour forth to my bosom as a friend (I think he was a waiter or an hostler at a village inn, but many years have passed since he and I have met), remarks that the sassagacity of that dog is indeed surprising. And evermore this jocular conceit will live in my remembrance, fresh and unfading, overtopping all possible jokes, unto the end of time. Or now, I learn with bitter tears, how poor Jane Shore, dressed all in white, and with her brown hair hanging down, went starving through the streets; or how George Barnwell killed the worthiest uncle that ever man had, and was afterwards so sorry for it that he ought to have been let off. Comes swift to comfort me the pantomime, stupendous phenomenon, when clowns are shot from loaded mortars into the great chandelier, bright constellation that it is; when harlequins, covered all over with scales of pure gold, twist and sparkle like amazing fish; when Pantaloon, whom I deem it no irreverence to compare in my own mind to my grandfather, puts red-hot pokers in his pocket, and cries, "Here's somebody coming!" or taxes the clown with petty larceny by saying, "Now I saw'd you do it!" when everything is capable, with the greatest ease, of being changed into anything; and nothing is, but thinking makes it so. Now, too, I perceive my first experience of the dreary sensation, often to return in after life, of being unable, next day, to get back to the dull, settled world; of wanting to live for ever in the bright atmosphere I have quitted; of doting on the little fairy, with the wand like a celestial barber's pole, and pining for a fairy immortality along with her. Ah, she comes back in many shapes, as my eye wanders down the branches of my Christmas tree, and goes as often, and has never yet stayed by me. Out of this delight springs the toy theatre. There it is, with its familiar proscenium, and ladies in feathers in the boxes, and all its attendant occupation, with paste and glue and gum and water-colours, in the setting up of the Miller and his Men, and Elizabeth, or the Exile of Siberia. In spite of a few besetting accidents and failures, particularly an unreasonable disposition in the respectable Kelmar, and some others, to become faint in the legs and double up at exciting points of the drama, A teeming world of fancy so suggestive and all-embracing that far below it on my Christmas tree I see dark, dirty, real theatres in the daytime adorned with these associations as with the freshest garlands of the rarest flowers, and charming me yet. But hark! The Waits are playing, and they break my childish sleep. What images do I associate with the Christmas music as I see them set forth on the Christmas tree? Known before all the others, keeping far apart from all the others, they gather round my little bed. An angel speaking to a group of shepherds in a field, some travellers with eyes uplifted following a star, a baby in a manger, a child in a spacious temple talking with grave men, a solemn figure with a mild and beautiful face raising a dead girl by the hand, again near a city gate calling back the son of a widow on his bier to life, a crowd of people looking through the opened roof of a chamber where he sits, and letting down a sick person on a bed with ropes, the same in a tempest, walking on the water to a ship, again on a sea-shore teaching a great multitude, again with a child upon his knee, and other children round, again restoring sight to the blind, speech to the dumb, hearing to the deaf, health to the sick, strength to the lame, knowledge to the ignorant, again dying upon a cross, watched by armed soldiers, a thick darkness coming on, the earth beginning to shake, and only one voice heard, "Forgive them, for they know not what they do." Still, on the lower and maturer branches of the tree, Christmas associations cluster thick. School books shut up, Ovid and Virgil silenced, the Rule of Three with its cool, impertinent inquiries long disposed of, Terence and Plautus acted no more in an arena of huddled desks and forms, all chipped and notched and inked, cricket bats, stumps, and balls left higher up, with the smell of trodden grass and the softened noise of shouts in the evening air. The tree is still fresh, still gay. If I no more come home at Christmas time, there will be boys and girls, thank Heaven, while the world lasts, and they do. Yonder they dance and play upon the branches of my tree, God bless them, merrily, and my heart dances and plays too. And I do come home at Christmas. We all do, or we all should. We all come home, or ought to come home for a short holiday, the longer the better, from the great boarding school, where we are for ever working at our arithmetical slates to take and give a rest. As to going a-visiting, where can we not go if we will? Where have we not been when we would? Starting our fancy from our Christmas tree. Away into the winter prospect. There are many such upon the tree. On, by low-lying misty grounds, through fens and fogs, up long hills winding dark as caverns between thick plantations almost shutting out the sparkling stars. So, out on broad heights, until we stop at last, with sudden silence, at an avenue. The gate bell has a deep, half-awful sound in the frosty air. The gate swings open on its hinges, and as we drive up to a great house, the glancing lights grow larger in the windows, and the opposing rows of trees seem to fall solemnly back on either side to give us place. At intervals all day, a frightened hare has shot across this whitened turf, or the distant clatter of a herd of deer trampling the hard frost has, for the minute, crushed the silence too. Their watchful eyes beneath the fern may be shiny now, if we could see them, like the icy dewdrops on the leaves. But they are still, and all is still. And so the lights growing larger, and the trees falling back before us, and closing up again behind us, as if to forbid retreat, we come to the house. There is probably a smell of roasted chestnuts and other good, comfortable things all the time, for we are telling winter stories, ghost stories, or more shame for us, round the Christmas fire, and we have never stirred except to draw a little nearer to it. But no matter for that. We came to the house, and it is an old house, full of great chimneys, where wood is burnt on ancient dogs upon the hearth, and grim portraits, some of them with grim legends too, lower distrustfully from the oaken panels of the walls. We are a middle-aged nobleman, and we make a generous supper with our host and hostess and their guests, it being Christmas time, and the old house full of company, and then we go to bed. Our room is a very old room. It is hung with tapestry. We don't like the portrait of a cavalier in green over the fireplace. There are great black beams in the ceiling, and there is a great black bedstead, supported at the foot by two great black figures, who seem to have come off a couple of tombs in the old baronial church in the park, for our particular accommodation. But we are not a superstitious nobleman, and we don't mind. Well, we dismiss our servant, lock the door, and sit before the fire in our dressing-gown, musing about a great many things. At length we go to bed. Well, we can't sleep. We toss and tumble, and can't sleep. The embers on the hearth burn fitfully, and make the room look ghostly. We can't help peeping out over the counterpane at the two black figures and the cavalier, that wicked-looking cavalier in green. In the flickering light they seem to advance and retire, which, though we are not by any means a superstitious nobleman, is not agreeable. Well, we get nervous, more and more nervous. We say, this is very foolish, but we can't stand this. We'll pretend to be ill and knock up somebody. Well, we are just going to do it, when the locked door opens, and there comes in a young woman, deadly pale, and with long fair hair, who glides to the fire, and sits down in the chair we have left there, wringing her hands. Then we notice that her clothes are wet. Our tongue cleaves to the roof of our mouth, and we can't speak. But we observe her accurately. Her clothes are wet, her long hair is dabbled with moist mud, she is dressed in the fashion of 200 years ago, and she has at her girdle a bunch of rusty keys. Well, there she sits, and we can't even faint, we are in such a state about it. Presently she gets up, and tries all the locks in the room with the rusty keys, which don't fit one of them. Then she fixes her eyes on the portrait of the cavalier in green, and says, in a low, terrible voice, "The stags know it." After that she wrings her hands again, passes the bedside, and goes out at the door. We hurry on our dressing-gown, seize our pistols (we always travel with pistols), and are following, when we find the door locked. We turn the key, look out into the dark gallery. No one there. We wander away and try to find our servant. Can't be done. We pace the gallery till daybreak, then return to our deserted room, fall asleep, and are awakened by our servant (nothing ever haunts him) and the shining sun. Well, we make a wretched breakfast, and all the company say we look queer. After breakfast we go over the house with our host, and then we take him to the portrait of the cavalier in green, and then it all comes out. He was false to a young housekeeper once attached to that family, and famous for her beauty, who drowned herself in a pond, and whose body was discovered, after a long time, because the stags refused to drink of the water. Since which it has been whispered that she traverses the house at midnight, but goes especially to that room where the cavalier in green was wont to sleep, trying the old locks with the rusty keys. Well, we tell our host of what we have seen, and a shade comes over his features, and he begs it may be hushed up. And so it is. But it's all true, and we said so before we died (we are dead now) to many responsible people. There is no end to the old houses with resounding galleries and dismal state bedchambers and haunted wings shut up for many years, through which we may ramble, with an agreeable creeping up our back, and encounter any number of ghosts, but, it is worthy of remark perhaps, reducible to a very few general types and classes. For ghosts have little originality, and walk in a beaten track. Thus it comes to pass that a certain room in a certain old hall, where a certain bad lord, baronet, knight, or gentleman shot himself, has certain planks in the floor from which the blood will not be taken out. You may scrape and scrape, as the present owner has done, or plane and plane, as his father did, or scrub and scrub, as his grandfather did, or burn and burn with strong acids, as his great-grandfather did, but there the blood will still be, no redder and no paler, no more and no less, always just the same. Thus, in such another house, there is a haunted door that never will keep open, or another door that never will keep shut, or a haunted sound of a spinning wheel, or a hammer, or a footstep, or a cry, or a sigh, or a horse's stamp, or the rattling of a chain. Or else there is a turret clock, which, at the midnight hour, strikes 13 when the head of the family is going to die, or a shadowy, immovable black carriage, which at such a time is always seen by somebody waiting near the great gates in the stable yard. Or thus it came to pass how Lady Mary went to pay a visit at a large wild house in the Scottish Highlands, and being fatigued with her long journey, retired to bed early, and innocently said, next morning at the breakfast table, "How odd to have so late a party last night in this remote place, and not to tell me of it before I went to bed." Then every one asked Lady Mary what she meant. Then Lady Mary replied, "Why, all night long the carriages were driving round and round the terrace underneath my window." Then the owner of the house turned pale, and so did his lady, and Charles Macdoodle of Macdoodle signed to Lady Mary to say no more, and every one was silent. After breakfast, Charles Macdoodle told Lady Mary that it was a tradition in the family that those rumbling carriages on the terrace betokened death. And so it proved, for 2 months afterwards the lady of the mansion died; and Lady Mary, who was a maid of honour at court, often told the story to the old Queen Charlotte. By this token that the old king always said, what, ghosts, no such thing, no such thing," and never left off saying so until he went to bed. Or a friend of somebody's, whom most of us know, when he was a young man at college, had a particular friend with whom he made the compact that if it were possible for the spirit to return to this earth after its separation from the body, he of the twain who first died should reappear to the other. In course of time this compact was forgotten by our friend, the two young men having progressed in life and taken diverging paths that were wide asunder. But one night, many years afterwards, our friend being in the north of England, and staying for the night in an inn on the Yorkshire moors, happened to look out of bed, and there in the moonlight, leaning on a bureau near the window, steadfastly regarding him, saw his old college friend. The appearance being solemnly addressed, replied, in a kind of whisper, but very audibly, "Do not come near me. I am dead. I am here to redeem my promise. I come from another world, but may not disclose its secrets." Then the whole form, becoming paler, melted, as it were, into the moonlight, and faded away. Or there was the daughter of the first occupier of the picturesque Elizabethan house, so famous in our neighbourhood. You have heard about her? No? Why, she went out one summer evening at twilight, when she was a beautiful girl, just 17 years of age, to gather flowers in the garden, and presently came running terrified into the hall to her father, saying, "Oh, dear father, I have met myself." He took her in his arms and told her it was a fancy, but she said, "Oh no, I met myself in the broad walk, and I was pale and gathering withered flowers, and I turned my head and held them up." And that night she died. And a picture of her story was begun, though never finished, and they say it is somewhere in the house to this day, with its face to the wall. Or the uncle of my brother's wife was riding home on horseback one mellow evening at sunset, when in a green lane close to his own house he saw a man standing before him in the very centre of a narrow way. "Why does that man in the cloak stand there?" he thought. "Does he want me to ride over him?" But the figure never moved. He felt a strange sensation at seeing it so still, but slackened his trot and rode forward. When he was so close to it as almost to touch it with his stirrup, his horse shied, and the figure glided up the bank in a curious, unearthly manner, backward and without seeming to use its feet, and was gone. The uncle of my brother's wife, exclaiming, "Good heavens, it's my cousin Harry from Bombay!" put spurs to his horse, which was suddenly in a profuse sweat, and, wondering at such strange behaviour, dashed round to the front of his house. There he saw the same figure just passing in at the long French window of the drawing-room opening on the ground. He threw his bridle to a servant and hastened in after it. His sister was sitting there alone. "Alice, where's my cousin Harry?" "Your cousin Harry, John?" "Yes, from Bombay. I met him in the lane just now, and saw him enter here this instant." Not a creature had been seen by any one, and in that hour and minute, as it afterwards appeared, this cousin died in India. Or it was a certain sensible old maiden lady who died at 99 and retained her faculties to the last, who really did see the orphan boy, a story which has often been incorrectly told, but of which the real truth is this, because it is, in fact, a story belonging to our family, and she was a connection to our family. When she was about 40 years of age and still an uncommonly fine woman, her lover died young, which was the reason why she never married, though she had many offers. She went to stay at a place in Kent, which her brother, an Indian merchant, had newly bought. There was a story that this place had once been held in trust by the guardian of a young boy, who was himself the next heir, and who killed the young boy by harsh and cruel treatment. She knew nothing of that. It has been said that there was a cage in her bedroom in which the guardian used to put the boy. There was no such thing. There was only a closet. She went to bed, made no alarm whatever in the night, and in the morning said composedly to her maid when she came in, "Who is the pretty, forlorn-looking child who has been peeping out of that closet all night?" The maid replied by giving a loud scream and instantly decamping. She was surprised, but she was a woman of remarkable strength of mind, and she dressed herself and went downstairs and closeted herself with her brother. "Now, Walter," she said, "I have been disturbed all night by a pretty, forlorn-looking boy, who has been constantly peeping out of that closet in my room, which I can't open. This is some trick." "I am afraid not, Charlotte," said he, "for it is the legend of the house. It is the orphan boy. What did he do?" "He opened the door softly," said she, "and peeped out. Sometimes he came a step or two into the room. Then I called to him to encourage him, and he shrunk and shuddered and crept in again and shut the door." "The closet has no communication, Charlotte," said her brother, "with any other part of the house, and it's nailed up." This was undeniably true, and it took 2 carpenters a whole forenoon to get it open for examination. Then she was satisfied that she had seen the orphan boy. But the wild and terrible part of the story is, that he was also seen by 3 of her brother's sons, in succession, who all died young. On the occasion of each child being taken ill, he came home in a heat 12 hours before, and said, "Oh, mamma, he had been playing under a particular oak tree in a certain meadow with a strange boy, a pretty, forlorn-looking boy, who was very timid and made signs." From fatal experience, the parents came to know that this was the orphan boy, and that the course of that child whom he chose for his little playmate was surely run. Legion is the name of the German castles where we sit up alone to wait for the spectre, where we are shown into a room made comparatively cheerful for our reception, where we glance round at the shadows thrown on the blank walls by the crackling fire, where we feel very lonely when the village innkeeper and his pretty daughter have retired, after laying down a fresh store of wood upon the hearth, and setting forth on the small table such supper cheer as a cold roast capon, bread, grapes, and a flask of old Rhine wine, where the reverberating doors close on their retreat, one after another, like so many peals of sullen thunder, and where, about the small hours of the night, we come into the knowledge of divers supernatural mysteries. Legion is the name of the haunted German students, in whose society we draw yet nearer to the fire, while the schoolboy in the corner opens his eyes wide and round, and flies off the footstool he has chosen for his seat, when the door accidentally blows open. Vast is the crop of such fruit shining on our Christmas tree, in blossom almost at the very top, ripening all down the boughs. Among the later toys and fancies hanging there, as idle often and less pure, be the images once associated with the sweet old waits, the softened music in the night, ever unalterable. Encircled by the social thoughts of Christmas time, still let the benignant figure of my childhood stand unchanged. In every cheerful image and suggestion that the season brings, may the bright star that rested above the poor roof be the star of all the Christian world. A moment's pause, O vanishing tree, of which the lower boughs are dark to me as yet, and let me look once more. I know there are blank spaces on thy branches, where eyes that I have loved have shone and smiled, from which they are departed. But far above I see the razor of the dead girl, and the widow's son, and God is good. If age be hiding for me in the unseen portion of thy downward growth, oh, may I, with a grey head, turn a child's heart to that figure yet, and a child's trustfulness and confidence. Now the tree is decorated with bright merriment and song and dance and cheerfulness. And they are welcome. Innocent and welcome be they ever held beneath the branches of the Christmas tree, which cast no gloomy shadow. But as it sinks into the ground, I hear a whisper going through the leaves, "This in commemoration of the law of love and kindness, mercy and compassion. This in remembrance of me." End of Story 1. Story 2 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 2. What Christmas Is as We Grow Older. Time was, with most of us, when Christmas Day, encircling all our limited world like a magic ring, left nothing out for us to miss or seek, bound together all our home enjoyments, affections, and hopes, grouped everything and every one around the Christmas fire, and made the little picture shining in our bright young eyes complete. Time came, perhaps all so soon, when our thoughts overleaped that narrow boundary, when there was some one, very dear we thought then, very beautiful and absolutely perfect, wanting to the fullness of our happiness, when we were wanting too, or we thought so, which did just as well, at the Christmas hearth by which that some one sat, and when we intertwined with every wreath and garland of our life that some one's name. That was the time for the bright visionary Christmases which have long arisen from us to show faintly, after summer rain, in the palest edges of the rainbow. That was the time for the beatified enjoyment of the things that were to be, and never were, and yet the things that were so real in our resolute hope that it would be hard to say now what realities achieved since have been stronger. What? Did that Christmas never really come when we and the priceless Pearl, who was our young choice, were received, after the happiest of totally impossible marriages, by the two united families previously at daggers drawn on our account? When brothers and sisters-in-law, who had always been rather cool to us before our relationship was effected, perfectly doted on us, and when fathers and mothers overwhelmed us with unlimited incomes. Was that Christmas dinner ever really eaten, after which we arose, and generously and eloquently rendered honour to our late rival, present in the company, then and there exchanging friendship and forgiveness, and founding an attachment, not to be surpassed in Greek or Roman story, which subsisted until death? Has that same rival long ceased to care for that same priceless pearl, and married for money, and become usurious? Above all, do we really know, now, that we should probably have been miserable if we had won and worn the pearl, and that we are better without her? That Christmas, when we had recently achieved so much fame, when we had been carried in triumph somewhere, for doing something great and good, when we had won an honoured and ennobled name, and arrived, and were received at home in a shower of tears of joy. Is it possible that that Christmas has not come yet? And is our life here, at the best, so constituted that, pausing as we advance at such a noticeable milestone in the track as this great birthday, we look back on the things that never were, as naturally and full as gravely as on the things that have been and are gone, or have been and still are? If it be so, and so it seems to be, must we come to the conclusion that life is little better than a dream, and little worth the loves and strivings that we crowd into it? No. Far be such miscalled philosophy from us, dear reader, on Christmas Day. Nearer and closer to our hearts be the Christmas spirit, which is the spirit of active usefulness, perseverance, cheerful discharge of duty, kindness and forbearance. It is in the last virtues especially that we are, or should be, strengthened by the unaccomplished visions of our youth. For who shall say that they are not our teachers, to deal gently even with the impalpable nothings of the earth? Therefore, as we grow older, let us be more thankful that the circle of our Christmas associations and of the lessons that they bring expands. Let us welcome every one of them, and summon them to take their places by the Christmas hearth. Welcome old aspirations, glittering creatures of an ardent fancy, to your shelter underneath the holly. We know you, and have not outlived you yet. Welcome old projects and old loves, however fleeting, to your nooks among the steadier lights that burn around us. Welcome all that was ever real to our hearts, and for the earnestness that made you real, thanks be to heaven. Do we build no Christmas castles in the clouds now? Let our thoughts, fluttering like butterflies among these flowers of children, bear witness. Before this boy there stretches out a future, brighter than we ever looked on in our old romantic time, but bright with honour and with truth. Around this little head on which the sunny curls lie heaped, the Graces sport as prettily, as airily, as when there was no scythe within the reach of time to shear away the curls of our first love. Upon another girl's face near it, placider, but smiling bright, a quiet and contented little face, we see home fairly written. Shining from the word as rays shine from a star, we see how, when our graves are old, other hopes than ours are young, other hearts than ours are moved, how other ways are smoothed, how other happiness blooms, ripens, and decays. No, not decays, for other homes and other bands of children not yet in being, nor for ages yet to be, arise and bloom and ripen to the end of all. Welcome everything. Welcome alike what has been and what never was, and what we hope may be, to your shelter underneath the holly, to your places around the Christmas fire, where what is sits open-hearted. In yonder shadow, do we see obtruding furtively upon the blaze an enemy's face? By Christmas Day we do forgive him. If the injury he has done us may admit of such companionship, let him come here and take his place. If otherwise, unhappily, let him go hence, assured that we will never injure nor accuse him. On this day we shut out nothing. Pause, says a low voice. Nothing? Think. On Christmas Day we will shut out from our fireside nothing. Not the shadow of a vast city where the withered leaves are lying deep, the voice replies. Not the shadow that darkens the whole globe. Not the shadow of the city of the dead. Not even that. Of all days in the year, we will turn our faces towards that city upon Christmas Day, and from its silent hosts bring those we loved among us. City of the dead, in the blessed name wherein we are gathered together at this time, and in the presence that is here among us according to the promise, we will receive and not dismiss thy people who are dear to us. Yes, we can look upon these children angels that alight so solemnly, so beautifully among the living children by the fire, and can bear to think how they departed from us. Entertaining angels unawares, as the patriarchs did, the playful children are unconscious of their guests, but we can see them, can see a radiant arm around one favorite neck, as if there were a tempting of that child away. Among the celestial figures there is one, a poor misshapen boy on earth, of a glorious beauty now, of whom his dying mother said it grieved her much to leave him here, alone, for so many years as it was likely would elapse before he came to her, being such a little child. But he went quickly, and was laid upon her breast, and in her hand she leads him. There was a gallant boy who fell, far away, upon a burning sand, beneath a burning sun, and said, "Tell them at home, with my last love, how much I could have wished to kiss them once, but that I died contented, and had done my duty." Or there was another, over whom they read the words, "Therefore we commit his body to the deep," and so consigned him to the lonely ocean, and sailed on. Or there was another who lay down to his rest in the dark shadow of great forests, and on earth awoke no more. Oh, shall they not from sand and sea and forest be brought home at such a time? There was a dear girl, almost a woman, never to be one, who made a mourning Christmas in a house of joy, and went her trackless way to the silent city. Do we recollect her, worn out, faintly whispering what could not be heard, and falling into that last sleep for weariness? Oh, look upon her now! Oh, look upon her beauty, her serenity, her changeless youth, her happiness! The daughter of Jairus was recalled to life, to die. But she, more blessed, has heard the same voice saying unto her, "Arise forever." We had a friend who was our friend from early days, with whom we often pictured the changes that were to come upon our lives, and merrily imagined how we would speak and walk and think and talk when we came to be old. His destined habitation in the city of the dead received him in his prime. Shall he be shut out from our Christmas remembrance? Would his love have so excluded us? Lost friend, lost child, lost parent, sister, brother, husband, wife, we will not so discard you. You shall hold your cherished places in our Christmas hearts, and by our Christmas fires, and in the season of immortal hope, and on the birthday of immortal mercy, we will shut out nothing. The winter sun goes down over town and village. On the sea it makes a rosy path, as if the sacred tread were fresh upon the water. A few more moments, and it sinks, and night comes on, and lights begin to sparkle in the prospect. On the hillside, beyond the shapelessly diffused town, and in the quiet keeping of the trees that gird the village steeple, remembrances are cut in stone, planted in common flowers, growing in grass entwined with lowly brambles, around many a mound of earth. In town and village there are doors and windows, closed against the weather. There are flaming logs heaped high. There are joyful faces. There is healthy music of voices. Be all ungentleness and harm excluded from the temples of the household gods, but be those remembrances admitted with tender encouragement. They are of the time and all its comforting and peaceful reassurances, and of the history that reunited even upon earth the living and the dead, and of the broad beneficence and goodness that too many men have tried to tear to narrow shreds. End of Story 2. Story 3 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 3, The Poor Relation Story. He was very reluctant to take precedence of so many respected members of the family by beginning the round of stories they were to relate as they sat in a goodly circle by the Christmas fire, and he modestly suggested that it would be more correct if John, our esteemed host, whose health he begged to drink, would have the kindness to begin. For as to himself, he said, he was so little used to lead the way that really... But as they all cried out here that he must begin, and agree with one voice that he might, could, would, and should begin, he left off rubbing his hands and took his legs out from under his arm-chair, and did begin. I have no doubt, said the poor relation, that I shall surprise the assembled members of our family, and particularly John, our esteemed host, to whom we are so much indebted for the great hospitality with which he has this day entertained us, by the confession I am going to make. But if you do me the honour to be surprised at anything that falls from a person so unimportant in the family as I am, I can only say that I shall be scrupulously accurate in all I relate. I am not what I am supposed to be. I am quite another thing. Perhaps before I go further, I had better glance at what I am supposed to be. It is supposed, unless I mistake, the assembled members of our family will correct me if I do, which is very likely, here the poor relation looked mildly about him for contradiction, that I am nobody's enemy but my own, that I never met with any particular success in anything, that I failed in business because I was unbusinesslike and credulous, in not being prepared for the interested designs of my partner. That I failed in love because I was ridiculously trustful, in thinking it impossible that Christiana could deceive me. That I failed in my expectations from my Uncle Chill, on account of not being as sharp as he could have wished in worldly matters. That through life I have been rather put upon and disappointed in a general way. That I am at present a bachelor of between 59 and 60 years of age, living on a limited income in the form of a quarterly allowance, to which I see that John, our esteemed host, wishes me to make no further allusion. The supposition as to my present pursuits and habits is to the following effect. I live in a lodging in the Clapham Road, a very clean back room in a very respectable house, where I am expected not to be at home in the daytime unless poorly, and which I usually leave in the morning at 9 o'clock, on pretence of going to business. I take my breakfast, my roll and butter and my half-pint of coffee, at the old established coffee shop near Westminster Bridge, and then I go into the city, I don't know why, and sit in a Garraway's coffee house, and on 'Change, and walk about, and look into a few offices and counting houses, where some of my relations or acquaintances are so good as to tolerate me, and where I stand by the fire if the weather happens to be cold. I get through the day in this way until 5 o'clock, and then I dine, at a cost on the average of 1 and 3d. Having still a little money to spend on my evening's entertainment, I look into the old established coffee shop as I go home, and take my cup of tea, and perhaps my bit of toast. So, as the large hand of the clock makes its way round to the morning hour again, I make my way round to the Clapham Road again, and go to bed when I get to my lodging, fire being expensive, and being objected to by the family on account of its giving trouble and making a dirt. Sometimes one of my relations or acquaintances is so obliging as to ask me to dinner. Those are holiday occasions, and then I generally walk in the park. I am a solitary man, and seldom walk with anybody. Not that I am avoided because I am shabby, for I am not at all shabby, having always a very good suit of black on, or rather Oxford mixture, which has the appearance of black and wears much better. But I have got into the habit of speaking low and being rather silent, and my spirits are not high, and I am sensible that I am not an attractive companion. The only exception to this general rule is the child of my first cousin, little Frank. I have a particular affection for that child, and he takes very kindly to me. He is a diffident boy by nature, and in a crowd he is soon run over, as I may say, and forgotten. He and I, however, get on exceedingly well. I have a fancy that the poor child will in time succeed to my peculiar position in the family. We talk but little, still we understand each other. We walk about hand in hand, and without much speaking he knows what I mean, and I know what he means. When he was very little indeed, I used to take him to the windows of the toy shops and show him the toys inside. It is surprising how soon he found out that I would have made him a great many presents if I had been in circumstances to do it. Little Frank and I go and look at the outside of the Monument — he is very fond of the Monument — and at the bridges, and at all the sights that are free. On 2 of my birthdays we have dined on à la mode beef, and gone at half price to the play, and been deeply interested. I was once walking with him in Lombard Street, which we often visit on account of my having mentioned to him that there are great riches there — he is very fond of Lombard Street — when a gentleman said to me, as he passed by, "Sir, your little son has dropped his glove." I assure you, if you will excuse my remarking on so trivial a circumstance, this accidental mention of the child as mine quite touched my heart, and brought the foolish tears into my eyes. When little Frank is sent to school in the country, I shall be very much at a loss what to do with myself, but I have the intention of walking down there once a month, and seeing him on a half holiday. I am told he will then be at play upon the heath, and if my visit should be objected to as unsettling the child, I can see him from a distance without his seeing me, and walk back again. His mother comes of a highly genteel family, and rather disapproves, I am aware, of our being too much together. I know that I am not calculated to improve his retiring disposition, but I think he would miss me beyond the feeling of the moment if we were wholly separated. When I die in the Clapham Road, I shall not leave much more in this world than I shall take out of it. But I happen to have a miniature of a bright-faced boy with a curling head and an open shirt frill waving down his bosom — my mother had it taken for me, but I can't believe that it was ever like — which will be worth nothing to sell, and which I shall beg may be given to Frank. I have written my dear boy a little letter with it, in which I have told him that I felt very sorry to part from him, though bound to confess that I knew no reason why I should remain here. I have given him some short advice, the best in my power, to take warning of the consequences of being nobody's enemy but his own, and I have endeavoured to comfort him for what I fear he will consider a bereavement, by pointing out to him that I was only a superfluous something to every one but him, and that having by some means failed to find a place in this great assembly, I am better out of it. Such, said the poor relation, clearing his throat and beginning to speak a little louder, is the general impression about me. Now, it is a remarkable circumstance, which forms the aim and purpose of my story, that this is all wrong. This is not my life, and these are not my habits. I do not even live in the Clapham Road. Comparatively speaking, I am very seldom there. I reside, mostly, I'm almost ashamed to say the word, it sounds so full of pretension, in a castle. I do not mean that it is an old baronial habitation, but still it is a building always known to every one by the name of a castle. In it I preserve the particulars of my history. They run thus. It was when I first took John Spatter, who had been my clerk, into partnership, and when I was still a young man of not more than 25, residing in the house of my uncle Chill, from whom I had considerable expectations, that I ventured to propose to Christiana. I had loved Christiana a long time. She was very beautiful, and very winning in all respects. I rather mistrusted her widowed mother, who I feared was of a plotting and mercenary turn of mind, but I thought as well of her as I could, for Christiana's sake. I never had loved any one but Christiana, and she had been all the world, and oh, far more than all the world, to me, from our childhood. Christiana accepted me with her mother's consent, and I was rendered very happy indeed. My life at my uncle Chill's was of a spare, dull kind, and my garret chamber was as dull and bare and cold as an upper prison room in some stern northern fortress. But having Christiana's love, I wanted nothing upon earth. I would not have changed my lot with any human being. Avarice was, unhappily, my uncle Chill's master vice. Though he was rich, he pinched and scraped and clutched and lived miserably. As Christiana had no fortune, I was for some time a little fearful of confessing our engagement to him. But at length I wrote him a letter saying how it all truly was. I put it into his hand one night on going to bed. As I came downstairs next morning, shivering in the cold December air, colder in my uncle's unwarmed house than in the street, where the winter sun did sometimes shine, and which was at all events enlivened by cheerful faces and voices passing along. I carried a heavy heart towards the long, low breakfast-room in which my uncle sat. It was a large room with a small fire, and there was a great bay window in it, which the rain had marked in the night as if with the tears of houseless people. It stared upon a raw yard, with a cracked stone pavement and some rusted iron railings half uprooted, whence an ugly outbuilding that had once been a dissecting room, in the time of the great surgeon who had mortgaged the house to my uncle, stared at it. We rose so early, always, that at that time of the year we breakfast by candlelight. When I went into the room, my uncle was so contracted by the cold, and so huddled together in his chair behind the one dim candle, that I did not see him until I was close to the table. As I held out my hand to him, he caught up his stick — being infirm, he always walked about the house with a stick — and made a blow at me, and said, "You fool!" "Uncle," I returned, "I didn't expect you to be so angry as this." Nor had I expected it, though he was a hard and angry old man. "You didn't expect?" said he. "When did you ever expect? When did you ever calculate or look forward, you contemptible dog?" "These are hard words, uncle." "Hard words? Feathers to pelt such an idiot as you with," said he. "Here, Betsy Snap, look at him." Betsy Snap was a withered, hard-favoured, yellow old woman, our only domestic, always employed at this time of the morning in rubbing my uncle's legs. As my uncle adjured her to look at me, he put his lean grip on the crown of her head, she kneeling beside him, and turned her face towards me. An involuntary thought connecting them both with the dissecting room, as it must often have been in a surgeon's time, passed across my mind in the midst of my anxiety. "Look at the snivelling milksop," said my uncle. "Look at the baby. This is the gentleman who, people say, is nobody's enemy but his own. This is the gentleman who can't say no. This is the gentleman who was making such large profits in his business that he must needs take a partner t'other day. This is the gentleman who is going to marry a wife without a penny, and who falls into the hands of Jezebels who are speculating on my death." I knew now how great my uncle's rage was, for nothing short of his being almost beside himself would have induced him to utter that concluding word, which he held in such repugnance that it was never spoken or hinted at before him on any account. "On my death," he repeated, as if he were defying me by defying his own abhorrence of the word, "on my death! 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 But I'll spoil the speculation. Eat your last under this roof, you feeble wretch, and may it choke you." You may suppose that I had not much appetite for the breakfast to which I was bidden in these terms, but I took my accustomed seat. I saw that I was repudiated henceforth by my uncle. Still I could bear that very well, possessing Christiana's heart. He emptied his basin of bread and milk as usual, only that he took it on his knees with his chair turned away from the table where I sat. When he had done, he carefully snuffed out the candle, and the cold, slate-coloured, miserable day looked in upon us. "Now, Mr. Michael," said he, "before we part, I should like to have a word with these ladies in your presence." "As you will, sir," I returned, "but you deceive yourself, and wrong us cruelly, if you suppose that there is any feeling at stake in this contract but pure, disinterested, faithful love." To this he only replied, "You lie," and not one other word. We went through half-thawed snow and half-frozen rain to the house where Christiana and her mother lived. My uncle knew them very well. They were sitting at their breakfast, and were surprised to see us at that hour. "Your servant, ma'am," said my uncle to the mother. "You divine the purpose of my visit, I dare say, ma'am. I understand there is a world of pure, disinterested, faithful love cooped up here. I am happy to bring it all it wants to make it complete. I bring you your son-in-law, ma'am, and you your husband, miss. The gentleman is a perfect stranger to me, but I wish him joy of his wise bargain." He snarled at me as he went out, and I never saw him again. "It is altogether a mistake," continued the poor relation, "to suppose that my dear Christiana, over-persuaded and influenced by her mother, married a rich man, the dirt from whose carriage wheels is often, in these changed times, thrown upon me as she rides by. No, no. She married me. The way we came to be married, rather sooner than we intended, was this. I took a frugal lodging, and was saving and planning for her sake, when one day she spoke to me with great earnestness, and said, 'My dear Michael, I have given you my heart. I have said that I loved you, and I have pledged myself to be your wife. I am as much yours through all changes of good and evil as if we had been married on the day when such words passed between us. I know you well, and know that if we should be separated, and our union broken off, your whole life would be shadowed, and all that might, even now, be stronger in your character for the conflict with the world would then be weakened to the shadow of what it is.' 'God help me, Christiana,' said I, 'you speak the truth.' 'Michael,' said she, putting her hand in mine, in all maidenly devotion, 'let us keep apart no longer. It is but for me to say that I can live contented upon such means as you have, and I well know you are happy. I say so from my heart. Strive no more alone. Let us strive together. My dear Michael, it is not right that I should keep secret from you what you do not suspect, but what distresses my whole life. My mother, without considering that what you have lost for me, and on the assurance of my faith, sets her heart on riches, and urges another suit upon me, to my misery. I cannot bear this, for to bear it is to be untrue to you. I would rather share your struggles than look on. I want no better home than you can give me. I know that you will aspire and labor with a higher courage if I am wholly yours, and let it be so when you will. I was blessed indeed that day, and a new world opened to me. We were married in a very little while, and I took my wife to our happy home. That was the beginning of the residence I have spoken of. The castle we have ever since inhabited together dates from that time. All our children have been born in it. Our first child, now married, was a little girl whom we called Christiana. Her son is so like little Frank that I hardly know which is which. The current impression as to my partner's dealings with me is also quite erroneous. He did not begin to treat me coldly, as a poor simpleton, when my uncle and I so fatally quarrelled, nor did he afterwards gradually possess himself of our business and edge me out. On the contrary, he behaved to me with the utmost good faith and honour. Matters between us took this turn. On the day of my separation from my uncle, and even before the arrival at our counting-house of my trunks, which he sent after me, not carriage paid, I went down to our room of business on our little wharf overlooking the river, and there I told John Spatter what had happened. John did not say, in reply, that rich old relatives were palpable facts, and that love and sentiment were moonshine and fiction. He addressed me thus: "Michael," said John, "we were at school together, and I generally had the knack of getting on better than you, and making a higher reputation." "You had, John," I returned. "Although," said John, "I borrowed your books and lost them, borrowed your pocket money and never repaid it, got you to buy my damaged knives at a higher price than I had given for them new, and to own to the window that I had broken." "All not worth mentioning, John Spatter," said I, "but certainly true." "When you were first established in this infant business, which promises to thrive so well," pursued John, "I came to you in my search for almost any employment, and you made me your clerk." "Still not worth mentioning, my dear John Spatter," said I, "still equally true." "And finding that I had a good head for business, and that I was really useful to the business, you did not like to retain me in that capacity, and thought it an act of justice soon to make me your partner." "Still less worth mentioning than any of those other little circumstances you have recalled, John Spatter," said I, "for I was, and am, sensible of your merits and my deficiencies." "Now, my good friend," said John, drawing my arm through his, as he had a habit of doing at school, while two vessels outside the windows of our counting-house, which were shaped like the stern windows of a ship, went lightly down the river with the tide, as John and I might then be sailing away in company, and in trust and confidence on our voyage of life. Let there, under these friendly circumstances, be a right understanding between us. You are too easy, Michael. You are nobody's enemy but your own. If I were to give you that damaging character among our connection, with a shrug and a shake of the head and a sigh, and if I were further to abuse the trust you placed in me— "But you never will abuse it at all, John," I observed. "Never," said he. "But I am putting a case. I say, and if I were further to abuse that trust by keeping this piece of our common affairs in the dark, and this other piece in the light, and again this other piece in the twilight, and so on, I should strengthen my strength and weaken your weakness, day by day, until at last I found myself on the high road to fortune, and you left behind on some bare common, a hopeless number of miles out of the way." "Exactly so," said I. "To prevent this, Michael," said John Spatter, "or the remotest chance of this, there must be perfect openness between us. Nothing must be concealed, and we must have but one interest." "My dear John Spatter," I assured him, "that is precisely what I mean." "And when you are too easy," pursued John, his face glowing with friendship, "you must allow me to prevent that imperfection in your nature from being taken advantage of by any one. You must not expect me to humour it." "My dear John Spatter," I interrupted, "I don't expect you to humour it. I want to correct it." "And I too," said John. "Exactly so," cried I. "We both have the same end in view, and honourably seeking it, and fully trusting one another, and having but one interest, ours will be a prosperous and happy partnership." "I am sure of it," returned John Spatter. And we shook hands most affectionately. I took John home to my castle, and we had a very happy day. Our partnership throve well. My friend and partner supplied what I wanted, as I had foreseen that he would, and, by improving both the business and myself, amply acknowledged any little rise in life to which I had helped him. "I am not," said the poor relation, looking at the fire as he slowly rubbed his hands, "very rich, for I never cared to be that. But I have enough, and am above all moderate wants and anxieties. My castle is not a splendid place, but it is very comfortable, and it has a warm and cheerful air, and is quite a picture of home. Our eldest girl, who is very like her mother, married John Spatter's eldest son. Our two families are closely united in other ties of attachment. It is very pleasant of an evening when we are all assembled together, which frequently happens, and when John and I talk over old times, and the one interest there has always been between us. I really do not know, in my castle, what loneliness is. Some of our children, or grandchildren, are always about it, and the young voices of my descendants are delightful, oh, how delightful, to me to hear. My dearest and most devoted wife, ever faithful, ever loving, ever helpful, and sustaining and consoling, is the priceless blessing of my house, from whom all its other blessings spring. We are rather a musical family, and when Christiana sees me at any time a little weary or depressed, she steals to the piano and sings a gentle air she used to sing when we were first betrothed. So weak a man am I, that I cannot bear to hear it from any other source. They played it once at the theatre when I was there with little Frank, and the child said, wondering, "Cousin Michael, whose hot tears are these that have fallen on my hand?" Such is my castle, and such are the real particulars of my life therein preserved. I often take little Frank home there. He is very welcome to my grandchildren, and they play together. At this time of the year, the Christmas and New Year time, I am seldom out of my castle, for the associations of the season seem to hold me there, and the precepts of the season seem to teach me that it is well to be there. "And the castle is?" observed a grave, kind voice among the company. "Yes, my castle," said the poor relation, shaking his head as he still looked at the fire, "is in the air. John, our esteemed host, suggests its situation accurately. My castle is in the air. I have done. Will you be so good as to pass the story?" End of Story 3. Story 4 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 4, The Child's Story. Once upon a time, a good many years ago, there was a traveller, and he set out upon a journey. It was a magic journey, and was to seem very long when he began it, and very short when he got half-way through. He travelled along a rather dark path for some little time, without meeting anything, until at last he came to a beautiful child. So he said to the child, "What do you do here?" And the child said, "I am always at play. Come and play with me." So he played with that child the whole day long, and they were very merry. The sky was so blue, the sun was so bright, the water was so sparkling, the leaves were so green, the flowers were so lovely, and they heard such singing birds, and saw so many butterflies, that everything was beautiful. This was in fine weather. When it rained, they loved to watch the falling drops, and to smell the fresh scents. When it blew, it was delightful to listen to the wind, and fancy what it said, as it came rushing from its home. Where was that, they wondered, whistling and howling, driving the clouds before it, bending the trees, rumbling in the chimneys, shaking the house, and making the sea roar in fury? But when it snowed, that was best of all, for they liked nothing so well as to look up at the white flakes falling fast and thick, like down from the breasts of millions of white birds, and to see how smooth and deep the drift was, and to listen to the hush upon the paths and roads. They had plenty of the finest toys in the world, and the most astonishing picture books, all about scimitars, and slippers, and turbans, and dwarfs, and giants, and genii, and fairies, and bluebeards, and beanstalks, and riches, and caverns, and forests, and valentines, and orsons, and all new, and all true. But one day, of a sudden, the traveller lost the child. He called to him over and over again, but got no answer. So he went upon his road, and went on for a little while, without meeting anything, until at last he came to a handsome boy. So he said to the boy, "What do you do here?" And the boy said, "I am always learning. Come and learn with me." So he learned with that boy about Jupiter and Juno, and the Greeks and the Romans, and I don't know what, and learned more than I could tell, or he either, for he soon forgot a great deal of it. But they were not always learning. They had the merriest games that ever were played. They rowed upon the river in summer, and skated on the ice in winter. They were active afoot, and active on horseback, at cricket, and all games at ball, at prisoners' base, hare and hounds, follow my leader, and more sports than I can think of. Nobody could beat them. They had holidays, too, and twelfth cakes, and parties where they danced till midnight, and real theatres where they saw palaces of real gold and silver rise out of the real earth, and saw all the wonders of the world at once. As to friends, they had such dear friends, and so many of them, that I want the time to reckon them up. They were all young like the handsome boy, and were never to be strange to one another all their lives through. Still, one day, in the midst of all these pleasures, the traveller lost the boy as he had lost the child, and after calling to him in vain, went on upon his journey. So he went on for a little while without seeing anything, until at last he came to a young man. So he said to the young man, "What do you do here?" And the young man said, "I am always in love. Come and love with me." So he went away with that young man, and presently they came to one of the prettiest girls that ever was seen, just like Fanny in the corner there. And she had eyes like Fanny, and hair like Fanny, and dimples like Fanny's, and she laughed and coloured just as Fanny does while I am talking about her. So the young man fell in love directly, just as somebody I won't mention, the first time he came here, did with Fanny. Well, he was teased sometimes, just as somebody used to be by Fanny, and they quarrelled sometimes, just as somebody and Fanny used to quarrel. and they made it up, and sat in the dark, and wrote letters every day, and never were happy asunder, and were always looking out for one another, and pretending not to, and were engaged at Christmas time, and sat close to one another by the fire, and were going to be married very soon, all exactly like somebody I won't mention, and Fanny. But the traveller lost them one day, as he had lost the rest of his friends, and after calling to them to come back, which they never did, went on upon his journey. So he went on for a little while, without seeing anything, until at last he came to a middle-aged gentleman. So he said to the gentleman, "What are you doing here?" And his answer was, "I am always busy. Come and be busy with me." So he began to be very busy with that gentleman, and they went on through the wood together. The whole journey was through a wood, only it had been open and green at first, like a wood in spring, and now began to be thick and dark, like a wood in summer. Some of the little trees that had come out earliest were even turning brown. The gentleman was not alone, but had a lady of about the same age with him, who was his wife, and they had children who were with them too. So they all went on together through the wood, cutting down the trees, and making a path through the branches and the fallen leaves, and carrying burdens, and working hard. Sometimes they came to a long green avenue that opened into deeper woods. Then they would hear a very little distant voice crying, "Father, Father, I am another child, stop for me." And presently they would see a very little figure, growing larger as it came along, running to join them. When it came up, they all crowded round it, and kissed and welcomed it, and then they all went on together. Sometimes they came to several avenues at once, and then they all stood still, and one of the children said, "Father, I am going to sea," and another said, "Father, I am going to India," and another, "Father, I am going to seek my fortune where I can," and another, "Father, I am going to heaven." So with many tears at parting they went, solitary, down those avenues, each child upon its way, and the child who went to heaven rose into the golden air and vanished. Whenever these partings happened, the traveller looked at the gentleman, and saw him glance up at the sky above the trees, where the day was beginning to decline, and the sunset to come on. He saw, too, that his hair was turning grey, but they never could rest long, for they had their journey to perform, and it was necessary for them to be always busy. At last there had been so many partings that there were no children left, and only the traveller, the gentleman, and the lady went upon their way in company. And now the wood was yellow, and now brown, and the leaves, even of the forest trees, began to fall. So they came to an avenue that was darker than the rest, and were pressing forward on their journey without looking down it, when the lady stopped. "My husband," said the lady, "I am called." They listened, and they heard a voice a long way down the avenue say, "Mother, Mother!" It was the voice of the first child who had said, "I am going to heaven." And the father said, "I pray, not yet. The sunset is very near. I pray, not yet." But the voice cried, "Mother, Mother!" without minding him, though his hair was now quite white, and tears were on his face. Then the mother, who was already drawn into the shade of the dark avenue, and moving away with her arms still around his neck, kissed him and said, "My dearest, I am summoned, and I go." And she was gone. And the traveller and he were left alone together. And they went on and on together, until they came to very near the end of the wood, so near that they could see the sunset shining red before them through the trees. Yet once more, while he broke his way among the branches, the traveller lost his friend. He called and called, but there was no reply. And when he passed out of the wood and saw the peaceful sun going down upon a wide purple prospect, he came to an old man sitting on a fallen tree. So he said to the old man, "What do you do here?" And the old man said with a calm smile, "I am always remembering. Come and remember with me." So the traveller sat down by the side of that old man, face to face with the serene sunset, and all his friends came softly back and stood around him. The beautiful child, the handsome boy, the young man in love, the father, mother, and children, every one of them was there, and he had lost nothing. So he loved them all, and was kind and forbearing with them all, and was always pleased to watch them all, and they all honoured and loved him. And I think the traveller must be yourself, dear grandfather, because this is what you do to us, and what we do to you. End of Story 4. Story 5 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 5, The Schoolboy's Story. Being rather young at present, I am getting on in years, but still I am rather young, I have no particular adventures of my own to fall back upon. It wouldn't much interest anybody here, I suppose, to know what a screw the Reverend is, or what a griffin she is, or how they do stick it into parents, particularly hair-cutting and medical attendants. One of our fellows was charged in his half's account 12 and 6 for 2 pills, tolerably profitable at 6 and 3 apiece, I should think, and he never took them either, but put them in the sleeve of his jacket. As to the beef, it's shameful. It's not beef. Regular beef isn't veins. You can chew regular beef. Besides which, there's gravy to regular beef, and you never see a drop to ours. Another of our fellows went home ill, and heard the family doctor tell his father that he couldn't account for his complaint unless it was the beer. Of course it was the beer, and well it might be. However, beef and Old Cheeseman are 2 different things. So is beer. It was Old Cheeseman I meant to tell about, not the manner in which our fellows got their constitutions destroyed for the sake of profit. Why, look at the pie crust alone. There's no flakiness in it. It's solid, like damp lead. Then our fellows get nightmares, and are bolstered for calling out and waking other fellows. Who can wonder? Old Cheeseman one night walked in his sleep, put his hat on over his nightcap, got hold of a fishing rod and a cricket bat, and went down into the parlour, where they naturally thought from his appearance he was a ghost. Why, he never would have done that if his meals had been wholesome. When we all begin to walk in our sleeps, I suppose they'll be sorry for it. Old Cheeseman wasn't second Latin master then, he was a fellow himself. He was first brought there, very small, in a post-chaise by a woman who was always taking snuff and shaking him, and that was the most he remembered about it. He never went home for the holidays. His accounts, he never learnt any extra, were sent to a bank, and the bank paid them, and he had a brown suit twice a year, and went into boots at 12. They were always too big for him, too. In the midsummer holidays, some of our fellows who lived within walking distance used to come back and climb the trees outside the playground wall on purpose to look at Old Cheeseman reading there by himself. He was always as mild as the tea, and that's pretty mild, I should hope. So when they whistled to him, he looked up and nodded. And when they said, "Hullo, Old Cheeseman, what have you had for dinner?" he said, "Boiled mutton." And when they said, "Ain't it solitary, Old Cheeseman?" he said, "It is a little dull sometimes." And then they said, "Well, good-bye, Old Cheeseman," and climbed down again. Of course it was imposing on Old Cheeseman to give him nothing but boiled mutton through a whole vacation, but that was just like the system. When they didn't give him boiled mutton, they gave him rice pudding, pretending it was a treat, and saved the butcher. So Old Cheeseman went on. The holidays brought him into other trouble besides the loneliness, because when the fellows began to come back, not wanting to, he was always glad to see them, which was aggravating when they were not at all glad to see him, and so he got his head knocked against walls, and that was the way his nose bled. But he was a favourite in general. Once a subscription was raised for him, and to keep up his spirits he was presented before the holidays with 2 white mice, a rabbit, a pigeon, and a beautiful puppy. Old Cheeseman cried about it, especially soon afterwards when they all ate one another. Of course, Old Cheeseman used to be called by the names of all sorts of cheeses, Double Gloucesterman, Family Chesserman, Dutchman, North Wiltshireman, and all that, but he never minded it, and I don't mean to say he was old in point of years, because he wasn't, only he was called from the first Old Cheeseman. At last Old Cheeseman was made second Latin master. He was brought in one morning at the beginning of a new half, and presented to the school in that capacity as Mr. Cheeseman. Then our fellows all agreed that Old Cheeseman was a spy and a deserter who had gone over to the enemy's camp and sold himself for gold. It was no excuse for him that he had sold himself for very little gold, £2.10 a quarter, and his washing, as was reported. It was decided by a Parliament which sat about it that Old Cheeseman's mercenary motives could alone be taken into account, and that he had coined our blood for drachmas. The Parliament took the expression out of the quarrel scene between Brutus and Cassius. When it was settled in this strong way that Old Cheeseman was a tremendous traitor, who had wormed himself into our fellows' secrets on purpose to get himself into favour by giving up everything he knew, all courageous fellows were invited to come forward and enrol themselves in a society for making a set against him. The president of the society was First Boy, named Bob Tarter. His father was in the West Indies, and he owned himself that his father was worth millions. He had great power among our fellows, and he wrote a parody beginning, "Who made believe to be so meek that we could hardly hear him speak, yet turned out an informing sneak. Old Cheeseman." And on in that way through more than a dozen verses, which he used to go and sing every morning close by the new master's desk. He trained one of the low boys, too, a rosy-cheeked little brass, who didn't care what he did, to go up to him with his Latin grammar one morning, and say it so: Nominatibus pronominum Old Cheeseman raro exprimitur was never suspected, nisi distinctionis of being an informer, aut emphasis gratia, until he proved one, ut, for instance, vos damnatis, when he sold the boys, quasi, as though, dicat, he should say, praeterea nemo, I'm a Judas. All this produced a great effect on Old Cheeseman. He had never had much hair, but what he had began to get thinner and thinner every day. He grew paler and more worn, and sometimes of an evening he was seen sitting at his desk with a precious long snuff to his candle, and his hands before his face, crying. But no member of the society could pity him, even if he felt inclined, because the president said it was Old Cheeseman's conscience. So Old Cheeseman went on, and didn't he lead a miserable life? Of course the Reverend turned up his nose at him, and of course she did, because both of them always do that at all the masters, but he suffered from the fellows most, and he suffered from them constantly. He never told about it, that the society could find out, but he got no credit for that, because the president said it was Old Cheeseman's cowardice. He had only one friend in the world, and that one was almost as powerless as he was, for it was only Jane. Jane was a sort of wardrobe woman to our fellows, and took care of the boxes. She had come at first, I believe, as a kind of apprentice, some of our fellows say from a charity, but I don't know, and after her time was out, had stopped at so much a year. So little a year, perhaps I ought to say, for it is far more likely. However, she had put some pounds in the savings bank, and she was a very nice young woman. She was not quite pretty, but she had a very frank, honest, bright face, and all our fellows were fond of her. She was uncommonly neat and cheerful, and uncommonly comfortable and kind. And if anything was the matter with a fellow's mother, he always went and showed the letter to Jane. Jane was Old Cheeseman's friend. The more the Society went against him, the more Jane stood for him. She used to give him a good-humoured look out of her still-room window, sometimes that seemed to set him up for the day. She used to pass out of the orchard and the kitchen garden, always kept locked, I believe you, through the playground, when she might have gone the other way, only to give a turn of her head, as much as to say, "Keep up your spirits," to Old Cheeseman. His slip of a room was so fresh and orderly that it was well known who looked after it while he was at his desk, and when our fellows saw a smoking hot dumpling on his plate at dinner, they knew with indignation who had sent it up. Under these circumstances, the Society resolved, after a quantity of meeting and debating, that Jane should be requested to cut Old Cheeseman dead, and that if she refused, she must be sent to Coventry herself. So a deputation, headed by the President, was appointed to wait on Jane, and inform her of the vote the Society had been under the painful necessity of passing. She was very much respected for all her good qualities, and there was a story about her having once waylaid the Reverend in his own study, and got a fellow off from severe punishment of her own kind, comfortable heart. So the deputation didn't much like the job. However, they went up, and the President told Jane all about it. Upon which Jane turned very red, burst into tears, informed the President and the deputation, in a way not at all like her usual way, that they were a parcel of malicious young savages, and turned the whole respected body out of the room. Consequently, it was entered in the Society book, kept in astronomical cipher for fear of detection, that all communication with Jane was interdicted, and the President addressed the members on this convincing instance of Old Cheeseman's undermining. But Jane was as true to Old Cheeseman as Old Cheeseman was false to our fellows, in their opinion at all events, and steadily continued to be his only friend. It was a great exasperation to the Society, because Jane was as much a loss to them as she was a gain to him, and being more inveterate against him than ever, they treated him worse than ever. At last, one morning, his desk stood empty, his room was peeped into and found to be vacant, and a whisper went about among the pale faces of our fellows that Old Cheeseman, unable to bear it any longer, had got up early and drowned himself. The mysterious looks of the other masters after breakfast, and the evident fact that Old Cheeseman was not expected, confirmed the Society in this opinion. Some began to discuss whether the President was liable to hanging or only transportation for life, and the President's face showed a great anxiety to know which. However, he said that a jury of his country should find him game, and that in his address he should put it to them to lay their hands upon their hearts, and say whether they as Britons approved of informers, and how they thought they would like it themselves. Some of the Society considered that he had better run away until he found a forest where he might change clothes with a woodcutter, and stain his face with blackberries. But the majority believed that if he stood his ground, his father, belonging as he did to the West Indies, and being worth millions, could buy him off. All our fellows' hearts beat fast when the Reverend came in and made a sort of a Roman or a field marshal of himself with the ruler, as he always did before delivering an address. But their fears were nothing to their astonishment when he came out with the story that Old Cheeseman, so long our respected friend and fellow pilgrim in the pleasant plains of knowledge (he called him), oh yes, I dare say, much of that, was the orphan child of a disinherited young lady who had married against her father's wish, and whose young husband had died, and who had died of sorrow herself, and whose unfortunate baby, Old Cheeseman, had been brought up at the cost of a grandfather who would never consent to see it, baby, boy, or man, which grandfather was now dead, and serve him right (that's my putting in), and which grandfather's large property, there being no will, was now and all of a sudden and for ever Old Cheeseman's. Our so long respected friend and fellow pilgrim in the pleasant plains of knowledge (the Reverend wound up a lot of bothering quotations by saying) would come among us once more that day fortnight when he desired to take leave of us himself in a more particular manner. With these words he stared severely round at our fellows, and went solemnly out. There was precious consternation among the members of the Society now. Lots of them wanted to resign, and lots more began to try to make out that they had never belonged to it. However, the President stuck up, and said that they must stand or fall together, and that if a breach was made it should be over his body, which was meant to encourage the Society, but it didn't. The President further said he would consider the position in which they stood, and would give them his best opinion and advice in a few days. This was eagerly looked for, as he knew a good deal of the world on account of his father being in the West Indies. After days and days of hard thinking, and drawing armies all over his slate, the President called our fellows together, and made the matter clear. He said it was plain that when Old Cheeseman came on the appointed day, his first revenge would be to impeach the Society, and have it flogged all round. After witnessing with joy the torture of his enemies, and gloating over the cries which agony would extort from them, the probability was that he would invite the Reverend, on pretence of conversation, into a private room, say the parlour into which parents were shown where the two great globes were, which were never used, and would there reproach him with the various frauds and oppressions he had endured at his hands. At the close of his observations he would make a signal to a prize fighter concealed in the passage, who would then appear and pitch into the Reverend till he was left insensible. Old Cheeseman would then make Jane a present of from £5 to £10, and would leave the establishment in fiendish triumph. The President explained that against the parlour part, or the Jane part, of these arrangements he had nothing to say, but on the part of the Society he counselled deadly resistance. With this view he recommended that all available desks should be filled with stones, and that the first word of the complaint should be the signal to every fellow to let fly at Old Cheeseman. The bold advice put the Society in better spirits, and was unanimously taken. A post about Old Cheeseman's size was put up in the playground, and all our fellows practised at it till it was dented all over. When the day came, and places were called, every fellow sat down in a tremble. There had been much discussing and disputing as to how Old Cheeseman would come, but it was the general opinion that he would appear in a sort of triumphal car, drawn by 4 horses, with 2 livery servants in front, and the prize fighter in disguise up behind. So all our fellows sat listening for the sound of wheels. But no wheels were heard, for Old Cheeseman walked after all, and came into the school without any preparation, pretty much as he used to be, only dressed in black. "Gentlemen," said the Reverend, presenting him, "our so long respected friend and fellow pilgrim in the pleasant plains of knowledge is desired to offer a word or two. Attention, gentlemen, one and all." Every fellow stole his hand into his desk and looked at the President. The President was all ready, and taking aim at Old Cheeseman with his eyes. What did Old Cheeseman then but walk up to his old desk, look round him with a queer smile, as if there was a tear in his eye, and begin in a quavering, mild voice, "My dear companions and old friends." Every fellow's hand came out of his desk, and the President suddenly began to cry. "My dear companions and old friends," said Old Cheeseman, "you have heard of my good fortune. I have passed so many years under this roof, my entire life so far, I may say, that I hope you have been glad to hear of it for my sake. I could never enjoy it without exchanging congratulations with you. If we have ever misunderstood one another at all, pray, my dear boys, let us forgive and forget. I have a great tenderness for you, and I am sure you return it. I want, in the fullness of a grateful heart, to shake hands with you, every one. I have come back to do it, if you please, my dear boys." Since the President had begun to cry, several other fellows had broken out here and there. But now, when Old Cheeseman began with him as first boy, laid his left hand affectionately on his shoulder, and gave him his right, and when the President said, "Indeed, I don't deserve it, sir, upon my honour I don't," there was sobbing and crying all over the school. Every other fellow said he didn't deserve it, much in the same way. But Old Cheeseman, not minding that a bit, went cheerfully round to every boy, and wound up with every master, finishing off the Reverend last. Then a snivelling little chap in a corner, who was always under some punishment or other, set up a shrill cry of "Success to Old Cheeseman! Hooray!" The Reverend glared upon him, and said, "Mr. Cheeseman, sir." But Old Cheeseman, protesting that he liked his old name a great deal better than his new one, all our fellows took up the cry, and, for I don't know how many minutes, there was such a thundering of feet and hands, and such a roaring of Old Cheeseman, as never was heard. After that there was a spread in the dining room of the most magnificent kind. Fowls, tongues, preserves, fruits, confectionaries, jellies, neguses, barley sugar temples, trifles, crackers. Eat all you can and pocket what you like, all at Old Cheeseman's expense. After that, speeches, whole holiday, double and treble sets of all manners of things for all manners of games, donkeys, pony-chaises, and drive yourself, dinner for all the masters at the Seven Bells, £20 a head our fellows estimated it at, an annual holiday and feast fixed for that day every year, and another on Old Cheeseman's birthday, Reverend bound down before the fellows to allow it, so that he could never back out, all at Old Cheeseman's expense. And didn't our fellows go down in a body and cheer outside the Seven Bells? Oh, no! But there's something else besides. Don't look at the next story-teller, for there's more yet. Next day it was resolved that the Society should make it up with Jane, and then be dissolved. What do you think of Jane being gone, though? What? Gone for ever? Said our fellows with long faces. Yes, to be sure, was all the answer they could get. None of the people about the house could say anything more. At length the first boy took upon himself to ask the Reverend whether our old friend Jane was really gone. The Reverend, he has got a daughter at home, turnip nose and red, replied severely, "Yes, sir, Miss Pitt is gone." The idea of calling Jane Miss Pitt! Some said she had been sent away in disgrace for taking money from Old Cheeseman. Others said she had gone into Old Cheeseman's service at a rise of £10 a year. All that our fellows knew was she was gone. It was 2 or 3 months afterwards, when one afternoon an open carriage stopped at the cricket field, just outside bounds, with a lady and gentleman in it, who looked at the game a long time, and stood up to see it played. Nobody thought much about them, until the same little snivelling chap came in, against all rules, from the post where he was scout, and said, "It's Jane!" Both Elevenses forgot the game directly and ran crowding round the carriage. It was Jane! In such a bonnet! And if you'll believe me, Jane was married to Old Cheeseman. It soon became quite a regular thing when our fellows were hard at it in the playground, to see a carriage at the low part of the wall where it joins the high part, and a lady and gentleman standing up in it, looking over. The gentleman was always Old Cheeseman, and the lady was always Jane. The first time I ever saw them, I saw them in that way. There had been a good many changes among our fellows then, and it had turned out that Bob Tarter's father wasn't worth millions. He wasn't worth anything. Bob had gone for a soldier, and Old Cheeseman had purchased his discharge. But that's not the carriage. The carriage stopped, and all our fellows stopped as soon as it was seen. "So you have never sent me to Coventry after all," said the lady, laughing, as our fellows swarmed up the wall to shake hands with her. "Are you never going to do it?" "Never, never, never!" on all sides. I didn't understand what she meant then, but of course I do now. I was very much pleased with her face, though, and with her good way, and I couldn't help looking at her, and at him too, with all our fellows clustering so joyfully about them. They soon took notice of me as a new boy, so I thought I might as well swarm up the wall myself and shake hands with them as the rest did. I was quite as glad to see them as the rest were, and was quite as familiar with them in a moment. "Only a fortnight now," said Old Cheeseman, "to the holidays. Who stops? Anybody?" A good many fingers pointed at me, and a good many voices cried, "He does!" For it was the year when you were all away, and rather low I was about it, I can tell you. "Oh," said Old Cheeseman, "but it's solitary here in the holiday time. He had better come to us." So I went to their delightful house, and was as happy as I could possibly be. They understand how to conduct themselves towards boys, they do. When they take a boy to the play, for instance, they do take him. They don't go in after it's begun, or come out before it's over. They know how to bring a boy up, too. Look at their own. Though he is very little as yet, what a capital boy he is! Why, my next favourite to Mrs. Cheeseman and Old Cheeseman is young Cheeseman. So now I have told you all I know about Old Cheeseman, and it's not much after all, I am afraid. Is it? End of Story 5. Story 6 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 6, Nobody's Story. He lived on the bank of a mighty river, broad and deep, which was always silently rolling on to a vast undiscovered ocean. It had rolled on ever since the world began. It had changed its course sometimes, and turned into new channels, leaving its old ways dry and barren. But it had ever been upon the flow, and ever was to flow until time should be no more. Against its strong, unfathomable stream nothing made head. No living creature, no flower, no leaf, no particle of animate or inanimate existence ever strayed back from the undiscovered ocean. The tide of the river set restlessly towards it, and the tide never stopped, any more than the earth stops in its circling round the sun. He lived in a busy place, and he worked very hard to live. He had no hope of ever being rich enough to live a month without hard work, but he was quite content, God knows, to labour with a cheerful will. He was one of an immense family, all of whose sons and daughters gained their daily bread by daily work, prolonged from their rising up betimes until their lying down at night. Beyond this destiny he had no prospect, and he sought none. There was overmuch drumming, trumpeting, and speech-making in the neighbourhood where he dwelt. But he had nothing to do with that. Such clash and uproar came from the Bigwig family, at the unaccountable proceedings of which race he marvelled much. They set up the strangest statues in iron, marble, bronze, and brass, before his door, and darkened his house with the legs and tails of uncouth images of horses. He wondered what it all meant, smiled in a rough, good-humoured way he had, and kept at his hard work. The Bigwig family, composed of all the stateliest people thereabouts, and all the noisiest, had undertaken to save him the trouble of thinking for himself, and to manage him and his affairs. "Why, truly," said he, "I have little time upon my hands, and if you will be so good as to take care of me in return for the money I pay over," for the Bigwig family were not above his money, "I shall be relieved and much obliged, considering that you know best." Hence the drumming, trumpeting, and speech-making, and the ugly images of horses which he was expected to fall down and worship. "I don't understand all this," said he, rubbing his furrowed brow confusedly, "but it has a meaning, maybe, if I could find it out." "It means," returned the Bigwig family, suspecting something of what he said, "honour and glory in the highest, to the highest merit." "Oh," said he, and he was glad to hear that. But when he looked among the images in iron, marble, bronze, and brass, he failed to find a rather meritorious countryman of his, once the son of a Warwickshire wool dealer, or any single countryman whomsoever of that kind. He could find none of the men whose knowledge had rescued him and his children from terrific and disfiguring disease, whose boldness had raised his forefathers from the condition of serfs, whose wise fancy had opened a new and high existence to the humblest, whose skill had filled the working man's world with accumulated wonders. Whereas he did find others whom he knew no good of, and even others whom he knew much ill of. "Humph!" said he, "I don't quite understand it." So he went home and sat down by his fireside to get it out of his mind. Now his fireside was a bare one, all hemmed in by blackened streets, but it was a precious place to him. The hands of his wife were hardened with toil, and she was old before her time, but she was dear to him. His children, stunted in their growth, bore traces of unwholesome nurture, but they had beauty in his sight. Above all other things, it was an earnest desire of this man's soul that his children should be taught. "If I am sometimes misled," said he, "for want of knowledge, at least let them know better, and avoid my mistakes. If it is hard to me to reap the harvest of pleasure and instruction that is stored in books, let it be easier to them." But the Bigwig family broke out into violent family quarrels concerning what it was lawful to teach to this man's children. Some of the family insisted on such a thing being primary and indispensable above all other things, and others of the family insisted on such another thing being primary and indispensable above all other things, and the Bigwig family rent into factions, wrote pamphlets, held convocations, delivered charges, orations, and all varieties of discourses, impounded one another in courts, lay and courts ecclesiastical, threw dirt, exchanged pummelings, and fell together by the ears in unintelligible animosity. Meanwhile, this man, in his short evening snatches at his fireside, saw the demon Ignorance arise there, and take his children to itself. He saw his daughter perverted into a heavy, slatternly drudge. He saw his son go moping down the ways of low sensuality to brutality and crime. He saw the dawning light of intelligence in the eyes of his babies so changing into cunning and suspicion that he could have rather wished them idiots. "I don't understand this any better," said he, "but I think it cannot be right. Nay, by the clouded heaven above me, I protest against this as my wrong." Becoming peaceable again, for his passion was usually short-lived and his nature kind, he looked about him on his Sundays and holidays, and saw how much monotony and weariness there was, and thence how drunkenness arose with all its train of ruin. Then he appeared to the Bigwig family and said, "We are a labouring people, and I have a glimmering suspicion in me that labouring people of whatever condition were made, by a higher intelligence than yours, as I poorly understand it, to be in need of mental refreshment and recreation. See what we fall into when we rest without it. Come, amuse me harmlessly, show me something, give me an escape." But here the Bigwig family fell into a state of uproar absolutely deafening. When some few voices were faintly heard, proposing to show him the wonders of the world, the greatness of creation, the mighty changes of time, the workings of nature, and the beauties of art, to show him these things, that is to say, at any period of his life when he could look upon them, there arose among the bigwigs such roaring and raving, such pulpiting and petitioning, such maundering and memorializing, such name-calling and dirt-throwing, such a shrill wind of parliamentary questioning and feeble replying, where "I dare not" waited on "I would," that the poor fellow stood aghast, staring wildly about. "Have I provoked all this," said he, with his hands to his affrighted ears, "by what was meant to be an innocent request, plainly arising out of my familiar experience and the common knowledge of all men who choose to open their eyes? I don't understand, and I am not understood. What is to come of such a state of things?" He was bending over his work, often asking himself the question, when the news began to spread that a pestilence had appeared among the labourers, and was slaying them by thousands. Going forth to look about him, he soon found this to be true. The dying and the dead were mingled in the close and tainted houses among which his life was passed. New poison was distilled into the always murky, always sickening air. The robust and the weak, old age and infancy, the father and the mother, all were stricken down alike. What means of flight had he? He remained there where he was, and saw those who were dearest to him die. A kind preacher came to him, and would have said some prayers to soften his heart in his gloom, but he replied, "Oh, what avails it, missionary, to come to me, a man condemned to residence in this fetid place, where every sense bestowed upon me for my delight becomes a torment, and where every minute of my numbered days is new mire added to the heap under which I lie oppressed? But give me my first glimpse of heaven through a little of its light and air. Give me pure water. Help me to be clean. Lighten this heavy atmosphere and heavy life in which our spirits sink, and we become the indifferent and callous creatures you too often see us. Gently and kindly take the bodies of those who die among us out of the small room where we grow to be so familiar with the awful change that even its sanctity is lost to us. And, teacher, then I will hear. None know better than you how willingly, of him whose thoughts were so much with the poor, and who had compassion for all human sorrow." He was at work again, solitary and sad, when his master came and stood near to him, dressed in black. He also had suffered heavily. His young wife, his beautiful and good young wife, was dead. So, too, his only child. "Master, 'tis hard to bear, I know it, but be comforted. I would give you comfort if I could." The master thanked him from his heart, but said he, "Oh, you labouring men, the calamity began among you. If you had but lived more healthily and decently, I should not be the widowed and bereft mourner that I am this day." "Master," returned the other, shaking his head, "I have begun to understand a little that most calamities will come from us, as this one did, and that none will stop at our poor doors until we are united with that great squabbling family yonder to do the things that are right. We cannot live healthily and decently unless they who undertook to manage us provide the means. We cannot be instructed unless they will teach us. We cannot be rationally amused unless they will amuse us. We cannot but have some false gods of our own, while they set up so many of theirs in all the public places. The evil consequences of imperfect instruction, the evil consequences of pernicious neglect, the evil consequences of unnatural restraint, and the denial of humanizing enjoyments will all come from us, and none of them will stop with us. They will spread far and wide. They always do. They always have done, just like the pestilence. I understand so much, I think, at last. But the master said again, "Oh, you labouring men, how seldom do we ever hear of you except in connection with some trouble." "Master," he replied, "I am nobody, and little likely to be heard of, nor yet much wanted to be heard of perhaps, except when there is some trouble. But it never begins with me, and it never can end with me. As sure as death, it comes down to me, and it goes up from me." There was so much reason in what he said, that the Bigwig family, getting wind of it, and being horribly frightened by the late desolation, resolved to unite with him to do the things that were right, at all events so far as the said things were associated with the direct prevention, humanly speaking, of another pestilence. But as their fear wore off, which it soon began to do, they resumed their falling out among themselves, and did nothing. Consequently, the scourge appeared again, low down as before, and spread avengingly upward as before, and carried off vast numbers of the brawlers. But not a man among them ever admitted, if in the least degree he ever perceived, that he had anything to do with it. So nobody lived and died in the old way, and this, in the main, is the whole of Nobody's story. Had he no name, you ask? Perhaps it was Legion. It matters little what his name was. Let us call him Legion. If you were ever in the Belgian villages near the field of Waterloo, you will have seen in some quiet little church a monument erected by faithful companions in arms to the memory of Colonel A, Major B, Captains C, D, and E, Lieutenants F and G, Ensigns H, I, J, 7 non-commissioned officers, and 130 rank and file, who fell in the discharge of their duty on the memorable day. The story of Nobody is the story of the rank and file of the earth. They bear their share of the battle, they have their part in the victory, they fall, they leave no name but in the mass. The march of the proudest of us leads to the dusty way by which they go. Oh, let us think of them this year at the Christmas fire, and not forget them when it is burnt out. End of Story 6. Story 7 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 7, The 7 Poor Travellers, in 3 chapters. Chapter 1. In the Old City of Rochester. Strictly speaking, there were only 6 poor travellers, but being a traveller myself, though an idle one, and being withal as poor as I hoped to be, I brought the number up to 7. This word of explanation is due at once, for what says the inscription over the quaint old door? Richard Watts, Esquire, by his will, dated 22 August 1579, founded this charity for 6 poor travellers, who, not being rogues or proctors, may receive gratis for 1 night, lodging, entertainment, and 4d. each. It was in the ancient little city of Rochester in Kent, of all the good days in the year, upon a Christmas Eve, that I stood reading this inscription over the quaint old door in question. I had been wandering about the neighbouring cathedral, and had seen the tomb of Richard Watts, with the effigy of worthy Master Richard starting out of it like a ship's figurehead, and I had felt that I could do no less, as I gave the verger his fee, than inquire the way to Watts's charity. The way being very short and very plain, I had come prosperously to the inscription and the quaint old door. Now, said I to myself, as I looked at the knocker, I know I am not a proctor, I wonder whether I am a rogue. Upon the whole, though, conscience reproduced 2 or 3 pretty faces which might have had smaller attraction for a moral Goliath than they had for me, who am but a Tom Thumb in that way, I came to the conclusion that I was not a rogue. So beginning to regard the establishment as in some sort my property, bequeathed to me and divers co-legatees, share and share alike, by the worshipful Master Richard Watts, I stepped backward into the road to survey my inheritance. I found it to be a clean white house, of a staid and venerable air, with the quaint old door already 3 times mentioned, an arched door, choice, little, long, low lattice windows, and a roof of 3 gables. The silent High Street of Rochester is full of gables, with old beams and timbers carved into strange faces. It is oddly garnished with a queer old clock that projects over the pavement out of a grave red brick building, as if Time carried on business there, and hung out his sign. Sooth to say, he did an active stroke of work in Rochester in the old days of the Romans, and the Saxons, and the Normans, and down to the times of King John, when the rugged castle (I will not undertake to say how many hundreds of years old then) was abandoned to the centuries of weather which have so defaced the dark apertures in its walls, that the ruin looks as if the rooks and daws had pecked its eyes out. I was very well pleased, both with my property and its situation. While I was yet surveying it with growing content, I espied at one of the upper lattices which stood open, a decent body, of a wholesome matronly appearance, whose eyes I caught inquiringly addressed to mine. They said so plainly, "Do you wish to see the house?" that I answered aloud, "Yes, if you please." And within a minute the old door opened, and I bent my head, and went down 2 steps into the entry. "This," said the matronly presence, ushering me into a low room on the right, "is where the travellers sit by the fire, and cook what bits of supper they buy with their 4pences. "Oh, then they have no entertainment," said I; for the inscription over the outer door was still running in my head, and I was mentally repeating, in a kind of tune, "Lodging, entertainment, and 4pence each." "They have a fire provided for 'em," returned the matron, a mighty civil person, not, as I could make out, overpaid, "and these cooking utensils, and this, what's painted on a board, is the rules for their behaviour. They have their 4pences when they get their tickets from the steward over the way, for I don't admit 'em myself, they must get their tickets first, and sometimes one buys a rasher of bacon, and another a herring, and another a pound of potatoes, or what not. Sometimes 2 or 3 of 'em will club their 4pences together and make a supper that way. But not much of anything is to be got for 4pence at present, when provisions is so dear." "True indeed," I remarked. I had been looking about the room, admiring its snug fireplace at the upper end, its glimpse of the street through the low mullioned window, and its beams overhead. "It is very comfortable," said I. "Ill convenient," observed the matronly presence. I liked to hear her say so, for it showed a commendable anxiety to execute in no niggardly spirit the intentions of Master Richard Watts. But the room was really so well adapted to its purpose that I protested, quite enthusiastically, against her disparagement. "Nay, ma'am," said I am sure it is warm in winter and cool in summer. It has a look of homely welcome and soothing rest. It has a remarkably cosy fireplace, the very blink of which, gleaming out into the street upon a winter night, is enough to warm all Rochester's heart. And as to the convenience of the 6 poor travellers—" "I don't mean them," returned the presence. "I speak of its being an ill convenience to myself and my daughter, having no other room to sit in of a night." This was true enough, but there was another quaint room of corresponding dimensions on the opposite side of the entry. So I stepped across to it, through the open doors of both rooms, and asked what this chamber was for. "This," returned the presence, "is the board room, where the gentlemen meet when they come here." Let me see. I had counted from the street 6 upper windows besides these on the ground story. Making a perplexed calculation in my mind, I rejoined, "Then the 6 poor travellers sleep upstairs?" My new friend shook her head. "They sleep," she answered, "in 2 little outer galleries in the back, where their beds has always been, ever since the Charity was founded. It being so very ill conwenient to me as things is at present, the gentlemen are going to take off a bit of the back yard, and make a slip of a room for 'em there, to sit in before they go to bed." "And then the 6 poor travellers," said I, "will be entirely out of the house." "Entirely out of the house," assented the presence, comfortably smoothing her hands, "which is considered much better for all parties, and much more conwenient." I had been a little startled at the Cathedral by the emphasis with which the effigy of Master Richard Watts was bursting out of his tomb, but I began to think now that it might be expected to come across the High Street some stormy night, and make a disturbance here. Howbeit, I kept my thoughts to myself, and accompanied the presents to the little galleries at the back. I found them on a tiny scale, like the galleries in old inn yards, and they were very clean. While I was looking at them, the matron gave me to understand that the prescribed number of poor travellers were forthcoming every night from year's end to year's end, and that the beds were always occupied. My questions upon this, and her replies, brought us back to the board room, so essential to the dignity of the gentleman, where she showed me the printed accounts of the charity hanging up by the window. From them I gathered that the greater part of the property bequeathed by the worshipful Master Richard Watts for the maintenance of this foundation was, at the period of his death, mere marshland, but that in course of time it had been reclaimed and built upon, and was very considerably increased in value. I found, too, that about 1/30th part of the annual revenue was now expended on the purposes commemorated in the inscription over the door, the rest being handsomely laid out in Chancery law expenses, collectorship, receivership, poundage, and other appendages of management, highly complimentary to the importance of the 6 poor travellers. In short, I made the not entirely new discovery that it may be said of an establishment like this, in dear old England, as of the fat oyster in the American story, that it takes a good many men to swallow it whole. And pray, ma'am, said I, sensible that the blankness of my face began to brighten as the thought occurred to me, could one see these travellers? Well, she turned dubiously, no. Not to-night, for instance, said I. Well, she returned more positively, no. Nobody ever asked to see them, and nobody ever did see them. As I am not easily balked by a design when I am set upon it, I urged to the good lady that this was Christmas Eve, that Christmas comes but once a year, which is unhappily too true, for when it begins to stay with us the whole year round, we shall make this earth a very different place; that I was possessed by the desire to treat the travellers to a supper and a temperate glass of hot wassail; that the voice of fame had been heard in that land, declaring my ability to make hot wassail; that if I were permitted to hold the feast, I should be found conformable to reason, sobriety, and good hours; in a word, that I could be merry and wise myself, and had been even known, at a pinch, to keep others so, although I was decorated with no badge or medal, and was not a brother, orator, apostle, saint, or prophet of any denomination whatever. In the end I prevailed to my great joy. It was settled that at 9 o'clock that night a turkey and a piece of roast beef should smoke upon the board, and that I, faint and unworthy minister for once of Master Richard Watts, should preside as the Christmas supper host of the 6 poor travellers. I went back to my inn to give the necessary direction for the turkey and roast beef, and during the remainder of the day could settle to nothing for thinking of the poor travellers. When the wind blew hard against the windows, it was a cold day, with dark gusts of sleet alternating with periods of wild brightness, as if the year were dying fitfully. I pictured them advancing towards their resting place along various cold roads, and felt delighted to think how little they foresaw the supper that awaited them. I painted their portraits in my mind, and indulged in little heightening touches. I made them footsore, I made them weary, I made them carry packs and bundles, I made them stop by finger-posts and milestones, leaning on their bent sticks, and looking wistfully at what was written there. I made them lose their way, and filled their 5 wits with apprehensions of lying out all night and being frozen to death. I took up my hat and went out, climbed to the top of the old castle, and looked over the windy hills that sloped down to the Medway, almost believing that I could descry some of my travellers in the distance. After it fell dark, and the cathedral bell was heard in the invisible steeple, quite a bower of frosty rime when I had last seen it, striking 5, 6, 7, I became so full of my travellers that I could eat no dinner, and felt constrained to watch them still in the red coals of my fire. They were all arrived by this time, I thought, had got their tickets, and were gone in. There my pleasure was dashed by the reflection that probably some travellers had come too late and were shut out. After the Cathedral bell had struck 8, I could smell a delicious savour of turkey and roast beef rising to the window of my adjoining bedroom, which looked down into the inn yard just where the lights of the kitchen reddened a massive fragment of the castle wall. It was high time to make the wassail now. Therefore I had up the materials, which, together with their proportions and combinations, I must decline to impart, as the only secret of my own I was ever known to keep, and made a glorious jorum. Not in a bowl, for a bowl anywhere but on a shelf is a low superstition, fraught with cooling and slopping, but in a brown earthenware pitcher, tenderly suffocated, when full, with a coarse cloth. It being now upon the stroke of 9, I set out for Watts's Charity, carrying my brown beauty in my arms. I would trust Ben, the waiter, with untold gold, but there are strings in the human heart which must never be sounded by another, and drinks that I make myself are those strings in mine. The travellers were all assembled, the cloth was laid, and Ben had brought a great billet of wood, and had laid it artfully on the top of the fire, so that a touch or two of the poker after supper would make a roaring blaze. Having deposited my brown beauty in a red nook of the hearth inside the fender, where she soon began to sing like an ethereal cricket, diffusing at the same time odours as of ripe vineyards, spice forests, and orange groves, I say, having stationed my beauty in a place of security and improvement, I introduced myself to my guests by shaking hands all round, and giving them a hearty welcome. I found the party to be thus composed. First, myself. Secondly, a very decent man indeed, with his right arm in a sling, who had a certain clean, agreeable smell of wood about him, from which I judged him to have something to do with shipbuilding. Thirdly, a little sailor boy, a mere child, with a profusion of rich dark brown hair, and deep womanly looking eyes. Fourthly, a shabby genteel personage in a threadbare black suit, and apparently in very bad circumstances, with a dry, suspicious look, the absent buttons on his waistcoat eked out with red tape, and a bundle of extraordinarily tattered papers sticking out of an inner breast pocket. Fifthly, a foreigner by birth, but an Englishman in speech, who carried his pipe in the band of his hat, and lost no time in telling me, in an easy, simple, engaging way, that he was a watchmaker from Geneva, and travelled all about the Continent, mostly on foot, working as a journeyman, and seeing new countries, possibly, I thought, also smuggling a watch or so now and then. Sixthly, a little widow who had been very pretty and was still very young, but whose beauty had been wrecked in some great misfortune, and whose manner was remarkably timid, scared, and solitary. Seventhly, and lastly, a traveller of a kind familiar to my boyhood, but now almost obsolete, a book pedlar who had a quantity of pamphlets and numbers with him, who presently boasted that he could repeat more verses in an evening than he could sell in a 12-month. All these I have mentioned in the order in which they sat at table. I presided, and the matronly presence faced me. We were not long in taking our places, for the supper had arrived with me in the following procession: myself with the pitcher, Ben with beer, inattentive boy with hot plates, inattentive boy with hot plates, the turkey, the female carrying sauces to be heated on the spot, the beef, man with tray on his head containing vegetables and sundries, volunteer hostler from hotel, grinning, and rendering no assistance. As we passed along the High Street, comet-like, we left a long tail of fragrance behind us, which caused the public to stop, sniffing in wonder. We had previously left at the corner of the inn-yard a wall-eyed young man connected with the fly department, and well accustomed to the sound of a railway whistle, which Ben always carries in his pocket, whose instructions were so soon as he should hear the whistle blown, to dash into the kitchen, seize the hot plum-pudding and mince pies, and speed with them to Watts's Charity, where they would be received, he was further instructed, by the sauce female, who would be provided with brandy in a blue state of combustion. All these arrangements were executed in the most exact and punctual manner. I never saw a finer turkey, finer beef, or greater prodigality of sauce and gravy; and my travellers did wonderful justice to everything set before them. It made my heart rejoice to observe how their wind and frost hardened faces softened in the clatter of plates and knives and forks, and mellowed in the fire and supper heat; while their hats and caps and wrappers hanging up, a few small bundles on the ground in a corner, and in another corner 3 or 4 old walking sticks, worn down at the end to mere fringe, linked this snug interior with the bleak outside in a golden chain. When the supper was done, and my brown beauty had been elevated on the table, there was a general requisition to me to "take a corner," which suggested to me, comfortably enough, how much my friends here made of a fire, for when had I ever thought so highly of the corner since the days when I connected it with Jack Horner? However, as I declined, Ben, whose touch on all convivial instruments is perfect, drew the table apart, and instructing my travellers to open right and left on either side of me, and form round the fire, closed up the centre with myself and my chair, and preserved the order we had kept at table. He had already, in a tranquil manner, boxed the ears of the inattentive boys until they had been, by imperceptible degrees, boxed out of the room, and he now rapidly skirmished the sauce female into the High Street, disappeared, and softly closed the door. This was the time for bringing the poker to bear on the billet of wood. I tapped it 3 times like an enchanted talisman, and a brilliant host of merrymakers burst out of it and sported off by the chimney, rushing up the middle in a fiery country dance, and never coming down again. Meanwhile, by their sparkling light, which threw our lamp into the shade, I filled the glasses and gave my travellers "Christmas, Christmas Eve, my friends," when the shepherds, who were poor travellers too in their way, heard the angels sing, "On earth peace, goodwill towards men." I don't know who was the first among us to think that we ought to take hands as we sat, in deference to the toast, or whether any one of us anticipated the others, but at any rate we all did it. We then drank to the memory of the good Master Richard Watts, and I wish his ghost may never have had worse usage under that roof than it had from us. It was the witching time for story-telling. "Our whole life, travellers," said I, "is a story more or less intelligible, generally less, but we shall read it by a clearer light when it is ended. I, for one, am so divided this night between fact and fiction that I scarce know which is which. Shall I beguile the time by telling you a story as we sit here?" They all answered yes. I had little to tell them, but I was bound by my own proposal. Therefore, after looking for a while at the spiral column of smoke wreathing up from my brown beauty, through which I could have almost sworn I saw the effigy of Master Richard Watts, less startled than usual, I fired away. Chapter II. The Story of Richard Doubledick. In the year 1799, a relative of mine came limping down on foot to this town of Chatham. I call it this town because if anybody present knows to a nicety where Rochester ends and Chatham begins, it is more than I do. He was a poor traveller with not a farthing in his pocket. He sat by the fire in this very room, and he slept one night in a bed that will be occupied to-night by some one here. My relative came down to Chatham to enlist in a cavalry regiment, if a cavalry regiment would have him; if not, to take King George's shilling from any corporal or sergeant who would put a bunch of ribbons in his hat. His object was to get shot, but he thought he might as well ride to death as be at the trouble of walking. My relative's Christian name was Richard, but he was better known as Dick. He dropped his own surname on the road down, and took up that of Doubledick. He was passed as Richard Doubledick, age 22, height 5'10", native place Exmouth, which he had never been near in his life. There was no cavalry at Chatham when he limped over the bridge, here with half a shoe to his dusty feet, so he enlisted into a regiment of the line, and was glad to get drunk and forget all about it. You are to know that this relative of mine had gone wrong and run wild. His heart was in the right place, but it was sealed up. He had been betrothed to a good and beautiful girl whom he had loved better than she, or perhaps even he, believed. But in an evil hour he had given her cause to say to him solemnly, "Richard, I will never marry another man. I will live single for your sake. But Mary Marshall's lips," her name was Mary Marshall, "never address another word to you on earth. Go, Richard. Heaven forgive you." This finished him. This brought him down to Chatham. This made him Private Richard Doubledick, with a determination to be shot. There was not a more dissipated and reckless soldier in Chatham Barracks, in the year 1799, than Private Richard Doubledick. He associated with the dregs of every regiment, he was as seldom sober as he could be, and was constantly under punishment. It became clear to the whole barracks that Private Richard Doubledick would very soon be flogged. Now the captain of Richard Doubledick's company was a young gentleman not above 5 years his senior, whose eyes had an expression in them which affected Private Richard Doubledick in a very remarkable way. They were bright, handsome, dark eyes, what are called laughing eyes generally, and when serious, rather steady than severe. But they were the only eyes now left in his narrowed world that Private Richard Doubledick could not stand. Unabashed by evil report and punishment, defiant of everything else and everybody else, he had but to know that those eyes looked at him for a moment, and he felt ashamed. He could not so much as salute Captain Taunton in the street like any other officer. He was reproached and confused, troubled by the mere possibility of the captain's looking at him. In his worst moments he would rather turn back and go any distance out of his way than encounter those two handsome, dark, bright eyes. One day, when Private Richard Doubledick came out of the black hole where he had been passing the last 48 hours, and in which retreat he spent a good deal of his time, he was ordered to betake himself to Captain Taunton's quarters. In the stale and squalid state of a man just out of the black hole, he had less fancy than ever for being seen by the captain, but he was not so mad yet as to disobey orders, and consequently went up to the terrace overlooking the parade ground where the officers' quarters were, twisting and breaking in his hands as he went along a bit of the straw that had formed the decorative furniture of the black hole. "Come in," cried the captain, when he knocked with his knuckles at the door. Private Richard Doubledick pulled off his cap, took a stride forward, and felt very conscious that he stood in the light of the dark, bright eyes. There was a silent pause. Private Richard Doubledick had put the straw in his mouth, and was gradually doubling it up into his windpipe and choking himself. "Doubledick," said the captain, "do you know where you are going to?" "To the devil, sir?" faltered Doubledick. "Yes," returned the captain, "and very fast." Private Richard Doubledick turned the straw of the black hole in his mouth, and made a miserable salute of acquiescence. "Doubledick," said the captain, "since I entered His Majesty's service, a boy of 17, I have been pained to see many men of promise going that road, but I have never been so pained to see a man determined to make the shameful journey as I have been, ever since you joined the regiment, to see you." Private Richard Doubledick began to find a film stealing over the floor at which he looked, also to find the legs of the captain's breakfast table turned crooked, as if he saw them through water. "I am only a common soldier, sir," said he. "It signifies very little what such a poor brute comes to." "You are a man," returned the captain, with grave indignation, "of education and superior advantages. And if you say that, meaning what you say, you have sunk lower than I had believed. How low that must be, I leave you to consider, knowing what I know of your disgrace, and seeing what I see." "I hope to get shot soon, sir," said Private Richard Doubledick, "and then the regiment and the world together will be rid of me." The legs of the table were becoming very crooked. Doubledick, looking up to steady his vision, met the eyes that had so strong an influence over him. He put his hand before his own eyes, and the breast of his disgrace jacket swelled as if it would fly asunder. "I would rather," said the young captain, "see this in you, Doubledick, than I would see 5,000 guineas counted out upon this table for a gift to my good mother. Have you a mother?" "I am thankful to say she is dead, sir." "If your praises," returned the captain, "were sounded from mouth to mouth through the whole regiment, through the whole army, through the whole country, you would wish she had lived to say with pride and joy, 'He is my son!'" "Spare me, sir," said Doubledick. "She would never have heard any good of me. She would never have had any pride and joy in owning herself my mother. Love and compassion she might have had, and would have always had, I know, but not, spare me, sir, I am a broken wretch, quite at your mercy," and he turned his face to the wall, and stretched out his imploring hand. "My friend," began the captain. "God bless you, sir," sobbed Private Richard Doubledick. "You are at the crisis of your fate. Hold your course unchanged a little longer, and you know what must happen. I know, even better than you can imagine, that after that has happened you are lost. No man who could shed those tears could bear those marks." "I fully believe it, sir," in a low, shivering voice said Private Richard Doubledick. "But a man in any station can do his duty," said the young captain, "and in doing it can earn his own respect, even if his case should be so very unfortunate and so very rare that he can earn no other man's. A common soldier, poor brute though you called him just now, has this advantage in the stormy times we live in, that he always does his duty before a host of sympathizing witnesses. Do you doubt that he may so do it as to be extolled through a whole regiment, through a whole army, through a whole country? Turn while you may yet retrieve the past, and try." "I will. I ask for only one witness, sir," cried Richard, with a bursting heart. "I understand you. I will be a watchful and a faithful one." I have heard from Private Richard Doubledick's own lips that he dropped down upon his knee, kissed that officer's hand, arose, and went out of the light of the dark, bright eyes an altered man. In that year 1799, the French were in Egypt, in Italy, in Germany, where not? Napoleon Bonaparte had likewise begun to stir against us in India, and most men could read the signs of the great troubles that were coming on. In the very next year, when we formed an alliance with Austria against him, Captain Taunton's regiment was on service in India, and there was not a finer non-commissioned officer in it, no, nor in the whole line, than Corporal Richard Doubledick. In 1801 the Indian army were on the coast of Egypt. Next year was the year of the proclamation of the short peace, and they were recalled. It had then become well known to thousands of men that wherever Captain Taunton with the dark bright eyes led, there, close to him, ever at his side, firm as a rock, true as the sun, and brave as Mars, would be certain to be found, while life beat in their hearts, that famous soldier, Sergeant Richard Doubledick. 1805, besides being the great year of Trafalgar, was a year of hard fighting in India. That year saw such wonders done by a sergeant major, who cut his way single-handed through a solid mass of men, recovered the colours of his regiment, which had been seized from the hand of a poor boy shot through the heart, and rescued his wounded captain, who was down, and in a very jungle of horses' hoofs and sabres, saw such wonders done, I say, by this brave sergeant major, that he was specially made the bearer of the colours he had won, and Ensign Richard Doubledick had risen from the ranks. Sorely cut up in every battle, but always reinforced by the bravest of men, for the fame of following the old colours shot through and through, which Ensign Richard Doubledick had saved, inspired all breasts, this regiment fought its way through the Peninsular War up to the investment of Badajos in 1812. Again and again it had been cheered through the British ranks until the tears had sprung into men's eyes at the mere hearing of the mighty British voice so exultant in their valour, and there was not a drummer boy but knew the legend that wherever the two friends, Major Taunton with the dark bright eyes and Ensign Richard Doubledick, who was devoted to him, were seen to go, there the boldest spirits in the English army became wild to follow. One day at Badajos, not in the great storming, but in repelling a hot sally of the besieged upon our men at work in the trenches, who had given way, the two officers found themselves hurrying forward, face to face, against a party of French infantry, who made a stand. There was an officer at their head, encouraging his men, a courageous, handsome, gallant officer of 35, whom Doubledick saw hurriedly, almost momentarily, but saw well. He particularly noticed this officer waving his sword, and rallying his men with an eager and excited cry, when they fired in obedience to his gesture, and Major Taunton dropped. It was over in 10 minutes more, and Doubledick returned to the spot where he had laid the best friend man ever had on a coat spread upon the wet clay. Major Taunton's uniform was opened at the breast, and on his shirt were 3 little spots of blood. "Dear Doubledick," said he, "I am dying." "For the love of Heaven, no!" exclaimed the other, kneeling down beside him, and passing his arm round the neck to raise his head. "Taunton, my preserver, my guardian angel, my witness, dearest, truest, kindest of human beings, Taunton, for God's sake!" The bright dark eyes, so very, very dark now in the pale face, smiled upon him, and the hand he had kissed 13 years ago laid itself fondly on his breast. "Write to my mother. You will see home again. Tell her how we became friends. It will comfort her, as it comforts me." He spoke no more, but faintly signed for a moment towards his hair, as it fluttered in the wind. The ensign understood him. He smiled again when he saw that, and gently turning his face over on the supporting arm, as if for a rest, died, with his hand upon the breast in which he had revived a soul. No dry eye looked on Ensign Richard Doubledick that melancholy day. He buried his friend on the field, and became a lone, bereaved man. Beyond his duty he appeared to have but 2 remaining cares in life: one to preserve the little packet of hair he was to give to Taunton's mother, the other to encounter that French officer who had rallied the men under whose fire Taunton fell. A new legend now began to circulate among our troops, and it was that, when he and the French officer came face to face once more, there would be weeping in France. The war went on, and through it went the exact picture of the French officer on the one side, and the bodily reality upon the other, until the Battle of Toulouse was fought. In the returns sent home appeared these words: "Severely wounded, but not dangerously, Lieutenant Richard Doubledick." At midsummer time, in the year 1814, Lieutenant Richard Doubledick, now a browned soldier, 37 years of age, came home to England, invalided. He brought the hair with him near his heart. Many a French officer had he seen since that day, many a dreadful night in searching with men and lanterns for his wounded had he relieved French officers lying disabled, but the mental picture and the reality had never come together. Though he was weak and suffered pain, he lost not an hour in getting down to Frome in Somersetshire, where Taunton's mother lived. In the sweet, compassionate words that naturally present themselves to the mind to-night, he was the only son of his mother, and she was a widow. It was a Sunday evening, and the lady sat at her quiet garden window reading the Bible. Reading to herself in a trembling voice that very passage in it, as I have heard him tell. He heard the words, "Young man, I say unto thee, arise." He had to pass the window, and the bright dark eyes of his debased time seemed to look at him. Her heart told her who he was. She came to the door quickly and fell upon his neck. "He saved me from ruin, made me a human creature, won me from infamy and shame. O God, for ever bless him! As he will, he will." "He will," the lady answered. "I know he is in heaven." Then she piteously cried, "But oh, my darling boy, my darling boy!" Never from the hour when Private Richard Doubledick enlisted at Chatham had the private, corporal, sergeant, sergeant-major, ensign, or lieutenant breathed his right name, or the name of Mary Marshall, or a word of the story of his life, into any ear except his reclaimers. That previous scene in his existence was closed. He had firmly resolved that his expiation should be to live unknown, to disturb no more the peace that had long grown over his old offences, to let it be revealed when he was dead that he had striven and suffered and had never forgotten. And then, if they could forgive him and believe him, well, it would be time enough, time enough. But that night, remembering the words he had cherished for 2 years, "Tell her how we became friends. It will comfort her as it comforts me," he related everything. It gradually seemed to him as if in his maturity he had recovered a mother. It gradually seemed to her as if in her bereavement she had found a son. During his stay in England, the quiet garden, into which he had slowly and painfully crept a stranger, became the boundary of his home. When he was able to rejoin his regiment in the spring, he left the garden, thinking was this indeed the first time he had ever turned his face towards the old colours with a woman's blessing. He followed them, so ragged, so scarred and pierced now that they would scarcely hold together, to Quatre Bras and Ligny. He stood beside them in an awful stillness of many men, shadowy through the mist and drivel of a wet June afternoon on the field of Waterloo. And down to that hour the picture in his mind of the French officer had never been compared with the reality. The famous regiment was in action early in the battle, and received its first check in many an eventful year, when he was seen to fall. But it swept on to avenge him, and left behind it no such creature in the world of consciousness as Lieutenant Richard Doubledick. Through pits of mire and pools of rain, along deep ditches, once roads that were pounded and ploughed to pieces by artillery, heavy wagons, tramp of men and horses, and the struggle of every wheeled thing that could carry wounded soldiers, jolted among the dying and the dead, so disfigured by blood and mud as to be hardly recognizable for humanity, undisturbed by the moaning of men and the shrieking of horses, which, newly taken from the peaceful pursuits of life, could not endure the sight of the stragglers lying by the wayside, never to resume their toilsome journey. Dead as to any sentient life that was in it, and yet alive. The form that had been Lieutenant Richard Doubledick, with whose praises England rang, was conveyed to Brussels. There it was tenderly laid down in hospital, and there it lay, week after week, through the long bright summer days, until the harvest, spared by war, had ripened and was gathered in. Over and over again the sun rose and set upon the crowded city. Over and over again the moonlight nights were quiet on the plains of Waterloo, and all that time was a blank to what had been Lieutenant Richard Doubledick. Rejoicing troops marched into Brussels and marched out. Brothers and fathers, sisters, mothers and wives came thronging thither, drew their lots of joy or agony, and departed. So many times a day the bells rang, so many times the shadows of the great buildings changed, so many lights sprang up at dusk, so many feet passed here and there upon the pavements, so many hours of sleep and cooler air of night succeeded, indifferent to all, a marble face lay on a bed, like the face of a recumbent statue, on the tomb of Lieutenant Richard Doubledick. Slowly labouring, at last, through a long heavy dream of confused time and place, presenting faint glimpses of army surgeons whom he knew, and of faces that had been familiar to his youth, dearest and kindest among them Mary Marshall's, with a solicitude upon it more like reality than anything he could discern, Lieutenant Richard Doubledick came back to life. To the beautiful life of a calm autumn evening sunset, to the peaceful life of a fresh, quiet room with a large window standing open, a balcony beyond in which were moving leaves and sweet-smelling flowers, beyond again the clear sky, with the sun full in his sight, pouring its golden radiance on his bed. It was so tranquil and so lovely that he thought he had passed into another world, and he said in a faint voice, "Taunton, are you near me?" A face bent over him. Not his mother's. "I came to nurse you. We have nursed you many weeks. You were moved here long ago. Do you remember nothing?" "Nothing." The lady kissed his cheek and held his hand, soothing him. Where is the regiment? What has happened? Let me call you mother. What has happened, mother? A great victory, dear. The war is over, and the regiment was the bravest in the field. His eyes kindled, his lips trembled, he sobbed, and the tears ran down his face. He was very weak, too weak to move his hand. Was it dark just now? He asked presently. No. It was only dark to me? Something passed away like a black shadow. But as it went, and the sun, oh, the blessed sun, how beautiful it is, touched my face. I thought I saw a light white cloud passed out at the door. Was there nothing that went out? She shook her head, and in a little while he fell asleep, she still holding his hand and soothing him. From that time he recovered. Slowly, for he had been desperately wounded in the head, and had been shot in the body, but making some little advance every day. When he had gained sufficient strength to converse as he lay in bed, he soon began to remark that Mrs. Taunton always brought him back to his own history. Then he recalled his preserver's dying words, and thought, "It comforts her." One day he awoke out of a sleep, refreshed, and asked her to read to him. But the curtain of the bed, softening the light, which she always drew back when he awoke, that she might see him from her table at the bedside where she sat at work, was held undrawn, and a woman's voice spoke which was not hers. "Can you bear to see a stranger?" it said softly. "Will you like to see a stranger?" "Stranger?" he repeated. The voice awoke old memories before the days of Private Richard Doubledick. "A stranger now, but not a stranger once," it said in tones that thrilled him. "Richard, dear Richard, lost through so many years. My name—" He cried out her name. "Mary!" And she held him in her arms, and his head lay on her bosom. "I am not breaking a rash vow, Richard. These are not Mary Marshall's lips that speak. I have another name." She was married. "I have another name, Richard. Did you ever hear it?" "Never." He looked into her face, so pensively beautiful, and wondered at the smile upon it through her tears. "Think again, Richard. Are you sure you never heard my altered name?" "Never." "Don't move your head to look at me, dear Richard. Let it lie here while I tell my story. I loved a generous, noble man, loved him with my whole heart, loved him for years and years, loved him faithfully, devotedly, loved him with no hope of return, loved him knowing nothing of his highest qualities, not even knowing that he was alive. He was a brave soldier. He was honoured and beloved by thousands of thousands. When the mother of his dear friend found me and showed me that in all his triumphs he had never forgotten me. He was wounded in a great battle. He was brought dying here into Brussels. I came to watch and tend him as I would have joyfully gone with such a purpose to the dreariest ends of the earth. When he knew no one else, he knew me. When he suffered most, he bore his sufferings, barely murmuring, content to rest his head where yours rests now. When he lay at the point of death, he married me, that he might call me wife before he died. And the name, my dear love, that I took on that forgotten night—" "I know it now," he sobbed. "The shadowy remembrance strengthens. It is come back. I thank Heaven that my mind is quite restored. My Mary, kiss me, lull this weary head to rest, or I shall die of gratitude." His parting words were fulfilled. "I see home again." Well, they were happy. It was a long recovery, but they were happy through it all. The snow had melted on the ground, and the birds were singing in the leafless thickets of the early spring, when those three were first able to ride out together, and when people flocked about the open carriage to cheer and congratulate Captain Richard Doubledick. But even then it became necessary for the captain, instead of returning to England, to complete his recovery in the climate of southern France. They found a spot upon the Rhone, within a ride of the old town of Avignon, and within view of its broken bridge, which was all they could desire. They lived there together 6 months, then returned to England. Mrs. Taunton growing old after 3 years, though not so old as that her bright dark eyes were dimmed, and remembering that her strength had been benefited by the change, resolved to go back for a year to those parts. So she went with the faithful servants who had often carried her son in his arms, and she was to be rejoined and escorted home at the year's end by Captain Richard Doubledick. She wrote regularly to her children, as she called them now, and they to her. She went to the neighbourhood of Aix, and there in their own château near the farmer's house she rented she grew into intimacy with a family belonging to that part of France. The intimacy began in her often meeting among the vineyards a pretty child, a girl with a most compassionate heart, who was never tired of listening to the solitary English lady's stories of her poor son and the cruel wars. The family were as gentle as the child, and at length she came to know them so well that she accepted their invitation to pass the last month of her residence abroad under their roof. All this intelligence she wrote home, piecemeal as it came about, from time to time, and at last enclosed a polite note from the head of the château, soliciting, on the occasion of his approaching mission to that neighbourhood, the honour of the company of cet homme si justement célèbre, Monsieur le Capitaine Richard Doubledick. Captain Doubledick, now a hearty, handsome man in the full vigour of life, broader across the chest and shoulders than he had ever been before, dispatched a courteous reply and followed it in person. Travelling through all that extent of country after 3 years of peace, he blessed the better days on which the world had fallen. The corn was golden, not drenched in unnatural red, was bound in sheaves for food, not trodden under foot by men in mortal fight. The smoke rose up from peaceful hearths, not blazing ruins. The carts were laden with the fair fruits of the earth, not with wounds and death. To him who had so often seen the terrible reverse, these things were beautiful indeed, and they brought him in a softened spirit to the old château near Aix upon a deep blue evening. It was a large château of the genuine old ghostly kind, with round towers and extinguishers, and a high leaden roof, and more windows than Aladdin's palace. The lattice blinds were all thrown open after the heat of the day, and there were glimpses of rambling walls and corridors within. Then there were immense outbuildings fallen into partial decay, masses of dark trees, terrace gardens, balustrades, tanks of water, too weak to play and too dirty to work, statues, weeds, and thickets of iron railing that seemed to have overgrown themselves like the shrubberies, and to have branched out in all manner of wild shapes. The entrance doors stood open, as doors often do in that country when the heat of the day is past, and the captain saw no bell or knocker, and walked in. He walked into a lofty stone hall, refreshingly cool and gloomy after the glare of a southern day's travel. Extending along the 4 sides of this hall was a gallery leading to suites of rooms, and it was lighted from the top. Still no bell was to be seen. "Faith," said the captain, halting ashamed of the clanking of his boots, "this is a ghostly beginning." He started back and felt his face turn white. In the gallery, looking down at him, stood the French officer, the officer whose picture he had carried in his mind so long and so far. Compared with the original, at last, in every lineament, how like it was! He moved and disappeared, and Captain Richard Doubledick heard his steps coming quickly down the hall. He entered through an archway. There was a bright, sudden look upon his face, much such a look as it had worn in that fatal moment. Monsieur le Capitaine Richard Doubledick, enchanted to receive him. 1,000 apologies. The servants were all out in the air. There was a little fête among them in the garden. In effect, it was the fête day of my daughter, the little cherished and protected of Madame Taunton. He was so gracious and so frank that Monsieur le Capitaine Richard Doubledick could not withhold his hand. "It is the hand of a brave Englishman," said the French officer, retaining it while he spoke. "I could respect a brave Englishman, even as my foe, how much more as my friend. I also am a soldier. He has not remembered me as I have remembered him. He did not take such note of my face that day as I took of his, thought Captain Richard Doubledick. How shall I tell him? The French officer conducted his guest into a garden, and presented him to his wife, an engaging and beautiful woman, sitting with Mrs. Taunton in a whimsical, old-fashioned pavilion. His daughter, her fair young face beaming with joy, came running to embrace him, and there was a boy-baby to tumble down among the orange-trees on the broad steps, in making for his father's legs. A multitude of children visitors were dancing to sprightly music, and all the servants and peasants about the château were dancing too. It was a scene of innocent happiness that might have been invented for the climax of the scenes of peace which had soothed the captain's journey. He looked on, greatly troubled in his mind, until a resounding bell rang, and the French officer begged to show him his rooms. They went upstairs into the gallery from which the officer had looked down, and Monsieur le Capitaine Richard Doubledick was cordially welcomed to a grand outer chamber and a smaller one within, all clocks and draperies and hearths and brazen dogs and tiles and cool devices and elegance and vastness. "You were at Waterloo," said the French officer. "I was," said Captain Richard Doubledick, "and at Badajoz." Left alone with the sound of his own stern voice in his ears, he sat down to consider. What shall I do, and how shall I tell him? At that time, unhappily, many deplorable duels had been fought between English and French officers, arising out of the recent war, and these duels, and how to avoid this officer's hospitality, were the uppermost thought in Captain Richard Doubledick's mind. He was thinking, and letting the time run out in which he should have dressed for dinner, when Mrs. Taunton spoke to him outside the door, asking if he could give her the letter he had brought from Mary. His mother above all, the captain thought. How shall I tell her? "You will form a friendship with your host, I hope," said Mrs. Taunton, whom he hurriedly admitted, "that will last for life. He is so true-hearted and so generous, Richard, that you may hardly fail to esteem one another. If he had been spared," she kissed, not without tears, the locket in which she wore his hair, "he would have appreciated him with his own magnanimity, and would have been truly happy that the evil days were past which made such a man his enemy." She left the room, and the captain walked first to one window, whence he could see the dancing in the garden, then to another window, whence he could see the smiling prospect and the peaceful vineyards. "Spirit of my departed friend," said he, "is it through thee these better thoughts are rising in my mind? Is it thou who hast shown me all the way I have been drawn to meet this man, the blessings of the altered time? Is it thou who hast sent thy stricken mother to me to stay my angry hand? Is it from thee the whisper comes that this man did his duty as thou didst, and as I did, through thy guidance, which has wholly saved me here on earth, and that he did no more?" He sat down with his head buried in his hands, and when he rose up, made the second strong resolution of his life, that neither to the French officer, nor to the mother of his departed friend, nor to any soul, while either of the two was living, would he breathe what only he knew. And when he touched that French officer's glass with his own that day at supper, he secretly forgave him in the name of the divine forgiver of injuries. Here I ended my story as the first poor traveller. But if I had told it now, I could have added that the time has since come when the son of Major Richard Doubledick and the son of that French officer, friends as their fathers were before them, fought side by side in one cause with their respective nations, like long-divided brothers whom the better times have brought together, fast united. Chapter 3. The Road. My story being finished, and the wassail too, we broke up as the cathedral bell struck 12. I did not take leave of my travellers that night, for it had come into my head to reappear, in conjunction with some hot coffee, at 7 in the morning. As I passed along the High Street I heard the waits at a distance, and struck off to find them. They were playing near one of the old gates of the city, at the corner of a wonderfully quaint row of red brick tenements, which the clarionet obligingly informed me were inhabited by the minor canons. They had odd little porches over the doors, like sounding boards over old pulpits, and I thought I should like to see one of the minor canons come out upon his top step, and favour us with a little Christmas discourse about the poor scholars of Rochester, taking for his text the words of his master relative to the devouring of widows' houses. The clarionet was so communicative, and my inclinations were, as they generally are, of so vagabond a tendency, that I accompanied the waits across an open green called the Vines, and assisted, in the French sense, at the performance of 2 waltzes, 2 polkas, and 3 Irish melodies, before I thought of my inn any more. However, I returned to it then, and found a fiddle in the kitchen, and Ben, the wall-eyed young man, and 2 chambermaids circling round the great deal table with the utmost animation. I had a very bad night. It cannot have been owing to the turkey or the beef, and the wassail is out of the question, but in every endeavour that I made to get to sleep, I failed most dismally. I was never asleep, and in whatsoever unreasonable direction my mind rambled, the effigy of Master Richard Watts perpetually embarrassed it. In a word, I only got out of the worshipful Master Richard Watts's way by getting out of bed in the dark at 6 o'clock, and tumbling, as my custom is, into all the cold water that could be accumulated for the purpose. The outer air was dull and cold enough in the street when I came down there, and the one candle in our supper room at Watts's Charity looked as pale in the burning as if it had had a bad night too. But my travellers had all slept soundly, and they took to the hot coffee and the piles of bread and butter which Ben had arranged like deals in a timber yard as kindly as I could desire. While it was yet scarcely daylight, we all came out into the street together, and there shook hands. The widow took the little sailor towards Chatham, where he was to find a steamboat for Sheerness. The lawyer, with an extremely knowing look, went his own way without committing himself by announcing his intentions. 2 more struck off by the Cathedral and Old Castle for Maidstone, and the book pedlar accompanied me over the bridge. As for me, I was going to walk by Cobham Woods as far upon my way to London as I fancied. When I came to the stile and footpath, by which I was to diverge from the main road, I bade farewell to my last remaining poor traveller, and pursued my way alone. And now the mists began to rise in the most beautiful manner, and the sun to shine, and as I went on through the bracing air, seeing the hoarfrost sparkle everywhere, I felt as if all nature shared in the joy of the great birthday. Going through the woods, the softness of my tread upon the mossy ground and upon the brown leaves enhanced the Christmas sacredness by which I felt surrounded. As the whitened stem environed me, I thought how the Founder of the time had never raised his benignant hand save to bless and heal, except in the case of one unconscious tree. By Cobham Hall I came to the village and the churchyard where the dead had been quietly buried, in the sure and certain hope which Christmas time inspired. What children could I see at play and not be loving of, recalling who had loved them? No garden that I passed was out of unison with the day, for I remembered that the tomb was in a garden, and that she, supposing him to be the gardener, had said, "Sir, if thou have borne him hence, tell me where thou hast laid him, and I will take him away." In time the distant river with the ships came full in view, and with it pictures of the poor fishermen mending their nets who arose and followed him, of the teaching of the people from a ship pushed off a little way from shore by reason of the multitude, of a majestic figure walking on the water in the loneliness of night. My very shadow on the ground was eloquent of Christmas, for did not the people lay their sick where the mere shadows of the men who had heard and seen him might fall as they passed along? Thus Christmas begirt me, far and near, until I had come to Blackheath, and had walked down the long vista of gnarled old trees in Greenwich Park, and was being steam-rattled through the mists now closing in once more towards the lights of London. Brightly they shone, but not so brightly as my own fire, and the brighter faces around it, when we came together to celebrate the day. And there I told of worthy Master Richard Watts, and of my supper with the 6 poor travellers, who were neither rogues nor proctors, and from that hour to this I have never seen one of them again. End of Story 7. Story 8 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 8. The Holly Tree, 3 Branches. Part 1. First Branch, Myself. I have kept one secret in the course of my life. I am a bashful man. Nobody would suppose it, nobody ever does suppose it, nobody ever did suppose it, but I am naturally a bashful man. This is the secret which I have never breathed until now. I might greatly move the reader by some account of the innumerable places I have not been to, the innumerable people I have not called upon, or received the innumerable social evasions I have been guilty of, solely because I am by original constitution and character a bashful man. But I will leave the reader unmoved, and proceed with the object before me. That object is to give a plain account of my travels and discoveries in the Holly Tree Inn, in which place of good entertainment for man and beast I was once snowed up. It happened in the memorable year when I parted for ever from Angela Leath, whom I was shortly to have married, on making the discovery that she preferred my bosom friend. From our school days I had freely admitted Edwin, in my own mind, to be far superior to myself, and though I was grievously wounded at heart, I felt the preference to be natural, and tried to forgive them both. It was under these circumstances that I resolved to go to America, on my way to the devil. Communicating my discovery neither to Angela nor to Edwin, but resolving to write each of them an affecting letter conveying my blessing and forgiveness, which the steam tender for shore should carry to the post, when I myself should be bound for the New World, far beyond recall. I say, locking up my grief in my own breast, and consoling myself as I could with the prospect of being generous, I quietly left all I held dear, and started on the desolate journey I have mentioned. The dead winter time was in full dreariness when I left my chambers for ever, at 5 o'clock in the morning. I had shaved by candlelight, of course, and was miserably cold, and experienced that general, all-pervading sensation of getting up to be hanged, which I have usually found inseparable from untimely rising under such circumstances. How well I remember the forlorn aspect of Fleet Street when I came out of the Temple, the street lamps flickering in the gusty north-east wind, as if the very gas were contorted with cold, the white-topped houses, the bleak star-lighted sky, the market people and other early stragglers trotting to circulate their almost frozen blood, the hospitable light and warmth of the few coffee-shops and public-houses that were open for such customers, the hard, dry, frosty rime with which the air was charged (the wind had already beaten it into every crevice), and which lashed my face like a steel whip. It wanted 9 days to the end of the month, and end of the year. The Post Office packet for the United States was to depart from Liverpool, weather permitting, on the 1st of the ensuing month, and I had the intervening time on my hands. I had taken this into consideration, and had resolved to make a visit to a certain spot, which I need not name, on the farther borders of Yorkshire. It was endeared to me by my having first seen Angela at a farmhouse in that place, and my melancholy was gratified by the idea of taking a wintry leave of it before my expatriation. I ought to explain that, to avoid being sought out before my resolution should have been rendered irrevocable by being carried into full effect, I had written to Angela overnight in my usual manner, lamenting that urgent business, of which she should know all particulars by and by, took me unexpectedly away from her for a week or 10 days. There was no Northern Railway at that time, and in its place there were stage coaches, which I occasionally find myself, in common with some other people, affecting to lament now, but which everybody dreaded as a very serious penance then. I had secured the box seat on the fastest of these, and my business in Fleet Street was to get into a cab with my portmanteau, so to make the best of my way to the Peacock at Islington, where I was to join this coach. But when one of our Temple watchmen, who carried my portmanteau into Fleet Street for me, told me about the huge blocks of ice that had for some days past been floating in the river, having closed up in the night and made a walk from the Temple Gardens over to the Surrey shore, I began to ask myself the question whether the box seat would not be likely to put a sudden and a frosty end to my unhappiness. I was heartbroken, it is true, and yet I was not quite so far gone as to wish to be frozen to death. When I got up to the Peacock, where I found everybody drinking hot purl in self-preservation, I asked if there were an inside seat to spare. I then discovered that, inside or out, I was the only passenger. This gave me a still livelier idea of the great inclemency of the weather, since that coach always loaded particularly well. However, I took a little purl, which I found uncommonly good, and got into the coach. When I was seated, they built me up with straw to the waist, and, conscious of making a rather ridiculous appearance, I began my journey. It was still dark when we left the Peacock. For a little while, pale, uncertain ghosts of houses and trees appeared and vanished, and then it was hard, black, frozen day. People were lighting their fires, smoke was mounting straight up high into the rarefied air, and we were rattling for Highgate Archway over the hardest ground I have ever heard the ring of iron shoes on. As we got into the country, everything seemed to have grown old and grey. The roads, the trees, thatched roofs of cottages and homesteads, the ricks in farmers' yards. Outdoor work was abandoned, horse troughs at roadside inns were frozen hard, no stragglers lounged about, doors were close shut, little turnpike houses had blazing fires inside, and children (even turnpike people have children, and seem to like them) rubbed the frost from the little panes of glass with their chubby arms, that their bright eyes might catch a glimpse of the solitary coach going by. I don't know when the snow began to set in, but I know that we were changing horses somewhere when I heard the guard remark, "That the old lady up in the sky was picking her geese pretty hard to-day." Then indeed I found the white down falling fast and thick. The lonely day wore on, and I dozed it out, as a lonely traveller does. I was warm and valiant after eating and drinking, particularly after dinner, cold and depressed at all other times. I was always bewildered as to time and place, and always more or less out of my senses. The coach and horses seemed to execute in chorus Auld Lang Syne without a moment's intermission. They kept the time and tune with the greatest regularity, and rose into the swell at the beginning of the refrain with a precision that worried me to death. While we changed horses, the guard and coachman went stumping up and down the road, printing off their shoes in the snow, and poured so much liquid consolation into themselves, without being any the worse for it, that I began to confound them, as it darkened again, with two great white casks standing on end. Our horses tumbled down in solitary places, and we got them up, which was the pleasantest variety I had, for it warmed me, and it snowed, and snowed, and still it snowed, and never left off snowing. All night long we went on in this manner. Thus we came round the clock upon the Great North Road to the performance of Auld Lang Syne all day again, and it snowed, and snowed, and still it snowed, and never left off snowing. I forget now where we were at noon on the second day, and where we ought to have been. But I know that we were scores of miles behindhand, and that our case was growing worse every hour. The drift was becoming prodigiously deep, landmarks were getting snowed out, the road and the fields were all one. Instead of having fences and hedgerows to guide us, we went crunching on over an unbroken surface of ghastly white that might sink beneath us at any moment and drop us down a whole hillside. Still, the coachman and guard, who kept together on the box, always in council and looking well about them, made out the track with astonishing sagacity. When we came in sight of a town, it looked to my fancy like a large drawing on a slate, with abundance of slate pencil expended on the churches and houses where the snow lay thickest. When we came within a town, and found the church clock all stopped, the dial faces choked with snow, and the inn signs blotted out, it seemed as if the whole place were overgrown with white moss. As to the coach, it was a mere snowball. Similarly, the men and boys who ran along beside us to the town's end, turning our clogged wheels and encouraging our horses, were men and boys of snow, and the bleak, wild solitude to which they at last dismissed us was a snowy Sahara. One would have thought this enough, notwithstanding which I pledge my word that it snowed, and snowed, and still it snowed, and never left off snowing. We performed Auld Lang Syne the whole day, seeing nothing out of towns and villages but the track of stoats, hares, and foxes, and sometimes of birds. At 9 o'clock at night, on a Yorkshire moor, a cheerful burst from our horn, and a welcome sound of talking, with a glimmering and moving about of lanterns, roused me from my drowsy state. I found that we were going to change. They helped me out, and I said to a waiter, whose bare head became as white as King Lear's in a single minute, "What inn is this?" "The Holly Tree, sir," said he. "Upon my word, I believe," said I apologetically to the guard and coachman, "that I must stop here." Now the landlord and the landlady and the ostler and the postboy and all the stable authorities had already asked the coachman, to the wide-eyed interest of all the rest of the establishment, if he meant to go on. The coachman had already replied, yes, he'd take her through it, meaning by her the coach, if so be as George could stand by him. George was the guard, and he had already sworn that he would stand by him. So the helpers were already getting the horses out. My declaring myself beaten, after this parley, was not an announcement without preparation. Indeed, but for the way to the announcement being smoothed by the parley, I more than doubt whether, as an innately bashful man, I should have had the confidence to make it. As it was, it received the approval even of the guard and coachman. Therefore, with many confirmations of my inclining, and many remarks from one bystander to another, that the gentleman could go forward by the mail to-morrow, whereas to-night he would only be froze, and where was the good of a gentleman being froze? Ah, let alone buried alive, which latter clause was added by a humorous helper as a joke at my expense, and was extremely well received. I saw my portmanteau got off stiff like a frozen body, did the handsome thing by the guard and coachman, wished them good night and a prosperous journey, and a little ashamed of myself after all for leaving them to fight it out alone, followed the landlord, landlady, and waiter of the Holly Tree upstairs. I thought I had never seen such a large room as that into which they showed me. It had 5 windows with dark red curtains that would have absorbed the light of a general illumination, and there were complications of drapery at the top of the curtains that went wandering about the wall in a most extraordinary manner. I asked for a smaller room, and they told me there was no smaller room. They could screen me in, however, the landlord said. They brought a great old japanned screen, with natives, Japanese, I suppose, engaged in a variety of idiotic pursuits all over it, and left me roasting whole before an immense fire. My bedroom was some quarter of a mile off, up a great staircase at the end of a long gallery, and nobody knows what a misery this is to a bashful man who would rather not meet people on the stairs. It was the grimmest room I have ever had the nightmare in, and all the furniture, from the 4 posts of the bed to the 2 old silver candlesticks, was tall, high-shouldered, and spindle-waisted. Below, in my sitting room, if I looked round my screen, the wind rushed at me like a mad bull. If I stuck to my arm-chair, the fire scorched me to the colour of a new brick. The chimney-piece was very high, and there was a bad glass, what I may call a wavy glass, above it, which, when I stood up, just showed me my anterior phrenological developments, and these never look well in any subject cut short off at the eyebrow. If I stood with my back to the fire, a gloomy vault of darkness above and beyond the screen insisted on being looked at, and in its dim remoteness the drapery of the tin curtains of the 5 windows went twisting and creeping about like a nest of gigantic worms. I suppose that what I observe in myself must be observed by some other men of similar character in themselves. Therefore I am emboldened to mention that when I travel I never arrive at a place but I immediately want to go away from it. Before I had finished my supper of broiled fowl and mulled port, I had impressed upon the waiter in detail my arrangements for departure in the morning. Breakfast and bill at 8, fly at 9, 2 horses, or if needful, even 4. Tired though I was, the night appeared about a week long. In oases of nightmare I thought of Angela, and felt more depressed than ever by the reflection that I was on the shortest road to Gretna Green. What had I to do with Gretna Green? I was not going that way to the devil, but by the American route, I remarked in my bitterness. In the morning I found that it was snowing still, that it had snowed all night, and that I was snowed up. Nothing could get out of that spot on the moor, or could come at it, until the road had been cut out by labourers from the market town. When they might cut out their way to the Holly Tree, nobody could tell me. It was now Christmas Eve. I should have had a dismal Christmas time of it anywhere, and consequently that did not so much matter. Still, being snowed up was like dying of frost, a thing I had not bargained for. I felt very lonely, yet I could no more have proposed to the landlord and landlady to admit me to their society, though I should have liked it very much, than I could have asked them to present me with a piece of plate. Here my great secret, the real bashfulness of my character, is to be observed. Like most bashful men, I judge of other people as if they were bashful too. Besides being far too shamefaced to make the proposal myself, I really had a delicate misgiving that it would be in the last degree disconcerting to them. Trying to settle down, therefore, in my solitude, I first of all asked what books there were in the house. The waiter brought me a book of roads, 2 or 3 old newspapers, a little song-book, terminating in a collection of toasts and sentiments, a little jest-book, an odd volume of Peregrine Pickle, and the Sentimental Journey. I knew every word of the 2 last already, but I read them through again, then tried to hum all the songs, Auld Lang Syne was among them, went entirely through the jokes, in which I found a fund of melancholy adapted to my state of mind, proposed all the toasts enunciated, all the sentiments, and mastered the papers. The latter had nothing in them but stock advertisements, a meeting about a country rate, and a highway robbery. As I am a greedy reader, I could not make this supply hold out till night. It was exhausted by tea-time. Being then entirely cast upon my own resources, I got through an hour in considering what to do next. Ultimately it came into my head, from which I was anxious by any means to exclude Angela and Edwin, that I would endeavour to recall my experience of inns, and would try how long it lasted me. I stirred the fire, moved my chair a little to one side of the screen, not daring to go far, for I knew the wind was waiting to make a rush at me, I could hear it growling, and began. My first impression of an inn dated from the nursery. Consequently, I went back to the nursery for a starting point, and found myself at the knee of a sallow woman with a fishy eye, an aquiline nose, and a green gown, whose specialty was a dismal narrative of a landlord by the roadside, whose visitors unaccountably disappeared for many years, until it was discovered that the pursuit of his life had been to convert them into pies. For the better devotion of himself to this branch of industry, he had constructed a secret door behind the head of the bed, and when the visitor, oppressed with pie, had fallen asleep, this wicked landlord would look softly in with a lamp in one hand and a knife in the other, would cut his throat, and would make him into pies, for which purpose he had coppers underneath a trap door, always boiling, and rolled out his pastry in the dead of the night. Yet even he was not insensible to the stings of conscience, for he never went to sleep without being heard to mutter, "Too much pepper," which was eventually the cause of his being brought to justice. I had no sooner disposed of this criminal than there started up another of the same period, whose profession was originally housebreaking. In pursuit of which art he had had his right ear chopped off one night, as he was burglariously getting in at a window, by a brave and lovely servant maid, whom the aquiline-nosed woman, though not at all answering the description, always mysteriously implied to be herself. After several years, this brave and lovely servant maid was married to the landlord of a country inn, which landlord had this remarkable characteristic, that he always wore a silk nightcap, and never would on any occasion take it off. At last, one night when he was fast asleep, the brave and lovely woman lifted up his silk nightcap on the right side, and found that he had no ear there, upon which she sagaciously perceived that he was the clipped housebreaker who had married her with the intention of putting her to death. She immediately heated the poker and terminated his career, for which she was taken to King George upon his throne, and received the compliments of royalty on her great discretion and valour. This same narrator, who had a ghoulish pleasure, I have long been persuaded, in terrifying me to the utmost confines of my reason, had another authentic anecdote within her own experience, founded, I now believe, upon Raymond and Agnes, or the Bleeding Nun. She said it happened to her brother-in-law, who was immensely rich, which my father was not, and immensely tall, which my father was not. It was always a point with this ghoul to present my dearest relations and friends to my youthful mind under circumstances of disparaging contrast. The brother-in-law was riding once through a forest on a magnificent horse (we had no magnificent horse at our house), attended by a favourite and valuable Newfoundland dog (we had no dog), when he found himself benighted and came to an inn. A dark woman opened the door, and he asked her if he could have a bed there. She answered yes, and put his horse in the stable, and took him into a room where there were two dark men. While he was at supper, a parrot in the room began to talk, saying, "Blood! Blood! Wipe up the blood!" Upon which one of the dark men wrung the parrot's neck, and said he was fond of roasted parrot, and he meant to have this one for breakfast in the morning. After eating and drinking heartily, the immensely rich, tall brother-in-law went up to bed. But he was rather vexed because they had shut his dog in the stable, saying that they never allowed dogs in the house. He sat very quiet for more than an hour, thinking and thinking, when, just as his candle was burning out, he heard a scratch at the door. He opened the door, and there was the Newfoundland dog. The dog came softly in, smelt about him, went straight to some straw in the corner, which the dark men had said covered apples, tore the straw away, and disclosed two sheets steeped in blood. Just at that moment the candle went out, and the brother-in-law, looking through a chink in the door, saw the two dark men stealing upstairs, one armed with a dagger that long, about 5 feet, the other carrying a chopper, a sack, and a spade. Having no remembrance of the close of this adventure, I suppose my faculties to have been always so frozen with terror at this stage of it, that the power of listening stagnated within me for some quarter of an hour. These barbarous stories carried me, sitting there on the holly tree hearth, to the roadside inn, renowned in my time in a sixpenny book with a folding plate, representing in a central compartment of oval form the portrait of Jonathan Bradford, and in four corner compartments 4 incidents of the tragedy with which the name is associated, coloured with a hand at once so free and economical that the bloom of Jonathan's complexion passed without any pause into the breeches of the ostler, and smearing itself off into the next division, became rum in a bottle. Then I remembered how the landlord was found at the murdered traveller's bedside, with his own knife at his feet, and blood upon his hand; how he was hanged for the murder, notwithstanding his protestation that he had indeed come there to kill the traveller for his saddle-bags, but had been stricken motionless on finding him already slain; and how the ostler, years afterwards, owned the deed. By this time I had made myself quite uncomfortable. I stirred the fire, and stood with my back to it as long as I could bear the heat, looking up at the darkness beyond the screen, and at the wormy curtains creeping in and creeping out, like the worms in the ballad of Alonzo the Brave and the fair Imogene. There was an inn in the cathedral town where I went to school, which had pleasanter recollections about it than any of these. I took it next. It was the inn where friends used to put up, and where we used to go to see parents, and to have salmon and fowls, and be tipped. It had an ecclesiastical sign, the Mitre, and a bar that seemed to be the next best thing to a bishopric, it was so snug. I loved the landlord's youngest daughter to distraction, but let that pass. It was in this inn that I was cried over by my rosy little sister because I had acquired a black eye in a fight, and though she had been, that holly tree night, for many a long year where all tears are dried, the Mitre softened me yet. "To be continued to-morrow," said I, when I took my candle to go to bed. But my bed took it upon itself to continue the train of thought that night. It carried me away, like the enchanted carpet, to a distant place, though still in England, and there, alighting from a stage-coach at another inn in the snow, as I had actually done some years before, I repeated in my sleep a curious experience I had really had there. More than a year before, I made the journey in the course of which I put up at that inn. I had lost a very near and dear friend by death. Every night since, at home or away from home, I had dreamed of that friend, sometimes as still living, sometimes as returning from the world of shadows to comfort me, always as being beautiful, placid, and happy, never in association with any approach to fear or distress. It was at a lonely inn in a wide moorland place that I halted to pass the night. When I had looked from my bedroom window over the waste of snow on which the moon was shining, I sat down by my fire to write a letter. I had always, until that hour, kept it within my own breast that I dreamed every night of the dear lost one. But in the letter that I wrote, I recorded the circumstance, and added that I felt much interested in proving whether the subject of my dream would still be faithful to me, travel-tired, and in that remote place. No. I lost the beloved figure of my vision in parting with the secret. My sleep has never looked upon it since, in 16 years, but once. I was in Italy, and awoke, or seemed to awake, the well-remembered voice distinctly in my ears conversing with it. I entreated it, as it rose above my bed, and soaring up to the vaulted roof of the old room, to answer me a question I had asked, touching the future life. My hands were still outstretched towards it as it vanished, when I heard a bell ringing by the garden wall, and a voice in the deep stillness of the night calling on all good Christians to pray for the souls of the dead, it being All Souls' Eve. To return to the holly tree. When I awoke next day it was freezing hard, and the lowering sky threatened more snow. My breakfast cleared away, I drew my chair into its former place, and with the fire getting so much the better of the landscape that I sat in twilight, resumed my inn remembrances. That was a good inn down in Wiltshire where I put up once, in the days of the hard Wiltshire ale, and before all beer was bitterness. I was on the skirts of Salisbury Plain, and the midnight wind that rattled my lattice window came moaning at me from Stonehenge. There was a hanger-on at that establishment, a supernaturally preserved Druid I believe him to have been, and to be still, with long white hair and a flinty blue eyes, always looking afar off, who claimed to have been a shepherd, and who seemed to be ever watching for the reappearance, on the verge of the horizon, of some ghostly flock of sheep that had been mutton for many ages. He was a man with a weird belief in him that no one could count the stones of Stonehenge twice, and make the same number of them. Likewise that any one who counted them 3 times, 9 times, and then stood in the centre and said, "I dare," would behold a tremendous apparition and be stricken dead. He pretended to have seen a bustard (I suspect him to have been familiar with the dodo) in manner following. He was out upon the plain at the close of a late autumn day, when he dimly discerned, going on before him at a curious, fitfully bounding pace, what he at first supposed to be a gig umbrella that had been blown from some conveyance, but what he presently believed to be a lean dwarf man upon a little pony. Having followed this object for some distance without gaining on it, and having called to it many times without receiving any answer, he pursued it for miles and miles, when at length, coming up with it, he discovered it to be the last bustard in Great Britain, degenerated into a wingless state, and running along the ground. Resolved to capture him or perish in the attempt, he closed with the bustard, but the bustard, who had formed a counter resolution that he should do neither, threw him, stunned him, and was last seen making due west. This weird man, at that stage of metempsychosis, may have been a sleep walker, or an enthusiast, or a robber, but I awoke one night to find him in the dark at my bedside, repeating the Athanasian Creed in a terrific voice. I paid my bill next day, and retired from the county with all possible precipitation. That was not a commonplace story which worked itself out at a little inn in Switzerland, while I was staying there. It was a very homely place, in a village of one narrow zigzag street among mountains, and you went in at the main door through the cow-house, and among the mules and dogs and fowls, before ascending a great bare staircase to the rooms, which were all of unpainted wood, without plastering or papering, like rough packing-cases. Outside there was nothing but the straggling street, a little toy church with a copper-coloured steeple, a pine forest, a torrent, mists, and mountain-sides. A young man belonging to this inn had disappeared 8 weeks before (it was winter time), and was supposed to have had some undiscovered love affair, and to have gone for a soldier. He had got up in the night, and dropped into the village street from the loft in which he slept, with another man, and he had done it so quietly that his companion and fellow labourer had heard no movement when he was awakened in the morning, and they said, "Louis, where is Henri?" They looked for him high and low in vain, and gave him up. Now, outside this inn there stood, as there stood outside every dwelling in the village, a stack of firewood. But the stack belonging to the inn was higher than any of the rest, because the inn was the richest house, and burnt the most fuel. It began to be noticed, while they were looking high and low, that a bantam cock, part of the livestock of the inn, put himself wonderfully out of his way to get to the top of this wood stack, and that he would stay there for hours and hours, crowing, until he appeared in danger of splitting himself. 5 weeks went on, 6 weeks, and still this terrible bantam, neglecting his domestic affairs, was always on the top of the wood stack, crowing the very eyes out of his head. By this time it was perceived that Lewis had become inspired with a violent animosity towards the terrible Bantam, and one morning he was seen by a woman, who sat nursing her goitre at a little window in a gleam of sun, to catch up a rough billet of wood with a great oath, hurl it at the terrible Bantam crowing on the woodstack, and bring him down dead. Hereupon the woman, with a sudden light in her mind, stole round to the back of the woodstack, and being a good climber, as all those women are, climbed up, and soon was seen upon the summit, screaming, looking down the hollow within, and crying, "Seize Lewis the murderer! Ring the church bell! Here is the body!" I saw the murderer that day, and I saw him as I sat by my fire at the Holly Tree Inn, and I see him now, lying shackled with cords on the stable litter, among the mild eyes and the smoking breath of the cows, waiting to be taken away by the police, and stared at by the fearful village. A heavy animal, the dullest animal in the stables, with a stupid head and a lumpish face devoid of any trace of sensibility, who had been, within the knowledge of the murdered youth, an embezzler of certain small moneys belonging to his master, and who had taken this hopeful mode of putting a possible accuser out of his way. All of which he confessed next day, like a sulky wretch who couldn't be troubled any more, now that they had got hold of him, and meant to make an end of him. I saw him once again on the day of my departure from the inn. In that canton the headsman still does his office with a sword, and I came upon this murderer sitting bound to a chair, with his eyes bandaged, on a scaffold in a little market-place. In that instant a great sword, loaded with quicksilver in the thick part of the blade, swept round him like a gust of wind or fire, and there was no such creature in the world. My wonder was, not that he was so suddenly dispatched, but that any head was left unreaped within a radius of 50 yards of that tremendous sickle. That was a good inn, too, with the kind, cheerful landlady and the honest landlord, where I lived in the shadow of Mont Blanc, and where one of the apartments was a zoological papering on the walls, not so accurately joined but that the elephant occasionally rejoices in a tiger's hind legs and tail, while the lion puts on a trunk and tusks, and the bear, molting as it were, appears as to portions of himself like a leopard. I made several American friends at that inn, who all called Mont Blanc Mount Blank, except one good-humoured gentleman, of a very sociable nature, who became on such intimate terms with it that he spoke of it familiarly as Blank, observing at breakfast, "Blank looks pretty tall this morning," or considerably doubting in the courtyard in the evening whether there wasn't some go-ahead naters in our country, sir, that would make out the top of Blank in a couple of hours from first start. Now, once I passed a fortnight at an inn in the north of England, where I was haunted by the ghost of a tremendous pie. It was a Yorkshire pie, like a fort, an abandoned fort with nothing in it, but the waiter had a fixed idea that it was a point of ceremony at every meal to put the pie on the table. After some days I tried to hint, in several delicate ways, that I considered the pie done with, as, for example, by emptying fag-ends of glasses of wine into it, putting cheese plates and spoons into it as into a basket, putting wine bottles into it as into a cooler, but always in vain, the pie being invariably cleaned out again and brought up as before. At last, beginning to be doubtful whether I was not the victim of a spectral illusion, and whether my health and spirits might not sink under the horrors of an imaginary pie, I cut a triangle out of it, fully as large as the musical instrument of that name in a powerful orchestra. Human prevision could not have foreseen the result, but the waiter mended the pie. With some effectual species of cement, he adroitly fitted the triangle in again, and I paid my reckoning and fled. The Holly Tree was getting rather dismal. I made an overland expedition beyond the screen, and penetrated as far as the fourth window. Here I was driven back by stress of weather. Arrived at my winter quarters once more, I made up the fire and took another in. I was in the remotest part of Cornwall. A great annual miners' feast was being holden at the inn, when I and my travelling companions presented ourselves at night among the wild crowd that were dancing before it by torchlight. We had had a breakdown in the dark on a stony morass some miles away, and I had the honour of leading one of the unharnessed post horses. If any lady or gentleman on perusal of the present lines will take any very tall post horse with his traces hanging about his legs, and will conduct him by the bearing rein into the heart of a country dance of 150 couples, that lady or gentleman will then, and only then, form an adequate idea of the extent to which that post horse will tread on his conductor's toes. Over and above which the post horse, finding 300 people whirling about him, will probably rear, and also lash out with his hind legs in a manner incompatible with dignity or self-respect on his conductor's part. With such little drawbacks on my usually impressive aspect, I appeared at this Cornish inn, to the unutterable wonder of the Cornish miners. It was full, and 20 times full, and nobody could be received but the post horse, though to get rid of that noble animal was something. While my fellow travellers and I were discussing how to pass the night, and so much of the next day as must intervene before the jovial blacksmith and the jovial wheelwright would be in a condition to go out on the morass and mend the coach, an honest man stepped forth from the crowd and proposed his unlet floor of 2 rooms, with supper of eggs and bacon, ale and punch. We joyfully accompanied him home to the strangest of clean houses, where we were well entertained to the satisfaction of all parties. But the novel feature of the entertainment was, that our host was a chair-maker, and that the chairs assigned to us were mere frames, altogether without bottoms of any sort, so that we passed the evening on perches. Nor was this the absurdest consequence, for when we unbent at supper, and any one of us gave way to laughter, he forgot the peculiarity of his position, and instantly disappeared. I myself, doubled up into an attitude from which self-extrication was impossible, was taken out of my frame, like a clown in a comic pantomime, who has tumbled into a tub 5 times by the taper's light during the eggs and bacon. The holly tree was fast reviving within me a sense of loneliness. I began to feel conscious that my subject would never carry on until I was dug out. I might be a week here. Weeks. There was a story with a singular idea in it connected with an inn I once passed a night at in a picturesque old town on the Welsh border. In a large double-bedded room of this inn there had been a suicide committed by poison in one bed, while a tired traveller slept unconscious in the other. After that time the suicide bed was never used, but the other constantly was, the disused bedstead remaining in the room empty, though as to all other respects in its old state. The story ran that whosoever slept in this room, though never so entire a stranger from never so far off, was invariably observed to come down in the morning with an impression that he smelt laudanum, and that his mind was always turned upon the subject of suicide, to which, whatever kind of man he might be, he was certain to make some reference if he conversed with any one. This went on for years, until it at length induced the landlord to take the disused bedstead down and bodily burn it, bed, hangings, and all. The strange influence, this was the story, now changed to a fainter one, but never changed afterwards. The occupant of that room, with occasional but very rare exceptions, would come down in the morning trying to recall a forgotten dream he had had in the night. The landlord, on his mentioning his perplexity, would suggest various commonplace subjects, not one of which, as he very well knew, was the true subject. But the moment the landlord suggested poison, the traveller started and cried, "Yes!" He never failed to accept that suggestion, and he never recalled any more of the dream. This reminiscence brought the Welsh inns in general before me, with the women in their round hats, and the harpers with their white beards, venerable, but humbugs, I am afraid, playing outside the door while I took my dinner. The transition was natural to the Highland inns, with the oatmeal bannocks, the honey, the venison steaks, the trout from the loch, the whisky, and perhaps, having the material so temptingly at hand, the Athol brose. Once was I coming south from the Scottish Highlands in hot haste, hoping to change quickly at the station at the bottom of a certain wild historical glen, when these eyes did with mortification see the landlord come out with a telescope and sweep the whole prospect for the horses; which horses were away, picking up their own living, and did not heave in sight under 4 hours. Having thought of the loch trout, I was taken by quick association to the anglers' inns of England. I have assisted at innumerable feats of angling by lying in the bottom of the boat whole summer days, doing nothing with the greatest perseverance, which I have generally found to be as effectual towards the taking of fish as the finest tackle and the utmost science. And to the pleasant, white, clean, flower-pot decorated bedrooms of those inns, overlooking the river, and the ferry, and the green Ait, and the church spire, and the country bridge. And to the peerless Emma, with the bright eyes and the pretty smile, who waited, bless her, with a natural grace that would have converted Bluebeard. Casting my eyes upon my holly tree fire, I next discerned among the glowing coals the pictures of a score or more of those wonderful English posting inns, which we are all so sorry to have lost, which were so large and so comfortable, and which were such monuments of British submission to rapacity and extortion. He who would see these houses pining away, let him walk from Basingstoke, or even Windsor, to London, by way of Hounslow, and moralise on their perishing remains. The stables crumbling to dust, unsettled labourers and wanderers bivouacking in the outhouses, grass growing in the yards, the rooms where erst so many hundred beds of down were made up, let off to Irish lodgers at 18d. a week, a little ill-looking beer-shop shrinking in the tap of former days, burning coach-house gates for firewood, having one of its 2 windows bunged up as if it had received punishment in a fight with the railroad, a low, bandy-legged, brick-making bulldog standing in the doorway. What could I next see in my fire so naturally as the new railway house of these times near the dismal country station, with nothing particular on draught but cold air and damp, nothing worth mentioning in the larder but new mortar, and no business doing beyond a conceited affectation of luggage in the hall? Then I came to the inns of Paris, with a pretty apartment of 4 pieces up 175 wax stairs. The privilege of ringing the bell all day long, without influencing anybody's mind or body but your own, and the not too much for dinner, considering the price. Next to the provincial inns of France, with the great church tower rising above the courtyard, the horse bells jingling merrily up and down the street beyond, and the clocks of all descriptions in all the rooms, which are never right, unless taken at the precise minute when, by getting exactly 12 hours too fast or too slow, they unintentionally become so. Away I went, next to the lesser roadside inns of Italy, where all the dirty clothes in the house, not in wear, are always lying in your anteroom, where the mosquitoes make a raisin pudding of your face in summer, and the cold bites it blue in winter, where you get what you can, and forget what you can't, where I should again like to be boiling my tea in a pocket-handkerchief dumpling for want of a teapot. So to the old palace inns, and old monastery inns, in towns and cities of the same bright country, with their massive quadrangular staircases, whence you may look from among clustering pillars high into the blue vault of heaven, with their stately banqueting rooms and vast refectories, with their labyrinths of ghostly bedchambers, and their glimpses into gorgeous streets that have no appearance of reality or possibility. So to the close little inns of the malaria districts, with their pale attendants and their peculiar smell of never letting in the air. So to the immense fantastic inns of Venice, with the cry of the gondolier below, as he skims the corner, the grip of the water odours on one particular little bit of the bridge of your nose, which is never released while you stay there, and the great bell of St. Mark's Cathedral tolling midnight. Next I put up for a minute at the restless inns upon the Rhine, where your going to bed, no matter at what hour, appears to be the tocsin for everybody else's getting up, and where, in the table d'hôte room at the end of the long table, with several towers of Babel on it at the other end, all made of white plates, one knot of stoutish men, entirely dressed in jewels and dirt, and having nothing else upon them, will remain all night clinking glasses and singing about the river that flows, and the grape that grows, and Rhine wine that beguiles, and Rhine women that smiles, and hi, drink, drink, my friend, and ho, drink, drink, my brother, and all the rest of it. I departed thence as a matter of course to other German inns, where all the eatables are sodden down to the same flavour, and where the mind is disturbed by the apparition of hot puddings and boiled cherries, sweet and slab, at awfully unexpected periods of the repast. After a draught of sparkling beer from a foaming glass jug, and a glance of recognition through the windows of the student beer-houses at Heidelberg and elsewhere, I put out to sea for the inns of America, with their 400 beds apiece, and their 800 or 900 ladies and gentlemen at dining every day. Again I stood at the bar-rooms thereof, taking my evening cobbler, julep, sling, or cocktail. Again I listened to my friend the General, whom I had known for 5 minutes, in the course of which period he had made me intimate for life with 2 majors, who again had made me intimate for life with 3 colonels, who again had made me brother to 22 civilians. Again, I say, I listened to my friend and the General, leisurely expounding the resources of the establishment as to gentlemen's morning room, sir, ladies' morning room, sir, gentlemen's evening room, sir, ladies' evening room, sir, ladies' and gentlemen's evening reuniting room, sir, music room, sir, reading room, sir, over 400 sleeping rooms, sir, and the entire planned and finited within 12 calendar months from the first clearing off of the old encumbrances on the plot, at a cost of $500,000, sir. Again I found, as to my individual way of thinking, that the greater, the more gorgeous, and the more dolorous the establishment was, the less desirable it was. Nevertheless, again I drank my cobbler, julep, sling, or cocktail, in all good will, to my friend the General, and my friends the Majors, Colonels, and civilians all, full well knowing that whatever little motes my beamy eyes may have descried in theirs, they belong to a kind, generous, large-hearted, and great people. I had been going on lately at a quick pace, to keep my solitude out of my mind, but here I broke down for good, and gave up the subject. What was I to do? What was to become of me? Into what extremity was I submissively to sink? Supposing that, like Baron Trenck, I looked out for a mouse or spider, and found one, and beguiled my imprisonment by training it. Even that might be dangerous with a view to the future. I might be so far gone when the road did come to be cut through the snow, that on my way forth I might burst into tears, and beseech, like the prisoner who was released in his old age from the Bastille, to be taken back again to the 5 windows, the 10 curtains, and the sinuous drapery. A desperate idea came into my head. Under any other circumstances I should have rejected it, but in the strait at which I was, I held it fast. Could I so far overcome the inherent bashfulness which withheld me from the landlord's table and the company I might find there, as to call up the Boots and ask him to take a chair, and something in a liquid form, and talk to me? I could. I would. I did. End of Story 8, Part 1. Story 8 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 8, The Holly Tree, Three Branches, Part 2. Second branch, The Boots. Where had he been in his time? He repeated, when I asked him the question. Lord, he had been everywhere. And what had he been? Bless you, he had been everything you could mention, almost. Seen a good deal? Why, of course he had. I should say so, he could assure me, if I only knew about a 20th part of what had come in his way. Why, it would be easier for him, he expected, to tell what he hadn't seen than what he had. Ah, a deal it would. What was the curiousest thing he had seen? Well, he didn't know. He couldn't momently name what was the curiousest thing he had seen, unless it was a unicorn, and he had seen him once at a fair. But supposing a young gentleman not 8-year-old was to run away with a fine young woman of 7, might I think that a queer start? Certainly. Then that was a start as he himself had had his blessed eyes on, and he had cleaned the shoes they run away in. They was so little that he couldn't get his hand into 'em. Master Harry Walmer's father, you see, he lived at the Elmses, down away by Shooter's Hill there, 6 or 7 miles from Lunnon. He was a gentleman of spirit, and good-looking, and held his head up when he walked, and had what you may call fire about him. He wrote poetry, and he rode, and he ran, and he cricketed, and he danced, and he acted, and he done it all equally beautiful. He was uncommon proud of Master Harry, as was his only child. But he didn't spoil him neither. He was a gentleman that had a will of his own and a eye of his own, and that would be minded. Consequently, though he made quite a companion of the fine bright boy, and was delighted to see him so fond of reading his fairy books, and was never tired of hearing him say my name is Norval, or hearing him sing his songs about young May moons is beaming love, and when, as he adores thee, has left but the name and that, still he kept the command over the child, and the child was a child, and it's to be wished more of 'em was. How did Boots happen to know all this? Why, through being under gardener. Of course he couldn't be under gardener and be always about in the summer time near the windows on the lawn, a-mowing and a-sweeping and weeding and pruning and this and that, without getting acquainted with the ways of the family. Even supposing Master Harry hadn't come to him one morning early and said, "Cobbs, how should you spell Nora, if you was asked?" and then began cutting it in print all over the fence. He couldn't say he had taken particular notice of children before that, but really it was pretty to see them two mites a-going about the place together, deep in love. And the courage of the boy! Bless your soul, he'd have throwed off his little hat and tucked up his little sleeves and gone in at a lion, he would, if they had happened to meet one, and she had been frightened of him. One day he stops along with her where Boots was hoeing weeds in the gravel, and says, speaking up, "Cobbs," he says, "I like you." "Do you, sir? I'm proud to hear it." "Yes, I do, Cobbs. Why do I like you, do you think, Cobbs?" "Don't know, Master Harry, I am sure." "Because Nora likes you, Cobbs." "Indeed, sir? That's very gratifying." "Gratifying, Cobbs?" "It's better than millions of the brightest diamonds to be liked by Nora." "Certainly, sir." "You're going away, ain't you, Cobbs?" "Yes, sir." "Would you like another situation, Cobbs?" "Well, sir, I shouldn't object if it was a good 'un." "Then, Cobbs," says he, "you shall be our head gardener when we are married." And he tucks her in her little sky-blue mantle under his arm, and walks away. Boots could assure me that it was better than a picter, and equal to a play, to see them babies with their long, bright, curling hair, their sparkling eyes, and their beautiful light tread, a-rambling about the garden deep in love. Boots was of opinion that the birds believed they was birds, and kept up with 'em, singing to please 'em. Sometimes they would creep under the tulip tree, and would sit there with their arms round one another's necks, and their soft cheeks touching, reading about the prince and the dragon and the good and bad enchanters and the king's fair daughter. Sometimes he would hear them planning about having a house in a forest, keeping bees and a cow, and living entirely on milk and honey. Once he came upon them by the pond, and heard Master Harry say, "Adorable Nora, kiss me, and say you love me to distraction, or I'll jump in head foremost." And Boots made no question he would have done it if she hadn't complied. On the whole, Boots said it had a tendency to make him feel as if he was in love himself, only he didn't exactly know who with. "Cobbs," said Master Harry one evening, when Cobbs was watering the flowers, "I am going on a visit this present midsummer to my grandmamma's at York." "Are you indeed, sir? I hope you'll have a pleasant time. I am going into Yorkshire myself when I leave here." "Are you going to your grandmamma's, Cobbs?" "No, sir, I haven't got such a thing." "Not as a grandmamma, Cobbs?" "No, sir." The boy looked on at the watering of the flowers for a little while, and then said, "I shall be very glad indeed to go, Cobbs. Nora's going." "You'll be all right then, sir," said Cobbs, "with your beautiful sweetheart by your side." "Cobbs," returned the boy, flushing, "I never let anybody joke about it when I can prevent them." "It wasn't a joke, sir," says Cobbs, with humility. "Wasn't so meant." "I am glad of that, Cobbs, because I like you, you know, and you're going to live with us. Cobbs." "Sir, what do you think my grandmamma gives me when I go down there?" "I couldn't so much as make a guess, sir." "A Bank of England £5 note, Cobbs." "Whew!" says Cobbs, "that's a spanking sum of money, Master Harry." "A person could do a good deal with such a sum of money as that, couldn't a person, Cobbs?" "I believe you, sir." "Cobbs," said the boy, "I'll tell you a secret. At Nora's house they have been joking her about me, and pretending to laugh at our being engaged, pretending to make game of it, Cobbs." "Such, sir," says Cobbs, "is the depravity of human nature." The boy, looking exactly like his father, stood for a few minutes with his glowing face towards the sunset, and then departed with, "Good night, Cobbs, I'm going in." If I was to ask Boots how it happened that he was a-going to leave that place just at that present time, well, he couldn't rightly answer me. He did suppose he might have stayed there till now if he had been anyways inclined, but you see he was younger then, and he wanted change. That's what he wanted, change. Mr. Walmers, he said to him when he gave him notice of his intentions to leave, "Cobbs," he says, "have you anythink to complain of? I make the inquiry because I find that any of my people really has anythink to complain of. I wish to make it right if I can." "No, sir," says Cobbs, "thanking you, sir. I find myself as well sitiated here as I could hope to be anywheres. The truth is, sir, that I'm a-going away to seek my fortune." "Oh, indeed, Cobbs," he says, "I hope you may find it." And Boots could assure me, which he did, touching his hair with his boot jack as a salute in the way of his present calling, that he hadn't found it yet. Well, sir, Boots left the Elmses when his time was up, and Master Harry he went down to the old lady's at York, which old lady would have given that child the teeth out of her head, if she had had any, she was so wrapped up in him. What does that infant do? For infant you may call him, and be within the mark, but cut away from that old lady's with his Nora on an expedition to go to Gretna Green and be married. Sir, Boots was at this identical Holly Tree Inn, having left it several times since to better himself, but always come back through one thing or another, when one summer afternoon the coach drives up, and out of the coach steps them two children. The guard says to our governor, "I don't quite make out these little passengers, but the young gentleman's words was that they was to be brought here." The young gentleman gets out, hands his lady out, gives the guard something for himself, says to our governor, "We're to stop here to-night, please. Sitting room and 2 bedrooms will be required. Chops and cherry pudding for 2," and tucks her, in her little sky blue mantle, under his arm, and walks into the house much bolder than brass. Boots leaves me to judge what the amazement of that establishment was when these two tiny creatures, all alone by themselves, was marched into the Angel, Much more so when he, who had seen them without their seeing him, give the Governor his views of the expedition they was upon. "Cobbs," says the Governor, "if this is so, I must set off myself to York, and quiet their friends' minds. In which case you must keep your eye upon 'em, and humour 'em till I come back. But before I take these measures, Cobbs, I should wish you to find from themselves whether your opinion is correct." "Sir, to you," says Cobbs, "that shall be done directly." So Boots goes upstairs to the Angel, and there he finds Master Harry on a enormous sofa, immense at any time, but looking like the great bed of Ware compared with him, a drying the eyes of Miss Nora with his pocket handkerchief. Their little legs was entirely off the ground, of course, and it really is not possible for Boots to express to me how small them children looked. "It's Cobbs! It's Cobbs!" cried Master Harry, and comes running to him and catching hold of his hand. Miss Nora comes running to him on t'other side and catching hold of his t'other hand, and they both jump for joy. "I see you a-getting out, sir," said Cobbs. "I thought it was you. I thought I couldn't be mistaken in your height and figure. What's the object of your journey, sir? Matrimonial?" "We are going to be married, Cobbs, at Gretna Green," returned the boy. "We have run away on purpose. Nora has been in rather low spirits, Cobbs, but she'll be happy now we have found you to be our friend." "Thank you, sir, and thank you, miss," says Cobbs, "for your good opinion. Did you bring any luggage with you, sir?" If I will believe Boots when he gives me his word and honour upon it, the lady had got a parasol, a smelling bottle, a round and half of cold buttered toast, 8 peppermint drops, and a hairbrush, seemingly a doll's. The gentleman had got about half a dozen yards of string, a knife, 3 or 4 sheets of writing paper folded up surprisingly small, a orange, and a Chaney mug with his name upon it. "What may be the exact natur of your plan, sir?" says Cobbs. "To go on," replied the boy, which the courage of that boy was something wonderful, "in the morning, and be married to morrow." "Just so, sir," says Cobbs. "Would it meet your views, sir, if I was to accompany you?" When Cobbs said this, they both jumped for joy again, and cried out, "Oh, yes, yes, Cobbs, yes." "Well, sir," says Cobbs, "if you will excuse my having the freedom to give an opinion, what I should recommend would be this. I'm acquainted with a pony, sir, which, put in a phaeton that I could borrow, would take you and Mrs. Harry Walmers, Jr. (myself driving, if you approved) to the end of your journey in a very short space of time. I am not altogether sure, sir, that this pony will be at liberty to-morrow, but even if you had to wait over to-morrow for him, it might be worth your while. As to the small account here, sir, in case you was to find yourself running at all short, that don't signify, because I'm part a proprietor of this inn, and it could stand over." Boots assures me that when they clapped their hands, and jumped for joy again, and called him "good Cobbs" and "dear Cobbs," and bent across him to kiss one another in the delight of their confiding hearts, he felt himself the meanest rascal for deceiving 'em that ever was born. "Is there anything you want just at present, sir?" says Cobbs, mortally ashamed of himself. "We should like some cakes after dinner," answered Master Harry, folding his arms, putting out one leg, and looking straight at him, "and 2 apples, and jam. With dinner we should like to have toast and water. But Nora has always been accustomed to half a glass of currant wine at dessert, and so have I." "It shall be ordered at the bar, sir," says Cobbs, and away he went. Boots has the feeling as fresh upon him at this minute of speaking as he had then, that he would far rather have had it out in half a dozen rounds with the Governor than have combined with him, and that he wished with all his heart there was any impossible place where those 2 babies could make an impossible marriage and live impossibly happy ever afterwards. However, as it couldn't be, he went into the Governor's plans, and the Governor set off for York in half an hour. The way in which the women of that house, without exception every one of them, married and single, took to that boy when they heard the story, Boots considers surprising. It was as much as he could do to keep 'em from dashing into the room and kissing him. They climbed up all sorts of places, at the risk of their lives, to look at him through a pane of glass. They was 7 deep at the keyhole. They was out of their minds about him and his bold spirit. In the evening, Boots went into the room to see how the runaway couple was getting on. The gentleman was on the window-seat supporting the lady in his arms. She had tears upon her face, and was lying very tired and half asleep, with her head upon his shoulder. "Mrs. Harry Walmers, Jr., fatigued, sir?" says Cobbs. "Yes, she is tired, Cobbs, but she is not used to be away from home, and she has been in low spirits again. Cobbs, do you think you could bring a biffin, please?" "I ask your pardon, sir," says Cobbs. "What was it you—" "I think a Norfolk biffin would rouse her, Cobbs. She is very fond of them." Boots withdrew in search of the required restorative, and when he brought it in, the gentleman handed it to the lady, and fed her with a spoon, and took a little himself. The lady being heavy with sleep and rather cross. "What should you think, sir," says Cobbs, "of a chamber candlestick?" The gentleman approved. The chambermaid went first, up the great staircase. The lady, in her sky-blue mantle, followed, gallantly escorted by the gentleman. The gentleman embraced her at her door, and retired to his own apartment, where Boots softly locked him up. Boots couldn't but feel with increased acuteness what a base deceiver he was, when they consulted him at breakfast (they had ordered sweet milk and water, and toast and currant jelly overnight) about the pony. It really was as much as he could do, he don't mind confessing to me, to look them two young 'uns in the face, and think what a wicked old father of lies he had grown to be. Howsomever, he went on a-lying, like a Trojan, about the pony. He told 'em that it did so unfortunately happen that the pony was half clipped, you see, and that he couldn't be taken out in that state for fear it should strike to his inside, but that he'd be finished clipping in the course of the day, and that to-morrow morning at 8 o'clock the phaeton would be ready. Boots's view of the whole case, looking back on it in my room, is that Mrs. Harry Walmers, Jr., was beginning to give in. She hadn't had her hair curled when she went to bed, and she didn't seem quite up to brushing it herself, and its getting in her eyes put her out. But nothing put out Master Harry. He sat behind his breakfast cup, a-tearing away at the jelly as if he had been his own father. After breakfast, Boots is inclined to consider that they drawed soldiers, at least he knows that many such was found in the fireplace, all on horseback. In the course of the morning, Master Harry rang the bell. It was surprising how that there boy did carry on, and said in a sprightly way, "Cobbs, is there any good walks in this neighbourhood?" "Yes, sir," said Cobbs, "there's Love Lane." "Get out with you, Cobbs." That was that there boy's expression. "You're joking." "Begging your pardon, sir," said Cobbs, "there really is Love Lane, and a pleasant walk it is, and proud shall I be to show it to yourself and Mrs. Harry Walmers, Jr." "Norah, dear," said Master Harry, "this is curious. We really ought to see Love Lane. Put on your bonnet, my sweetest darling, and we shall go there with Cobbs." Boots leaves me to judge what a beast he felt himself to be when that young pair told him, as they all three jogged along together, that they had made up their minds to give him 2,000 guineas a year as head gardener, on accounts of his being so true a friend to 'em. Boots could have wished at the moment that the earth would have opened and swallowed him up, he felt so mean, with their beaming eyes a-looking at him and believing him. Well, sir, he turned the conversation as well as he could, and he took 'em down Love Lane to the water meadow, and there Master Harry would have drowned himself in half a minute more a-getting out a water lily for her. But nothing daunted that boy. Well, sir, they was tired out. All being so new and strange to 'em, they was tired as tired could be, and they laid down on a bank of daisies, like the children in the wood, leastways meadows, and fell asleep. Boots don't know, perhaps I do, but never mind, it don't signify either way, why it made a man fit to make a fool of himself to see them two pretty babies a-lying there in the clear, still, sunny day, not dreaming half so hard when they was asleep as they done when they was awake. But, Lord, when you come to think of yourself, you know, and what a game you have been up to ever since you was in your own cradle, and what a poor sort of a chap you are, and how it's always either yesterday with you or else to-morrow and never to-day, that's where it is. Well, sir, they woke up at last, and then one thing was getting pretty clear to Boots, namely, that Mrs. Harry Walmers, Junior's temper was on the move. When Master Harry took her round the waist, she said he teased her so. And when he says, "Nora, my young May Moon, your Harry tease you?" she says to him, "Yes, and I want to go home." A biled fowl and baked bread and butter pudding brought Mrs. Walmers up a little, but Boots could have wished, he must privately own to me, to have seen her more sensible of the voice of love, and less abandoning of herself to currents. However, Master Harry he kept up, and his noble heart was as fond as ever. Mrs. Walmers turned very sleepy about dusk, and began to cry. Therefore Mrs. Walmers went off to bed as per yesterday, and Master Harry ditto repeated. About 11 or 12 at night comes back the governor in a chaise, along with Mr. Walmers and a elderly lady. Mr. Walmers looks amused and very serious, both at once, and says to our missus, "We are much indebted to you, ma'am, for your kind care of our little children, which we can never sufficiently acknowledge. Pray, ma'am, where is my boy?" Our missus says, "Cobbs has the dear child in charge, sir. Cobbs, show 40. And then he says to Cobbs, "Ah, Cobbs, I am glad to see you. I understand you was here." And Cobbs says, "Yes, sir, your most obedient, sir." I may be surprised to hear Boots say it, perhaps, but Boots assures me that his heart beat like a hammer going upstairs. "I beg your pardon, sir," says he, while unlocking the door. "I hope you are not angry with Master Harry, for Master Harry is a fine boy, sir, and will do you credit and honour." And Boots signifies to me that if the fine boy's father had contradicted him in the daring state of mind in which he then was, he thinks he should have fetched him a crack and taken the consequences. But Mr. Walmers only says, "No, Cobbs, no, my good fellow, thank you," and the door being opened, goes in. Boots goes in too, holding the light, and he sees Mr. Walmers go up to the bedside, bend gently down, and kiss the little sleeping face. Then he stands looking at it for a minute, looking wonderfully like it (they do say he ran away with Mrs. Walmers), and then he gently shakes the little shoulder. "Harry, my dear boy, Harry!" Master Harry starts up and looks at him. Looks at Cobbs too. Such is the honour of that mite, that he looks at Cobbs to see whether he has brought him into trouble. "I am not angry, my child. I only want you to dress yourself and come home." "Yes, Pa." Master Harry dresses himself quickly. His breast begins to swell when he has nearly finished, and it swells more and more as he stands, at last, a-looking at his father. His father standing a-looking at him, the quiet image of him. "Please, may I?" The spirit of that little creature, and the way he kept his rising tears down. "Please, dear Pa, may I kiss Nora before I go?" "You may, my child." So he takes Master Harry in his hand, and Boots leads the way with the candle, and they come to that other bedroom, where the elderly lady is seated by the bed, and poor little Mrs. Harry Walmers, Junior, is fast asleep. There the father lifts the child up to the pillow, and he lays his little face down for an instant by the little warm face of poor unconscious little Mrs. Harry Walmers, Junior, and gently draws it to him, a sight so touching to the chambermaids, who are peeping through the door, that one of them calls out, "It's a shame to part 'em!" But this chambermaid was always, as Boots informs me, a soft-hearted one. Not that there was any harm in that girl. Far from it. Finally, Boots says, that's all about it. Mr. Walmers drove away in the chaise, having hold of Master Harry's hand. The elderly lady and Mrs. Harry Walmers, Junior, that was never to be (she married a captain long afterwards, and died in India), went off next day. In conclusion, Boots put it to me whether I hold with him in two opinions. Firstly, that there are not many couples on their way to be married who are half as innocent of guile as those two children. Secondly, that it would be a jolly good thing for a great many couples on their way to be married if they could only be stopped in time and brought back separately. End of second branch. Third branch. The Bill. I had been snowed up a whole week. The time had hung so lightly on my hands that I should have been in great doubt of the fact but for a piece of documentary evidence that lay upon my table. The road had been dug out of the snow on the previous day, and the document in question was my bill. It testified emphatically to my having eaten and drunk and warmed myself and slept among the sheltering branches of the holly tree 7 days and nights. I had yesterday allowed the road 24 hours to improve itself, finding that I required that additional margin of time for the completion of my task. I had ordered my bill to be upon the table and a chaise to be at the door at 8 o'clock to-morrow evening. It was 8 o'clock to-morrow evening when I buckled up my travelling writing desk in its leather case, paid my bill, and got on my warm coats and wrappers. Of course, no time now remained for my travelling on, to add a frozen tear to the icicles which were doubtless hanging plentifully about the farmhouse where I had first seen Angela. What I had to do was to get across to Liverpool by the shortest open road, there to meet my heavy baggage and embark. It was quite enough to do, and I had not an hour too much time to do it in. I had taken leave of all my Holly Tree friends, almost for the time being of my bashfulness too, and was standing for half a minute at the inn door, watching the ostler as he took another turn at the cord which tied my portmanteau on the chaise, when I saw lamps coming down towards the Holly Tree. The road was so padded with snow that no wheels were audible, but all of us who were standing at the inn door saw lamps coming on, and at a lively rate too, between the walls of snow that had been heaped up on either side of the track. The chambermaid instantly divined how the case stood, and called to the ostler, "Tom, this is a Gretna job." The ostler, knowing that her sex instinctively scented a marriage, or anything in that direction, rushed up to the yard, bawling, "Next 4 out," and in a moment the whole establishment was thrown into commotion. I had a melancholy interest in seeing the happy man who loved and was beloved, and therefore, instead of driving off at once, I remained at the inn door when the fugitives drove up. A bright-eyed fellow, muffled in a mantle, jumped out so briskly that he almost overthrew me. He turned to apologize, and, by heaven, it was Edwin. "Charley," said he, recoiling, "gracious powers, what do you do here?" "Edwin," said I, recoiling, "gracious power, what do you do here?" I struck my forehead as I said it, and an insupportable blaze of light seemed to shoot before my eyes. He hurried me into the little parlour, always kept with a slow fire in it and no poker, where posting company waited while their horses were putting to, and shutting the door said, "Charley, forgive me." "Edwin," I returned, "was this well? When I loved her so dearly? When I had garnered up my heart so long?" I could say no more. He was shocked when he saw how moved I was, and made the cruel observation that he had not thought I should have taken it so much to heart. I looked at him. I reproached him no more. But I looked at him. "My dear, dear Charley," said he, "don't think ill of me, I beseech you. I know you have a right to my inmost confidence, and believe me, you have ever had it until now. I abhor secrecy. Its meanness is intolerable to me. But I and my dear girl have observed it for your sake." He and his dear girl! It steeled me. "You have observed it for my sake, sir?" said I, wondering how his frank face could face it out so. "Yes, and Angela's," said he. I found the room reeling round in an uncertain way, like a labouring humming top. "Explain yourself," said I, holding on by one hand to an arm-chair. "Dear old darling Charley," returned Edwin in his cordial manner, "consider. When you were going on so happily with Angela, why should I compromise you with the old gentleman by making you a party to our engagement, and after he had declined my proposals, to our secret intention? Surely it was better that you should be able honourably to say, 'He never took counsel with me, never told me, never breathed a word of it.' If Angela suspected it, and showed me all the favour and support she could, God bless her for a precious creature and a priceless wife, I couldn't help that. Neither I nor Emmeline ever told her any more than we told you. And for the same good reason, Charley. Trust me, for the same good reason, and no other upon earth. Emmeline was Angela's cousin, lived with her, had been brought up with her, was her father's ward, had property. Emmeline is in the chaise, my dear Edwin, said I, embracing him with the greatest affection. My good fellow, said he, do you suppose I should be going to Gretna Green without her? I ran out with Edwin, I opened the chaise door, I took Emmeline in my arms, I folded her to my heart. She was wrapped in soft white fur, like the snowy landscape, but was warm and young and lovely. I put their leaders to with my own hands, I gave the boys a £5 note apiece, I cheered them as they drove away, I drove the other way myself as hard as I could pelt. I never went to Liverpool, I never went to America, I went straight back to London, and I married Angela. I have never until this time, even to her, disclosed the secret of my character, and the mistrust and the mistaken journey into which it led me. When she, and they, and our 8 children, and their 7, I mean Edwin's and Emmeline's, whose eldest girl is old enough now to wear white for herself, and to look very like her mother in it, come to read these pages, as of course they will, I shall hardly fail to be found out at last. Never mind, I can bear it. I began at the Holly Tree, by idle accident, to associate the Christmas time of year with human interest, and with some inquiry into, and some care for, the lives of those by whom I find myself surrounded. I hope that I am none the worse for it, and that no one near me, or afar off, is the worse for it. And I say, may the green holly tree flourish, striking its roots deep into our English ground, and having its germinating qualities carried by the birds of heaven all over the world. End of Story 8, Part 2. Story 9 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 9, The Wreck of the Golden Mary, Part 1. The Wreck. I was apprenticed to the sea when I was 12 years old, and I have encountered a great deal of rough weather, both literal and metaphorical. It has always been my opinion, since I first possessed such a thing as an opinion, that the man who knows only one subject is next tiresome to the man who knows no subject. Therefore, in the course of my life, I have taught myself whatever I could, and although I am not an educated man, I am able, I am thankful to say, to have an intelligent interest in most things. A person might suppose from reading the above that I am in the habit of holding forth about number 1. That is not the case. Just as if I was to come into a room among strangers, and must either be introduced or introduce myself, so I have taken the liberty of passing these few remarks simply and plainly, that it may be known who and what I am. I will add no more of the sort than that my name is William George Ravender, that I was born at Penrith half a year after my own father was drowned, and that I am on the 2nd day of this present blessed Christmas week of 1856, 56 years of age. When the rumour first went flying up and down that there was gold in California, which, as most people know, was before it was discovered in the British colony of Australia, I was in the West Indies, trading among the islands. Being in command, and likewise part owner of a smart schooner, I had my work cut out for me, and I was doing it. Consequently, gold in California was no business of mine. But by the time when I came home to England again, the thing was as clear as your hand held up before you at noonday. There was Californian gold in the museums and in the goldsmiths' shops, and the very first time I went upon 'Change I met a friend of mine, a seafaring man like myself, with a Californian nugget hanging to his watch-chain. I handled it. It was like a peeled walnut, with bits unevenly broken off here and there, and then electrotyped all over, as ever I saw anything in my life. I am a single man. She was too good for this world and for me, and she died 6 weeks before our marriage day. So when I am ashore, I live in my house at Poplar. My house at Poplar is taken care of and kept ship-shape by one old lady who was my mother's maid before I was born. She is as handsome and as upright as any old lady in the world. She is as fond of me as if she had ever had only one son, and I was he. Well do I know, wherever I sail, that she never lays down her head at night without having said, Merciful Lord, bless and preserve William George Ravender, and send him safe home, through Christ our Saviour. I have thought of it many a dangerous moment, when it has done me no harm, I am sure. In my house at Poplar, along with this old lady, I lived quiet for best part of a year, having had a long spell of it among the islands, and having, which was very uncommon in me, taken the fever rather badly. At last, being strong and hearty, and having read every book I could lay hold of, right out, I was walking down Leadenhall Street in the City of London, thinking of turning to again, when I met what I call Smithick and Waterby, of Liverpool. I chanced to lift up my eyes from looking in at a ship's chronometer in a window, and I saw him bearing down upon me head on. It is, personally, neither Smithick nor Watersby that I here mention, nor was I ever acquainted with any man of either of those names, nor do I think that there has been any one of either of those names in that Liverpool house for years back. But it is in reality the house itself that I refer to, and a wiser merchant or a truer gentleman never stepped. "My dear Captain Ravender," says he, "of all the men on earth, I want to see you most. I was on my way to you." "Well," says I, "that looks as if you were to see me, don't it?" With that I put my arm in his, and we walked on towards the Royal Exchange, and when we got there, walked up and down at the back of it where the clock tower is. We walked an hour and more, for he had much to say to me. He had a scheme for chartering a new ship of their own, to take out cargo to the diggers and emigrants in California, and to buy and bring back gold. Into the particulars of that scheme I will not enter, and I have no right to enter. All I say of it is that it was a very original one, a very fine one, a very sound one, and a very lucrative one, beyond doubt. He imparted it to me as freely as if I had been a part of himself. After doing so, he made me the handsomest sharing offer that ever was made to me, boy or man, or I believe to any other captain in the merchant navy, and he took this round turn to finish with. "Ravender, you are well aware that the lawlessness of that coast and country at present is as special as the circumstances in which it is placed. Crews of vessels outward bound desert as soon as they make the land. Crews of vessels homeward bound ship at enormous wages, with the express intention of murdering the captain and seizing the gold freight. No man can trust another, and the devil seems let loose. Now," says he, "you know my opinion of you, and you know I am only expressing it, and with no singularity, when I tell you that you are almost the only man on whose integrity, discretion, and energy," and so on, and so on, and so on. For I don't want to repeat what he said, though I was and am sensible of it. Notwithstanding my being, as I have mentioned, quite ready for a voyage, still I had some doubts of this voyage. Of course, I knew without being told that there were peculiar difficulties and dangers in it, a long way over and above those which attend all voyages. It must not be supposed that I was afraid to face them, but in my opinion a man has no manly motive or sustainment in his own breast for facing dangers, unless he has well considered what they are, and is able quietly to say to himself, "None of these perils can now take me by surprise. I shall know what to do for the best in any of them. All the rest lies in the higher and greater hands to which I humbly commit myself." On this principle, I have so attentively considered, regarding it as my duty, all the hazards I have ever been able to think of in the ordinary way of storm, shipwreck, and fire at sea, that I hope I should be prepared to do, in any of those cases, whatever could be done to save the lives entrusted to my charge. As I was thoughtful, my good friend proposed that he should leave me to walk there as long as I liked, and that I should dine with him by and by at his club in Pall Mall. I accepted the invitation, and I walked up and down there, quarter-deck fashion, a matter of a couple of hours, now and then looking up at the weathercock as I might have looked up aloft, and now and then taking a look into Cornhill as I might have taken a look over the side. All dinner time, and all after dinner time, we talked it over again. I gave him my views of his plan, and he very much approved of the same. I told him I had nearly decided, but not quite. "Well, well," says he, "come down to Liverpool to-morrow with me, and see the Golden Mary." I liked the name. Her name was Mary, and she was golden, if golden stands for good. So I began to feel that it was almost done when I said I would go to Liverpool. On the next morning but one we were on board the Golden Mary. I might have known from his asking me to come down and see her what she was. I declare her to have been the completest and most exquisite beauty that ever I set my eyes upon. We had inspected every timber in her, and had come back to the gangway to go ashore from the dock basin, when I put my hand out to my friend. "Touch upon it," says I, "and touch heartily. I take command of this ship, and I am hers and yours, if I can get John Steadiman for my chief mate." John Steadiman had sailed with me 4 voyages. The first voyage, John was third mate out to China, and came home second. The other 3 voyages he was my first officer. At this time of chartering the Golden Mary, he was aged 32. A brisk, bright, blue-eyed fellow, a very neat figure, and rather under the middle size, never out of the way and never in it, a face that pleased everybody, and that all children took to, a habit of going about singing as cheerily as a blackbird, and a perfect sailor. We were in one of those Liverpool hackney coaches in less than a minute, and we cruised about in her upwards of 3 hours, looking for John. John had come home from Van Diemen's Land barely a month before, and I had heard of him as taking a frisk in Liverpool. We asked after him, among many other places, at the 2 boarding-houses he was fondest of, and we found he had had a week's spell at each of them. But he had gone here, and gone there, and had set off to lay out on the main topgallant guard of the highest Welsh mountain. So he had told the people of the house, and where he might be then, or when he might come back, nobody could tell us. But it was surprising, to be sure, to see how every face brightened the moment there was mention made of the name of Mr. Steadiman. We were taken aback at meeting with no better luck, and we had wore ship and put her head for my friends, when, as we were jogging through the streets, I clapped my eyes on John himself coming out of a toy shop. He was carrying a little boy, and conducting 2 uncommon pretty women to their coach, and he told me afterwards that he had never in his life seen one of the 3 before, but that he was so taken with them, on looking in at the toy shop while they were buying the child a cranky Noah's Ark, very much down by the head, that he had gone in and asked the ladies' permission to treat him to a tolerably correct cutter there was in the window, in order that such a handsome boy might not grow up with a lubberly idea of naval architecture. We stood off and on until the ladies' coachman began to give way, and then we hailed John. On his coming aboard of us, I told him very gravely what I had said to my friend. It struck him, as he said himself, amidships. He was quite shaken by it. "Captain Ravender," were John Steadiman's words, "such an opinion from you is true commendation, and I'll sail round the world with you for 20 years if you hoist the signal, and stand by you for ever." And now indeed I felt that it was done, and that the Golden Mary was afloat. Grass never grew yet under the feet of Smithick and Watersby. The riggers were out of that ship in a fortnight's time, and we had begun taking in cargo. John was always aboard, seeing everything stowed with his own eyes, and whenever I went aboard myself, early or late, whether he was below in the hold, or on deck at the hatchway, or overhauling his cabin, nailing up pictures in it of the blush roses of England, the bluebells of Scotland, and the female shamrock of Ireland, of a certainty I heard John singing like a blackbird. We had room for 20 passengers. Our sailing advertisement was no longer out than we might have taken these 20 times over. In entering our men, I and John, both together, picked them, and we entered none but good hands, as good as were to be found in that port. And so, in a good ship of the best build, well owned, well arranged, well officered, well manned, well found in all respect, we parted with our pilot at 4:15 in the afternoon of the 7th of March, 1851, and stood with a fair wind out to sea. It may be easily believed that up to that time I had had no leisure to be intimate with my passengers. The most of them were then in their berths seasick. However, in going among them, telling them what was good for them, persuading them not to be there, but to come up on deck and feel the breeze, and in rousing them with a joke or a comfortable word, I made acquaintance with them, perhaps in a more friendly and confidential way from the first than I might have done at the cabin table. Of my passengers I need only particularize, just at present, a bright-eyed, blooming young wife who was going out to join her husband in California, taking with her their only child, a little girl of 3 years old, whom he had never seen; a sedate young woman in black, some 5 years older, about 30 as I should say, who was going out to join a brother; and an old gentleman, a good deal like a hawk if his eyes had been better and not so red, who was always talking, morning, noon, and night, about the gold discovery. But whether he was making the voyage thinking his old arms could dig for gold, or whether his speculation was to buy it, or to barter for it, or to cheat for it, or to snatch it anyhow from other people, was his secret. He kept his secret. These 3 and the child were the soonest well. The child was a most engaging child, to be sure, and very fond of me, though I am bound to admit that John Stedman and I were born on her pretty little books in reverse order, and that he was captain there, and I was mate. It was beautiful to watch her with John, and it was beautiful to watch John with her. Few would have thought it possible to see John playing at bo peep round the mast that he was the man who had caught up an iron bar and struck a Malay and a Maltese dead as they were gliding with their knives down the cabin stair aboard the barque Old England, when the captain lay ill in his cot off Sugar Point. But he was, and give him his back against a bulwark, he would have done the same by half a dozen of them. The name of the young mother was Mrs. Atherfield, the name of the young lady in black was Miss Coleshaw, and the name of the old gentleman was Mr. Rarx. As the child had a quantity of shining fair hair clustering in curls all about her face, and as her name was Lucy, Stedman gave her the name of the Golden Lucy. So we had the Golden Lucy and the Golden Mary, and John kept up the idea to that extent as he and the child went playing about the decks, that I believe she used to think the ship was alive somehow, a sister or companion going to the same place as herself. She liked to be by the wheel, and in fine weather I have often stood by the man whose trick it was at the wheel, only to hear her, sitting near my feet, talking to the ship. Never had a child such a doll before, I suppose, but she made a doll of the Golden Mary, and used to dress her up by tying ribbons and little bits of finery to the belaying pins, and nobody ever moved them, unless it was to save them from being blown away. Of course I took charge of the 2 young women, and I called them my dear, and they never minded, knowing that whatever I said was said in a fatherly and protecting spirit. I gave them their places on each side of me at dinner, Mrs. Atherfield on my right and Miss Coleshaw on my left, and I directed the unmarried lady to serve out the breakfast and the married lady to serve out the tea. Likewise, I said to my black steward in their presence, "Tom Snow, these two ladies are equally the mistresses of this house, and do you obey their orders equally?" At which Tom laughed, and they all laughed. Old Mr. Rarx was not a pleasant man to look at, nor yet to talk to, or to be with, for no one could help seeing that he was a sordid and selfish character, and that he had warped further and further out of the straight with time. Not but what he was on his best behaviour with us, as everybody was, for we had no bickering among us, forward or aft. I only mean to say he was not the man one would have chosen for a messmate. If choice there had been, one might have gone a few points out of one's course to say, "No, not him." But there was one curious inconsistency in Mr. Rarx. That was, that he took an astonishing interest in the child. He looked, and I may add he was, one of the last of men to care at all for a child, or to care much for any human creature. Still, he went so far as to be habitually uneasy if the child was long on deck out of his sight. He was always afraid of her falling overboard, or falling down a hatchway, or of a block, or what not, coming down upon her from the rigging in the working of the ship, or of her getting some hurt or other. He used to look at her and touch her as if she was something precious to him. He was always solicitous about her not injuring her health, and constantly entreated her mother to be careful of it. This was so much the more curious, because the child did not like him, but used to shrink away from him, and would not even put out her hand to him without coaxing from others. I believe that every soul on board frequently noticed this, and not one of us understood it. However, it was such a plain fact that John Stedman said more than once, when old Mr. Rarx was not within earshot, that if the Golden Mary felt a tenderness for the dear old gentleman she carried in her lap, she must be bitterly jealous of the Golden Lucy. Before I go any further with this narrative, I will state that our ship was a bark of 300 tons, carrying a crew of 18 men, a second mate, in addition to John, a carpenter, an armourer or smith, and 2 apprentices, one a Scotch boy, poor little fellow. We had 3 boats, the long boat, capable of carrying 25 men, the cutter, capable of carrying 15, and the surf boat, capable of carrying 10. I put down the capacity of these boats according to the numbers they were really meant to hold. We had tastes of bad weather and headwinds, of course, but on the whole we had as fine a run as any reasonable man could expect for 60 days. I then began to enter 2 remarks in the ship's log and in my journal. First, that there was an unusual and amazing quantity of ice. Second, that the nights were most wonderfully dark, in spite of the ice. For 5 days and a half it seemed quite useless and hopeless to alter the ship's course so as to stand out of the way of this ice. I made what southing I could, but all that time we were beset by it. Mrs. Atherfield, after standing by me on deck once, looking for some time in an awed manner at the great bergs that surrounded us, said in a whisper, "Oh, Captain Ravender, it looks as if the whole solid earth had changed into ice and broken up." I said to her, laughing, "I don't wonder that it does to your inexperienced eyes, my dear." But I had never seen a 20th part of the quantity, and in reality I was pretty much of her opinion. However, at 2 p.m. on the afternoon of the 6th day, that is to say, when we were 66 days out, John Stedman, who had gone aloft, sang out from the top that the sea was clear ahead. Before 4 p.m., a strong breeze springing up right astern, we were in open water at sunset. The breeze then freshening into half a gale of wind, and the Golden Mary being a very fast sailer, we went before the wind merrily all night. I had thought it impossible that it would be darker than it had been until the sun, moon, and stars should fall out of the heavens, and time should be destroyed. But it had been next to light in comparison with what it was now. The darkness was so profound that looking into it was painful and oppressive, like looking without a ray of light into a dense black bandage put as close before the eyes as it could be without touching them. I doubled the lookout, and John and I stood in the bow side by side, never leaving it all night. Yet I should no more have known that he was near me when he was silent, without putting out my arm and touching him, than I should if he had turned in and been fast asleep below. We were not so much looking out, all of us, as listening to the utmost, both with our eyes and ears. Next day I found that the mercury in the barometer, which had risen steadily since we cleared the ice, remained steady. I had had very good observations, with now and then the interruption of a day or so, since our departure. I got the sun at noon, and found that we were at latitude 58 south, longitude 60 west, off New South Shetland, in the neighbourhood of Cape Horn. We were 67 days out that day. The ship's reckoning was accurately worked and made up. The ship did her duty admirably, all on board were well, and all hands were as smart, efficient, and contented as it was possible to be. When the night came on again, as dark as before, it was the 8th night I had been on deck. Nor had I taken more than a very little sleep in the daytime, my station being always near the helm, and often at it, while we were among the ice. Few but those who have tried it can imagine the difficulty and pain of only keeping the eyes open, physically open, under such circumstances, in such darkness. They got struck by the darkness, and blinded by the darkness. They make patterns in it, and they flash in it, as if they had gone out of your head to look at you. On the turn of midnight, John Steadiman, who was alert and fresh, for I had always made him turn in by day, said to me, "Captain Ravender, I entreat of you to go below. I am sure you can hardly stand, and your voice is getting weak, sir. Go below and take a little rest. I'll call you if a block chafes." I said to John in answer, "Well, well, John, let us wait till the turn of 1 o'clock before we talk about that." I had just had one of the ship's lanterns held up, that I might see how the night went by my watch, and it was then 20 minutes after 12. At 5 minutes before 1, John sang out to the boy to bring the lantern again, and when I told him once more what the time was, entreated and prayed of me to go below. "Captain Ravender," says he, "all's well. We can't afford to have you laid up for a single hour, and I respectfully and earnestly beg of you to go below." The end of it was, that I agreed to do so, on the understanding that if I failed to come up of my own accord within 3 hours, I was to be punctually called. Having settled that, I left John in charge, but I called him to me once afterwards, to ask him a question. I had been to look at the barometer, and had seen the mercury still perfectly steady, and had come up the companion again to take a last look about me, if I can use such a word in reference to such darkness, when I thought that the waves, as the Golden Mary parted them and shook them off, had a hollow sound in them, something that I fancied was a rather unusual reverberation. I was standing by the quarter-deck rail on the starboard side, when I called John aft to me and bade him listen. He did so with the greatest attention. Turning to me, he then said, "Rely upon it, Captain Ravender, you have been without rest too long, and the novelty is only in the state of your sense of hearing." I thought so too by that time, and I think so now, though I can never know for absolute certain in this world whether it was or not. When I left John Steadiman in charge, the ship was still going at a great rate through the water. The wind still blew right astern. Though she was making great way, she was under shortened sail, and had no more than she could easily carry. All was snug, and nothing complained. There was a pretty sea running, but not a very high sea neither, not at all a confused one. I turned in, as we seamen say, all standing. The meaning of that is, I did not pull my clothes off, no, not even so much as my coat, though I did my shoes, for my feet were badly swelled with the deck. There was a little swing lamp alight in my cabin. I thought, as I looked at it before shutting my eyes, that I was so tired of darkness and troubled by darkness, that I could have gone to sleep best in the midst of a million of flaming gas lights. That was the last thought I had before I went off, except the prevailing thought that I should not be able to get to sleep at all. I dreamed that I was back at Penrith again, and was trying to get round the church, which had altered its shape very much since I last saw it, and was cloven all down the middle of the steeple in a most singular manner. Why I wanted to get round the church I don't know, but I was as anxious to do it as if my life depended on it. Indeed, I believe it did in the dream. For all that, I could not get round the church. I was still trying when I came against it with a violent shock, and was flung out of my cot against the ship's side. Shrieks and a terrific outcry struck me far harder than the bruising timbers, and amidst sounds of grinding and crashing, and a heavy rushing and breaking of water, sounds I understood too well, I made my way on deck. It was not an easy thing to do, for the ship heeled over frightfully, and was beating in a furious manner. I could not see the men as I went forward, but I could hear that they were hauling in sail in disorder. I had my trumpet in my hand, and after directing and encouraging them in this till it was done, I hailed first John Stedman, and then my second mate, Mr. William Rames. Both answered clearly and steadily. Now I had practised them and all my crew, as I have ever made it a custom to practise all who sail with me, to take certain stations and wait my orders in case of any unexpected crisis. When my voice was heard hailing, and their voices were heard answering, I was aware, through all the noises of the ship and sea, and all the crying of the passengers below, that there was a pause. "Are you ready, Rames?" "Aye, aye, sir." "Then light up, for God's sake." In a moment he and another were burning blue lights, and the ship and all on board seemed to be enclosed in a mist of light, under a great black dome. The light shone up so high that I could see the huge iceberg upon which we had struck, cloven at the top and down the middle, exactly like Penrith Church in my dream. At the same moment I could see the watch last relieved, crowding up and down on deck. I could see Mrs. Atherfield and Miss Coleshaw thrown about on the top of the companion as they struggled to bring the child up from below. I could see that the masts were going with the shock and the beating of the ship. I could see the frightful breach stove in on the starboard side, half the length of the vessel, and the sheathing and timbers spurting up. I could see that the cutter was disabled in a wreck of broken fragments, and I could see every eye turned upon me. It is my belief that if there had been 10,000 eyes there, I should have seen them all, with their different looks. And all this in a moment. But you must consider what a moment. I saw the men, as they looked at me, fall towards their appointed stations, like good men and true. If she had not righted, they might have done very little there, or anywhere, but die. Not that it is little for a man to die at his post. I mean they could have done nothing to save the passengers and themselves. Happily, however, the violence of the shock, with which we had so determinedly borne down direct on that fatal iceberg, as if it had been our destination instead of our destruction, had so smashed and pounded the ship that she got off in this same instant and righted. I did not want the carpenter to tell me she was filling and going down. I could see and hear that. I gave Rames the word to lower the long-boat and the surf-boat, and I myself told off the men for each duty. Not one hung back or came before the other. I now whispered to John Stedman, "John, I stand at the gangway here to see every soul on board safe over the side. You shall have the next post of honour, and shall be the last but one to leave the ship. Bring up the passengers and range them behind me, and put what provision and water you can get at in the boats. Cast your eye forward, John, and you'll see you have not a moment to lose." My noble fellows got the boats over the side as orderly as I ever saw boats lowered with any sea running, and when they were launched, 2 or 3 of the nearest men in them, as they held on, rising and falling with the swell, called out, looking up at me, "Captain Ravender, if anything goes wrong with us and you are saved, remember we stood by you." "We'll all stand by one another ashore yet, please God, my lads," says I. "Hold on bravely, and be tender with the women." The women were an example to us. They trembled very much, but they were quiet and perfectly collected. "Kiss me, Captain Ravender," said Mrs. Atherfield, "and God in heaven bless you, you good man." "My dear," says I, "those words are better for me than a lifeboat." I held her child in my arms till she was in the boat, and then kissed the child and handed her safe down. I now said to the people in her, "You have got your freight, my lads, all but me, and I am not coming yet awhile. Pull away from the ship and keep off." That was the Long-boat. Old Mr. Rarx was one of her complement, and he was the only passenger who had greatly misbehaved since the ship struck. Others had been a little wild, which was not to be wondered at, and not very blamable; but he had made a lamentation and uproar which it was dangerous for the people to hear, as there is always contagion in weakness and selfishness. His incessant cry had been that he must not be separated from the child, that he couldn't see the child, and that he and the child must go together. He had even tried to wrest the child out of my arms, that he might keep her in his. "Mr. Rarx," said I to him when it came to that, "I have a loaded pistol in my pocket, and if you don't stand out of the gangway, and keep perfectly quiet, I shall shoot you through the heart, if you have got one." Says he, "You won't do murder, Captain Ravender?" "No, sir," says I won't murder 44 people to humour you, but I'll shoot you to save them." After that he was quiet, and stood shivering a little way off until I named him to go over the side. The Long-boat being cast off, the Surf boat was soon filled. There only remained aboard the Golden Mary, John Mullion, the man who had kept on burning the blue lights, and who had lighted every new one at every old one before it went out, as quietly as if he had been at an illumination; John Steadiman and myself. I hurried those two into the Surf boat, called to them to keep off, and waited with grateful and relieved heart for the Long-boat to come and take me in, if she could. I looked at my watch, and it showed me, by the blue light, 10 minutes past 2. They lost no time. As soon as she was near enough, I swung myself into her, and called to the men, "With a will, lads, she's reeling." We were not an inch too far out of the inner vortex of her going down, when, by the blue light which John Mullion still burnt in the bow of the Surf boat, we saw her lurch and plunge to the bottom, head foremost. The child cried, weeping wildly, "Oh, the dear Golden Mary! Oh, look at her! Save her! Save the poor Golden Mary!" And then the light burnt out, and the black dome seemed to come down upon us. End of Story 9, Part 1. Story 9 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 9, The Wreck of the Golden Mary, Part 2. I suppose if we had all stood atop of a mountain and seen the whole remainder of the world sink away from under us, we could hardly have felt more shocked and solitary than we did when we knew we were alone on the wide ocean, and that the beautiful ship in which most of us had been securely asleep within half an hour was gone forever. There was an awful silence in our boat, and such a kind of palsy on the rowers and the man at the rudder, that I felt they were scarcely keeping her before the sea. I spoke out then and said, "Let every one here thank the Lord for our preservation." All the voices answered, even the child's, "We thank the Lord." I then said the Lord's Prayer, and all hands said it after me with a solemn murmuring. Then I gave the word, "Cheerily, O men, cheerily!" and I felt that they were handling the boat again as a boat ought to be handled. The Surf boat now burnt another blue light to show us where they were, and we made for her, and laid ourselves as nearly alongside of her as we dared. I had always kept my boats with a coil or two of good stout stuff in each of them, so both boats had a rope at hand. We made a shift with much labour and trouble to get near enough to one another to divide the blue lights (they were no use after that night, for the sea water soon got at them), and to get a tow rope out between us. All night long we kept together, sometimes obliged to cast off the rope, and sometimes getting it out again, and all of us wearying for the morning, which appeared so long in coming that old Mr. Rarx screamed out, in spite of his fears of me, "The world is drawing to an end, and the sun will never rise any more." When the day broke, I found that we were all huddled together in a miserable manner. We were deep in the water, being, as I found on mustering, 31 in number, or at least 6 too many. In the surf boat they were 14 in number, being at least 4 too many. The first thing I did was to get myself passed to the rudder, which I took from that time, and to get Mrs. Atherfield, her child, and Miss Coleshaw passed on to sit next me. As to old Mr. Rarx, I put him in the bow as far from us as I could, and I put some of the best men near us in order that if I should drop there might be a skillful hand ready to take the helm. The sea moderating as the sun came up, though the sky was cloudy and wild, we spoke the other boat, to know what stores they had and to overhaul what we had. I had a compass in my pocket, a small telescope, a double-barreled pistol, a knife, and a firebox and matches. Most of my men had knives, and some had a little tobacco, some a pipe as well. We had a mug among us and an iron spoon. As to provisions, there were in my coat 2 bags of biscuit, 1 piece of raw beef, 1 piece of raw pork, a bag of coffee, roasted but not ground, thrown in, I imagine, by mistake for something else, 2 small casks of water, and about half a gallon of rum in a keg. The surf boat, having rather more rum than we, and fewer to drink it, gave us, as I estimated, another quart into our keg. In return, we gave them 3 double handfuls of coffee tied up in a piece of a handkerchief. They reported that they had aboard, besides, a bag of biscuit, a piece of beef, a small cask of water, a small box of lemons, and a Dutch cheese. It took a long time to make these exchanges, and they were not made without risk to both parties, the sea running quite high enough to make our approaching near to one another very hazardous. In the bundle with the coffee, I conveyed to John Steadiman, who had a ship's compass with him, a paper written in pencil and torn from my pocket-book, containing the course I meant to steer in the hope of making land, or being picked up by some vessel. I say in the hope, though I had little hope of either deliverance. I then sang out to him, so as all might hear, that if we 2 boats could live or die together, we would, but that if we would be parted by the weather and join company no more, they should have their prayers and blessings, and we asked for theirs. We then gave them 3 cheers, which they returned, and I saw the men's heads droop in both boats as they fell to their oars again. These arrangements had occupied the general attention advantageously for all, though, as I expressed in the last sentence, they ended in a sorrowful feeling. I now said a few words to my fellow voyagers on the subject of the small stock of food on which our lives depended if they were preserved from the great deep, and on the rigid necessity of our eking it out in the most frugal manner. One and all replied that whatever allowance I thought best to lay down should be strictly kept to. We made a pair of scales out of a thin strap of iron plating and some twine, and I got together for weights such of the heaviest buttons among us as I calculated made up some fraction over 2 ounces. This was the allowance of solid food served out once a day to each from that time to the end, with the addition of a coffee berry, or sometimes half a one, when the weather was very fair, for breakfast. We had nothing else whatever, but half a pint of water each per day, and sometimes, when we were coldest and weakest, a teaspoonful of rum each served out as a dram. I know how learnedly it can be shown that rum is poison, but I also know that in this case, as in all similar cases I have ever read of, which are numerous, no words can express the comfort and support derived from it. Nor have I the least doubt that it saved the lives of far more than half of our number.
Having mentioned half a pint of water as our daily allowance, I ought to observe that sometimes we had less and sometimes we had more, for much rain fell, and we caught it in a canvas stretched for the purpose. Thus, at that tempestuous time of the year and in that tempestuous part of the world, we shipwrecked people rose and fell with the waves. It is not my intention to relate, if I can avoid it, such circumstances appertaining to our doleful condition as have been better told in many other narratives of the kind than I can be expected to tell them. I will only note, in so many passing words, that day after day and night after night we received the sea upon our backs to prevent it from swamping the boat; that one party was always kept bailing, and that every hat and cap among us soon got worn out, though patched up 50 times, as the only vessels we had for that service; that another party lay down in the bottom of the boat while a third rowed, and that we were soon all in boils and blisters and rags. The other boat was a source of such anxious interest to all of us that I used to wonder whether, if we were saved, the time could ever come when the survivors of this boat of ours could be at all indifferent to the fortunes of the survivors in that. We got out a tow rope whenever the weather permitted, but that did not often happen, and how we two parties kept within the same horizon as we did, He who mercifully permitted it to be so for our consolation only knows. I never shall forget the looks with which, when the morning light came, we used to gaze about us over the stormy waters for the other boat. We once parted company for 72 hours, and we believed them to have gone down as they did us. The joy on both sides when we came within view of one another again had something in a manner divine in it. Each was so forgetful of individual suffering, in tears of delight and sympathy for the people in the other boat. I have been wanting to get round to the individual or personal part of my subject, as I call it, and the foregoing incident puts me in the right way. The patience and good disposition aboard of us was wonderful. I was not surprised by it in the women, for all men born of women know what great qualities they will show when men will fail. But I own I was a little surprised by it in some of the men. Among 31 people assembled at the best of times, there will usually, I should say, be 2 or 3 uncertain tempers. I knew that I had more than one rough temper with me among my own people, for I had chosen those for the long boat that I might have them under my eye. But they softened under their misery, and were as considerate of the ladies, and as compassionate of the child, as the best among us, or among men, they could not have been more so. I heard scarcely any complaining. The party lying down would moan a good deal in their sleep, and I would often notice a man, not always the same man, it is to be understood, but nearly all of them at one time or another, sitting moaning at his oar, or in his place, as he looked mistily over the sea. When it happened to be long before I could catch his eye, he would go on moaning all the time in the dismalest manner, but when our looks met he would brighten and leave off. I almost always got the impression that he did not know what sound he had been making, but that he thought he had been humming a tune. Our sufferings from cold and wet were far greater than our sufferings from hunger. We managed to keep the child warm, but I doubt if anyone else among us ever was warm for 5 minutes together, and the shivering and the chattering of teeth were sad to hear. The child cried a little at first for her lost playfellow, the Golden Mary, but hardly ever whimpered afterwards, and when the state of the weather made it possible, she used now and then to be held up in the arms of some of us to look over the sea for John Steadiman's boat. I see the golden hair and the innocent face now, between me and the driving clouds, like an angel going to fly away. It had happened on the second day, towards night, that Mrs. Atherfield, in getting little Lucy to sleep, sang her a song. She had a soft, melodious voice, and when she had finished it, our people up and begged for another. She sang them another, and after it had fallen dark, ended with the evening hymn. From that time, whenever anything could be heard above the sea and wind, and while she had any voice left, Nothing would serve the people but that she would sing at sunset. She always did, and always ended with the evening hymn. We mostly took up the last line and shed tears when it was done, but not miserably. We had a prayer night and morning also, when the weather allowed of it. 12 nights and 11 days we had been driving in the boat, when old Mr. Rarx began to be delirious and to cry out to me to throw the gold overboard, or it would sink us and we should all be lost. For days past the child had been declining, and that was the great cause of his wildness. He had been over and over again shrieking out to me to give her all the remaining meat, to give her all the remaining rum, to save her at any cost, or we should all be ruined. At this time she lay in her mother's arms at my feet. One of her little hands was almost always creeping about her mother's neck or chin. I had watched the wasting of the little hand, and I knew it was nearly over. The old man's cries were so discordant with the mother's love and submission that I called out to him in an angry voice, unless he held his peace on the instant, I would order him to be knocked on the head and thrown overboard. He was mute then until the child died, very peacefully, an hour afterwards, which was known to all in the boat by the mother's breaking out into lamentations for the first time since the wreck, for she had great fortitude and constancy, though she was a little gentlewoman. Old Mr. Rarx then became quite ungovernable, tearing what rags he had on him, raging in imprecations, and calling to me that if I had thrown the gold overboard (always the gold with him), I might have saved the child. And now, says he in a terrible voice, we shall founder and all go to the devil, for our sins will sink us when we have no innocent child to bear us up. We so discovered with amazement that this old wretch had only cared for the life of the pretty little creature dear to all of us because of the influence he superstitiously hoped she might have in preserving him. Altogether it was too much for the smith or armorer, who was sitting next the old man, to bear. He took him by the throat and rolled him under the thwarts, where he lay still enough for hours afterwards. All that 13th night, Miss Coleshaw, lying across my knees as I kept the helm, comforted and supported the poor mother. Her child, covered with a pea-jacket of mine, lay in her lap. It troubled me all night to think that there was no prayer book among us, and that I could remember but very few of the exact words of the burial service. When I stood up at broad day, all knew what was going to be done, and I noticed that my poor fellows made the motion of uncovering their heads, though their heads had been stark bare to the sky and sea for many a weary hour. There was a long, heavy swell on, but otherwise it was a fair morning, and there were broad fields of sunlight on the waves in the east. I said no more than this: I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He raised the daughter of Jairus the ruler, and said she was not dead, but slept. He raised the widow's son. He arose himself, and was seen of many. He loved little children, saying, Suffer them to come unto me, and rebuke them not, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. In his name, my friends, and committed to his merciful goodness. With those words I laid my rough face softly on the placid little forehead, and buried the golden Lucy in the grave of the golden Mary. Having had it on my mind to relate the end of this dear little child, I have omitted something from its exact place, which I will supply here. It will come quite as well here as anywhere else. Foreseeing that if the boat lived through the stormy weather, the time must come, and soon come, when we should have absolutely no morsel to eat, I had one momentous point often in my thoughts. Although I had, years before that, fully satisfied myself that the instances in which human beings in the last distress have fed upon each other are exceedingly few, and have very seldom indeed, if ever, occurred when the people in distress, however dreadful their extremity, have been accustomed to moderate forbearance and restraint. I say, though I had long before quite satisfied my mind on this topic, I felt doubtful whether there might not have been in former cases some harm and danger from keeping it out of sight and pretending not to think of it. I felt doubtful whether some minds growing weak with fasting and exposure, and having such a terrific idea to dwell upon in secret, might not magnify it until it got to have an awful attraction about it. This was not a new thought of mine, for it had grown out of my reading. However, it came over me, stronger than it had ever done before, as it had reason for doing, in the boat, and on the fourth day I decided that I would bring out into the light that unformed fear which must have been more or less darkly in every brain among us. Therefore, as a means of beguiling the time and inspiring hope, I gave them the best summary in my power of Bligh's voyage of more than 3,000 miles in an open boat, after the mutiny of the Bounty, and of the wonderful preservation of that boat's crew. They listened throughout with great interest, and I concluded by telling them that in my opinion the happiest circumstance in the whole narrative was that Bligh, who was no delicate man either, had solemnly placed it on record therein that he was sure and certain that under no conceivable circumstances whatever would that emaciated party, who had gone through all the pains of famine, have preyed on one another. I cannot describe the visible relief which this spread through the boat, and how the tears stood in every eye. From that time I was as well convinced as Bligh himself that there was no danger, and that this phantom, at any rate, did not haunt us. Now, it was a part of Bligh's experience that when the people in his boat were most cast down, nothing did them so much good as hearing a story told by one of their number. When I mentioned that, I saw that it struck the general attention as much as it did my own, for I had not thought of it until I came to it in my summary. This was on the day after Mrs. Atherfield first sang to us. I proposed that whenever the weather would permit, we should have a story 2 hours after dinner. I always issued the allowance I have mentioned at 1 o'clock, and called it by that name, as well as our song, At Sunset. The proposal was received with a cheerful satisfaction that warmed my heart within me, and I do not say too much when I say that those 2 periods in the 24 hours were expected with positive pleasure, and were really enjoyed by all hands. Spectres as we soon were in our bodily wasting, our imaginations did not perish like the gross flesh upon our bones. Music and adventure, 2 of the great gifts of Providence to mankind, could charm us long after that was lost. The wind was almost always against us after the 2nd day, and for many days together we could not nearly hold our own. We had all varieties of bad weather. We had rain, hail, snow, wind, mist, thunder, and lightning. Still the boats lived through the heavy seas, and still we perishing people rose and fell with the great waves. 16 nights and 15 days, 20 nights and 19 days, 24 nights and 23 days. So the time went on. Disheartening as I knew that our progress or want of progress must be, I never deceived them as to my calculations of it. In the first place, I felt that we were all too near eternity for deceit. In the second place, I knew that if I failed or died, the man who followed me must have a knowledge of the true state of things to begin upon. When I told them at noon what I reckoned we had made or lost, they generally received what I said in a tranquil and resigned manner, and always gratefully towards me. It was not unusual at any time of the day for some one to burst out weeping loudly without any new cause, and when the burst was over, to calm down a little better than before. I had seen exactly the same thing in a house of mourning. During the whole of this time, old Mr. Rarx had had his fits of calling out to me to throw the gold, always the gold, overboard, and of heaping violent reproaches upon me for not having saved the child. But now, the food being all gone, and I having nothing left to serve out but a bit of coffee berry now and then, he began to be too weak to do this, and consequently fell silent. Mrs. Atherfield and Miss Coleshaw generally lay, each with an arm across one of my knees, and her head upon it. They never complained at all. Up to the time of her child's death, Mrs. Atherfield had bound up her own beautiful hair every day, and I took particular notice that this was always before she sang her song at night, when every one looked at her. But she never did it after the loss of her darling, and it would have been now all tangled with dirt and wet, but that Miss Coleshaw was careful of it long after she was herself, and would sometimes smooth it down with her weak, thin hands. We were past mustering a story now, but one day, at about this period, I reverted to the superstition of old Mr. Rarx concerning the Golden Lucy, and told them that nothing vanished from the eye of God, though much might pass away from the eyes of men. We were all of us, says I, children once, and our baby feet have strolled in green woods ashore, and our baby hands have gathered flowers in gardens where the birds were singing. The children that we were are not lost to the great knowledge of our Creator. Those innocent creatures will appear with us before Him and plead for us. What we were in the best time of our generous youth will arise and go with us too. The purest part of our lives will not desert us at the pass to which all of us here present are gliding. What we were then will be as much in existence before Him as what we are now. They were no less comforted by this consideration than I was myself, and Miss Coleshaw, drawing my ear nearer to her lips, said, "Captain Ravender, I was on my way to marry a disgraced and broken man, whom I dearly loved when he was honorable and good. Your words seem to have come out of my own poor heart." She pressed my hand upon it, smiling. 27 nights and 26 days. We were in no want of rain water, but we had nothing else. And yet, even now, I never turned my eyes upon a waking face, but it tried to brighten before mine. Oh, what a thing it is, in a time of danger and in the presence of death, the shining of a face upon a face! I have heard it broached that orders should be given in great new ships by electric telegraph. I admire machinery as much as any man, and am as thankful to it as any man can be for what it does for us. But it will never be a substitute for the face of a man, with his soul in it, encouraging another man to be brave and true. Never try it for that. It will break down like a straw. I now began to remark certain changes in myself which I did not like. They caused me much disquiet. I often saw the Golden Lucy in the air above the boat. I often saw her I have spoken of before, sitting beside me. I saw the Golden Mary go down, as she really had gone down, 20 times in a day. And yet the sea was mostly, to my thinking, not sea neither, but moving country and extraordinary mountainous regions, the like of which have never been beheld. I felt it time to leave my last words regarding John Steadiman, in case any lips should last out to repeat them to any living ears. I said that John had told me, as he had on deck, that he had sung out "Breakers ahead" the instant they were audible, and had tried to wear ship, but she struck before it could be done. His cry, I dare say, had made my dream. I said that the circumstances were altogether without warning and out of any course that could have been guarded against, that the same loss would have happened if I had been in charge, and that John was not to blame, but from first to last had done his duty nobly, like the man he was. I tried to write it down in my pocket-book, but I could make no words, though I knew what the words were that I wanted to make. When it had come to that, her hands, though she was dead so long, laid me down gently in the bottom of the boat, and she and the Golden Lucy swung me to sleep. All that follows was written by John Steadiman, chief mate. On the 26th day after the foundering of the Golden Mary at sea, I, John Steadiman, was sitting in my place in the stern sheets of the surf boat, with just sense enough left in me to steer, that is to say, with my eyes strained wide awake over the bows of the boat, and my brains fast asleep and dreaming, when I was roused upon a sudden by our second mate, Mr. William Rames. "Let me take a spell in your place," said he, "and look you out for the long boat astern. The last time she rose on the crest of a wave, I thought I made out a signal flying aboard her." We shifted our places clumsily and slowly enough, for we were both of us weak and dazed with wet, cold, and hunger. I waited some time, watching the heavy rollers astern, before the longboat rose atop of one of them at the same time with us. At last she was heaved up for a moment well in view, and there, sure enough, was the signal flying aboard of her, a strip of rag of some sort, rigged to an oar and hoisted in her bows. "What does it mean?" says Rames to me in a quavering, trembling sort of voice. "Do they signal a sail in sight?" "Hush, for God's sake!" says I, clapping my hand over his mouth. "Don't let the people hear you. They'll all go mad together if we mislead them about that signal. Wait a bit till I have another look at it." I held on by him, for he had set me all of a tremble with his notion of a sail in sight, and watched for the longboat again. Up she rose on the top of another roller. I made out the signal clearly that second time, and saw that it was rigged half-mast high. "Rames," said I, "it's a signal of distress. Pass the word forward to keep her before the sea, and no more. We must get the longboat within hailing distance of us as soon as possible." I dropped down into my old place at the tiller without another word, for the thought went through me like a knife that something had happened to Captain Ravender. I should consider myself unworthy to write another line of this statement if I had not made up my mind to speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and I must therefore confess plainly that now for the first time my heart sank within me. This weakness on my part was produced in some degree, as I take it, by the exhausting effects of previous anxiety and grief. Our provisions, if I may give that name to what we had left, were reduced to the rind of one lemon and about a couple of handsful of coffee berries. Besides these great distresses, caused by the death, the danger, and the suffering among my crew and passengers, I had had a little distress of my own to shake me still more in the death of the child whom I had got to be very fond of on the voyage out, so fond that I was secretly a little jealous of her being taken in the longboat instead of mine when the ship foundered. It used to be a great comfort to me, and I think to those with me also, after we had seen the last of the Golden Mary, to see the Golden Lucy held up by the men in the longboat, when the weather allowed it, as the best and brightest sight they had to show. She looked, at the distance we saw her from, almost like a little white bird in the air. To miss her for the first time, when the weather lulled a little again, and we all looked out for our white bird, and looked in vain, was a sore disappointment. To see the men's heads bowed down and the captain's hand pointing into the sea when we hailed the longboat a few days after, gave me as heavy a shock and as sharp a pang of heartache to bear as ever I remember suffering in all my life. I only mention these things to show that if I did give way a little at first under the dread that our captain was lost to us, it was not without having been a good deal shaken beforehand by more trials of one sort or another than often fall to one man's share. I had got over the choking in my throat with the help of a drop of water, and had steadied my mind again so as to be prepared against the worst, when I heard the hail, Lord help the poor fellows, how weak it sounded, "Surf boat, ahoy!" I looked up, and there were our companions in misfortune, tossing abreast of us, not so near that we could make out the features of any of them, but near enough, with some exertion for people in our condition, to make their voices heard in the intervals when the wind was weakest. I answered the hail, and waited a bit, and heard nothing, and then sung out the captain's name. The voice that replied did not sound like his. The words that reached us were, "Chief mate wanted on board." Every man of my crew knew what that meant as well as I did. As second officer in command, there could be but one reason for wanting me on board the longboat. A groan went all around us, and my men looked darkly in each other's faces, and whispered under their breaths, "The captain is dead." I commanded them to be silent and not to make too sure of bad news at such a pass as things had now come to with us. Then hailing the longboat, I signified that I was ready to go on board when the weather would let me, stopped a bit to draw a good long breath, and then called out as loud as I could the dreadful question, "Is the captain dead?" The black figures of 3 or 4 men in the after part of the longboat all stooped down together as my voice reached them. They were lost to view for about a minute, then appeared again. One man among them was held up on his feet by the rest, and he hailed back the blessed words, "A very faint hope went a very long way with people in our desperate situation, 'Not yet!'" The relief felt by me and by all with me when we knew that our captain, though unfitted for duty, was not lost to us, it is not in words, at least not in such words as a man like me can command, to express. I did my best to cheer the men by telling them what a good sign it was that we were not as badly off yet as we had feared, and then communicated what instructions I had to give to William Rames, who was to be left in command in my place when I took charge of the longboat. After that there was nothing to be done but to wait for the chance of the wind dropping at sunset and the sea going down afterwards, so as to enable our weak crews to lay the 2 boats alongside of each other without undue risk, or, to put it plainer, without saddling ourselves with the necessity for any extraordinary exertion of strength or skill. Both the one and the other had now been starved out of us for days and days together. At sunset the wind suddenly dropped, but the sea, which had been running high for so long a time past, took hours after that before it showed any signs of getting to rest. The moon was shining, the sky was wonderfully clear, and it could not have been, according to my calculations, far off midnight, when the long, slow, regular swell of the calming ocean fairly set in, and I took the responsibility of lessening the distance between the longboat and ourselves. It was, I dare say, a delusion of mine, but I thought I had never seen the moon shine so white and ghastly anywhere, either at sea or on land, as she shone that night while we were approaching our companions in misery. When there was not much more than a boat's length between us, and the white light streamed cold and clear over all our faces, both crews rested on their oars with one great shudder, and stared over the gunwale of either boat, panic-stricken at the first sight of each other. "Any lives lost among you?" I asked in the midst of that frightful silence. The men in the longboat huddled together like sheep at the sound of my voice. "Not yet, but the child, thanks be to God," answered one among them. And at the sound of his voice all my men shrank together like the men in the longboat. I was afraid to let the horror produced by our first meeting at close quarters after the dreadful changes that wet, cold, and famine had produced last one moment longer than could be helped. So, without giving time for any more questions and answers, I commanded the men to lay the 2 boats close alongside of each other. When I rose up and committed the tiller to the hands of Rames, all my poor fellows raised their white faces imploringly to mine. "Don't leave us, sir," they said. "Don't leave us." "I leave you," says I, "under the command and the guidance of Mr. William Rames, as good a sailor as I am, and as trusty and kind a man as ever stepped. Do your duty by him as you have done it by me, and remember to the last that while there is life there is hope. God bless and help you all." With those words I collected what strength I had left, and caught at 2 arms that were held out to me, and so got from the stern sheets of one boat into the stern sheets of the other. "Mind where you step, sir," whispered one of the men who had helped me into the longboat. I looked down as he spoke. 3 figures were huddled up below me, with the moonshine falling on them in ragged streaks through the gaps between the men standing or sitting above them. The first face I made out was the face of Miss Coleshaw. Her eyes were wide open and fixed on me. She seemed still to keep her senses, and by the alternate parting and closing of her lips to be trying to speak, but I could not hear that she uttered a single word. On her shoulder rested the head of Mrs. Atherfield. The mother of our poor little golden Lucy must, I think, have been dreaming of the child she had lost, for there was a faint smile just ruffling the white stillness of her face when I first saw it turned upward, with peaceful closed eyes towards the heavens. From her I looked down a little, and there, with his head on her lap, and with one of her hands resting tenderly on his cheek, there lay the captain, to whose help and guidance up to this miserable time we had never looked in vain. There, worn out at last in our service, and for our sakes, lay the best and bravest man of all our company. I stole my hand in gently through his clothes, and laid it on his heart, and felt a little feeble warmth over it, though my cold, dulled touch could not detect even the faintest beating. The two men in the stern sheets with me, noticing what I was doing, knowing I loved him like a brother, and seeing, I suppose, more distress in my face than I myself was conscious of its showing, lost command over themselves altogether, and burst into a piteous moaning, sobbing lamentation over him. One of the two drew aside a jacket from his feet, and showed me that they were bare, except where a wet, ragged strip of stocking still clung to one of them. When the ship struck the iceberg, he had run on deck, leaving his shoes in his cabin. All through the voyage in the boat his feet had been unprotected, and not a soul had discovered it until he dropped. As long as he could keep his eyes open, the very look of them had cheered the men, and comforted and upheld the women. Not one living creature in the boat, with any sense about him, but had felt the good influence of that brave man in one way or another. Not one but had heard him over and over again give the credit to others which was due only to himself, praising this man for patience, and thanking that man for help, when the patience and the help had really and truly, as to the best part of both, come only from him. All this and much more I heard pouring confusedly from the men's lips, while they crouched down, sobbing and crying over their commander, and wrapping the jacket as warmly and tenderly as they could over his cold feet. It went to my heart to check them, but I knew that if this lamenting spirit spread any further, all chance of keeping alight any last sparks of hope and resolution among the boat's company would be lost forever. Accordingly, I sent them to their places, spoke a few encouraging words to the men forward, promising to serve out, when the morning came, as much as I dared of any eatable thing left in the lockers, called to Rames in my old boat to keep as near us as he safely could, drew the garments and coverings of the two poor suffering women more closely about them, and, with a secret prayer to be directed for the best in bearing the awful responsibility now laid on my shoulders, took my captain's vacant place at the helm of the long-boat. This, as well as I can tell it, is the full and true account of how I came to be placed in charge of the lost passengers and crew of the Golden Mary on the morning of the 27th day after the ship struck the iceberg and foundered at sea. End of Story 9, Part 2.
Story 10 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 10, The Perils of Certain English Prisoners, Part 1. Chapter 1, The Island of Silver Store. It was in the year of our Lord 1744 that I, Gill Davis, to command, his Mark having then the honor to be a private in the Royal Marines, stood a-leaning over the bulwarks of the armed sloop Christopher Columbus in the South American waters of the Mosquito shore.
My lady remarks to me before I go any further that there is no such Christian name as Gill, and that her confident opinion is that the name given to me in the baptism wherein I was made, and so forth, was Gilbert. She is certain to be right, but I never heard of it. I was a foundling child, picked up somewhere or another, and I always understood my Christian name to be Gill. It is true that I was called Gills when employed at Snorridge Bottom, betwixt Chatham and Maidstone, to frighten birds, but that had nothing to do with the baptism wherein I was made, and so on, and wherein a number of things were promised for me by somebody who let me alone ever afterwards as to performing any of them, and who, I consider, must have been the beadle. Such name of Gills was entirely owing to my cheeks, or gills, which at that time of my life were of a raspy description. My lady stops me again, before I go any further, by laughing exactly in her old way and waving the feather of her pen at me. That action on her part calls to my mind as I look at her hand, with the rings on it. Well, I won't. To be sure, it will come in its own place, but it's always strange to me, noticing the quiet hand, and noticing it, as I have done, you know, so many times, a fondling children and grandchildren asleep, to think that when blood and honour were up there! I won't. Not at present. Scratch it all out. She won't scratch it out, and quite honourable, because we have made an understanding that everything is to be taken down, and that nothing, that is, once taken down, shall be scratched out. I have the great misfortune not to be able to read and write, and I am speaking my true and faithful account of those adventures, and my lady is writing it word for word. I say, there I was a-leaning over the bulwarks of the sloop Christopher Columbus in the South American waters off the Mosquito shore, a subject of His Gracious Majesty King George of England, and a private in the Royal Marines. In these climates you don't want to do much. I was doing nothing. I was thinking of the shepherd, my father, I wonder, on the hillsides by Snorridge Bottoms, with a long staff and with a rough white coat in all weathers, all the year round, who used to let me lie in a corner of his hut by night, and who used to let me go about with him and his sheep by day, when I could get nothing else to do, and who used to give me so little of his victuals and so much of his staff that I ran away from him, which was what he wanted all along, I expect, to be knocked about the world in preference to Snorridge Bottom. I had been knocked about the world for 29 years in all, when I stood looking along those bright blue South American waters. Looking after the shepherd, I may say, watching him in a half-waking dream, with my eyes half shut, as he and his flock of sheep and his 2 dogs seemed to move away from the ship's side, far away over the blue water, and go right down into the sky. "It's rising out of the water, steady!" a voice said, close to me. I had been thinking on so, that it like woke me with a start, though it was no stranger voice than the voice of Harry Charker, my own comrade. "What's rising out of the water steady?" I asked my comrade. "What?" said he. "The island." "Oh, the island," says I, turning my eyes towards it. "True, I forgot the island." "Forgot the port you're going to? That's odd, ain't it?" "It is odd," says I. "And odd," he said, slowly considering with himself, "ain't even. Is it, Gill?" He had always a remark just like that to make, and seldom another. As soon as he had brought a thing round to what it was not, he was satisfied. He was one of the best of men, and in a certain sort of a way, one with the least to say for himself. I qualify it because, besides being able to read and write like a quartermaster, he had always one most excellent idea in his mind. That was duty. Upon my soul, I don't believe, though I admire learning beyond everything, that he could have got a better idea out of all the books in the world, if he had learnt them every word, and been the cleverest of scholars. My comrade and I had been quartered in Jamaica, and from there we had been drafted off to the British settlement of Belize, lying away west and north of the Mosquito coast. At Belize there had been great alarm of one cruel gang of pirates, There were always more pirates than enough in those Caribbean seas, and as they got the better of our English cruisers by running into out-of-the-way creeks and shallows and taking the land when they were hotly pressed, the governor of Belize had received orders from home to keep a sharp lookout for them along shore. Now, there was an armed sloop came once a year from Port Royal, Jamaica, to the island, laden with all manner of necessaries, to eat and to drink and to wear and to use in various ways, and it was aboard of that sloop which had touched at Belize that I was a-standing leaning over the bulwarks. The island was occupied by a very small English colony. It had been given the name of Silver Store. The reason of its being so called was that the English colony owned and worked a silver mine over on the mainland in Honduras, and used this island as a safe and convenient place to store their silver in, until it was annually fetched away by the sloop. It was brought down from the mine to the coast on the backs of mules, attended by friendly Indians and guarded by white men. From thence it was conveyed over to Silver Store, when the weather was fair, in the canoes of that country. From Silver Store it was carried to Jamaica by the armed sloop once a year, as I have already mentioned. From Jamaica it went, of course, all over the world. How I came to be aboard the armed sloop is easily told. 24 Marines under command of a lieutenant, that officer's name was Linderwood, had been told off at Belize to proceed to Silver Store in aid of boats and seamen stationed there for the chase of the pirates. The island was considered a good post of observation against the pirates, both by land and sea. Neither the pirate ship nor yet her boats had been seen by any of us, but they had been so much heard of that the reinforcement was sent. Of that party I was one. It included a corporal and a sergeant. Charker was corporal, and the sergeant's name was Druce. He was the most tyrannical non-commissioned officer in His Majesty's service. The night came on soon after I had had the foregoing words with Charker. All the wonderful bright colors went out of the sea and sky in a few minutes, and all the stars in the heavens seemed to shine out together, and to look down at themselves in the sea, over one another's shoulders, millions deep. Next morning we cast anchor off the island. There was a snug harbor within a little reef. There was a sandy beach. There were cocoanut trees with high, straight stems, quite bare, and foliage at the top like plumes of magnificent green feathers. There were all the objects that are usually seen in these parts, and I am not going to describe them, having something else to tell about. Great rejoicings, to be sure, were made on our arrival. All the flags in the place were hoisted, all the guns in the place were fired, and all the people in the place came down to look at us. One of those Sambo fellows, they call those natives Sambos when they are half negro and half Indian, had come off outside the reef to pilot us in, and remained on board after we had let go our anchor. He was called Christian George King, and was fonder of all hands than anybody else was. Now, I confess for myself that on that first day, if I had been captain of the Christopher Columbus, instead of private in the Royal Marines, I should have kicked Christian George King, who was no more a Christian than he was a king or a George, over the side, without exactly knowing why, except that it was the right thing to do. But I must likewise confess that I was not in a particularly pleasant humor when I stood under arms that morning aboard the Christopher Columbus in the harbor of the island of Silver Store. I had had a hard life, and the life of the English on the island seemed too easy and too gay to please me. Here you are, I thought to myself, good scholars and good livers, able to read what you like, able to write what you like, able to eat and drink what you like, and spend what you like, and do what you like, and much you care for a poor ignorant private in the Royal Marines. Yet it's hard, too, I think, that you should have all the halfpence, and I all the kicks, you all the smooth, and I all the rough, you all the oil, and I all the vinegar. It was as envious a thing to think as might be, let alone its being nonsensical, but I thought it. I took it so much amiss that when a very beautiful young English lady came aboard, I grunted to myself, "Ah, you have got a lover, I'll be bound," as if there was any new offence to me in that, if she had. She was sister to the captain of our sloop, who had been in a poor way for some time, and who was so ill then that he was obliged to be carried ashore. She was the child of a military officer, and had come out there with her sister, who was married to one of the owners of the silver mine, and who had 3 children with her. It was easy to see that she was the light and spirit of the island. After I had got a good look at her, I grunted to myself again, in an even worse state of mind than before, "I'll be damned if I don't hate him, whoever he is." My officer, Lieutenant Linderwood, was as ill as the captain of the sloop, and was carried ashore too. They were both young men of about my age, who had been delicate in the West India climate. I even took that in bad part. I thought I was much fitter for the work than they were, and that if all of us had our deserts, I should be both of them rolled into one. It may be imagined what sort of an officer of marines I should have made, without the power of reading a written order. And as to any knowledge how to command the sloop, Lord, I should have sunk her in a quarter of an hour. However, such were my reflections, and when we men were ashore and dismissed, I strolled about the place along with Charker, making my observations in a similar spirit. It was a pretty place, in all its arrangements partly South American and partly English, and very agreeable to look at on that account, being like a bit of home that had been chipped off and had floated away to that spot, accommodating itself to circumstances as it drifted along. The huts of the Sambos, to the number of 25 perhaps, were down by the beach to the left of the anchorage. On the right was a sort of barrack with a South American flag, and the Union Jack flying from the same staff, where the little English colony could all come together if they saw occasion. It was a walled square of building, with a sort of pleasure ground inside, and inside that again a sunken block like a powder magazine, with a little square trench around it, and steps down to the door. Charker and I were looking in at the gate, which was not guarded, and I had said to Charker, in reference to the bit like a powder magazine, "That's where they keep the silver, you see," and Charker had said to me, after thinking it over, "And silver ain't gold, is it, Gill?" when the beautiful young English lady I had been so bilious about looked out of a door or a window, at all events looked out from under a bright awning. She no sooner saw us two in uniform than she came out so quickly that she was still putting on her broad Mexican hat of plaited straw when we saluted. "Would you like to come in," she said, "and see the place? It is rather a curious place." We thanked the young lady and said we didn't wish to be troublesome, but she said it could be no trouble to an English soldier's daughter to show English soldiers how their countrymen and countrywomen fared so far away from England, and consequently we saluted again and went in. Then, as we stood in the shade, she showed us, being as affable as beautiful, how the different families lived in their separate houses, and how there was a general house for stores, and a general reading room, and a general room for music and dancing, and a room for church, and how there were other houses on the rising ground called the Signal Hill, where they lived in the hotter weather. "Your officer has been carried up there," she said, "and my brother, too, for the better air. At present our few residents are dispersed over both spots, deducting, that is to say, such of our number as are always going to or coming from or staying at the mine." He is among one of those parties, I thought, and I wish somebody would knock his head off. "Some of our married ladies live here," she said, "during at least half the year, as lonely as widows, with their children." "Many children here, ma'am?" 17. There are 13 married ladies, and there are 8 like me." There were not 8 like her, there was not one like her, in the world. She meant single. "Which, with about 30 Englishmen of various degrees," said the young lady, "form the little colony now on the island. I don't count the sailors, for they don't belong to us, nor the soldiers," she gave us a gracious smile when she spoke of the soldiers, "for the same reason." "Nor the Sambos, ma'am," said I. "No." "Under your favour, and with your leave, ma'am," said I, "are they trustworthy?" "Perfectly. We are all very kind to them, and they are all very grateful to us." "Indeed, ma'am? Now, Christian George King—" "Very much attached to us all. Would die for us." She was, as in my uneducated way I have observed very beautiful women almost always to be, so composed that her composure gave great weight to what she said, and I believed it. Then she pointed out to us the building like a powder magazine, and explained to us in what manner the silver was brought from the mine, and was brought over from the mainland and was stored there. The Christopher Columbus would have a rich lading, she said, for there had been a great yield that year, a much richer yield than usual, and there was a chest of jewels besides the silver. When we had looked about us and were getting sheepish through fearing we were troublesome, she turned us over to a young woman, English born but West India bred, who served her as her maid. This young woman was the widow of a non-commissioned officer in a regiment of the line. She had got married and widowed at St. Vincent, with only a few months between the two events. She was a little saucy woman, with a bright pair of eyes, rather a neat little foot and figure, and rather a neat little turned-up nose. The sort of young woman, I considered at the time, who appeared to invite you to give her a kiss, and would have slapped your face if you accepted the invitation. I couldn't make out her name at first, for when she gave it in answer to my inquiry it sounded like Beltot, which didn't sound right. But when we became better acquainted, which was while Charker and I were drinking sugar cane sangaree, which she made in a most excellent manner, I found that her Christian name was Isabella, which they shortened into Belle, and that the name of the deceased non-commissioned officer was Tot. Being the kind of neat little woman it was natural to make a toy of (I never saw a woman so like a toy in my life), she had got the plaything name of Beltot. In short, she had no other name on the island. Even Mr. Commissioner Pordage, and he was a grave one, formerly addressed her as Mrs. Beltot. But I shall come to Mr. Commissioner Pordage presently. The name of the captain of the sloop was Captain Marion, and therefore it was no news to hear from Mrs. Beltot that his sister, the beautiful unmarried young English lady, was Miss Marion. The novelty was that her Christian name was Marion too. Marion. Many a time I have run off those two names in my thoughts like a bit of verse. Oh, many and many and many a time. We saw out all the drink that was produced like good men and true, and then took our leaves and went down to the beach. The weather was beautiful, the wind steady, low and gentle, the island a picture, the sea a picture, the sky a picture. In that country there are two rainy seasons in the year. One sets in at about our English midsummer, the other about a fortnight after our English Michaelmas. It was the beginning of August at that time. The first of these rainy seasons was well over, and everything was in its most beautiful growth, and had its loveliest look about it. "They enjoy themselves here," I says to Charker, turning surly again. "This is better than private soldiering." We had come down to the beach to be friendly with the boat's crew, who were camped and hutted there, and we were approaching towards their quarters over the sand, when Christian George King comes up from the landing place at a wolf's trot, crying, "Yup, soldier," which was that Sambo pilot's barbarous way of saying, "Hello, soldier." I have stated myself to be a man of no learning, and if I entertain prejudices, I hope allowance may be made. I will now confess to one. It may be a right one, or it may be a wrong one, but I never did like natives, except in the form of oysters. So when Christian George King, who was individually unpleasant to me besides, comes a-trotting along the sand, clucking, "Yup, soldier," I had a thundering good mind to let fly at him with my right. I certainly should have done it, but that it would have exposed me to reprimand. "Yup, soldier," says he, "bad job." "What do you mean?" says I. "Yup, soldier," says he, "ship leaky." "Ship leaky?" says I. "Iss," says he, with a nod that looked as if it was jerked out of him by a most violent hiccup, which is the way with those savages. I cast my eyes at Charker, and we both heard the pumps going aboard the sloop, and saw the signal run up, "Come on board. Hands wanted from the shore." In no time some of the sloop's liberty men were already running down to the water's edge, and the party of seamen, under orders against the pirates, were putting off to the Columbus in 2 boats. "Oh, Christian George King are very sorry," says that Sambo vagabond then. "Christian George King cry English fashion." His English fashion of crying was to screw up his black knuckles into his eyes, howl like a dog, and roll himself on his back on the sand. It was trying not to kick him, but I gave Charker the word, "Double quick, Harry," and we got down to the water's edge, and got on board the sloop. By some means or other she had sprung such a leak that no pumping would keep her free, and what between the 2 fears that she would go down in the harbor, and that even if she did not, all the supplies she had brought for the little colony would be destroyed by the sea water as it rose in her, there was great confusion. In the midst of it Captain Maryon was heard hailing from the beach. He had been carried down in his hammock, and looked very bad. But he insisted on being stood there on his feet, and I saw him myself come off in the boat, sitting upright in the stern sheets, as if nothing was wrong with him. A quick sort of council was held, and Captain Maryon soon resolved that we must all fall to work to get the cargo out, and that when that was done the guns and heavy matters must be got out, and that the sloop must be hauled ashore and careened, and the leak stopped. We were all mustered, the pirate chase party volunteering, and told off into parties, with so many hours of spell and so many hours of relief, and we all went at it with a will. Christian George King was entered one of the party in which I worked at his own request, and he went at it with as good a will as any of the rest. He went at it with so much heartiness, to say the truth, that he rose in my good opinion almost as fast as the water rose in the ship, which was fast enough, and faster. Mr. Commissioner Bordage kept in a red and black japanned box, like a family lump sugar box, some document or other which some Sambo chief or other had got drunk and spilt some ink over, as well as I could understand the matter, and by that means had given up lawful possession of the island. Through having hold of this box, Mr. Pordage got his title of commissioner. He was styled consul, too, and spoke of himself as government. He was a stiff-jointed, high-nosed old gentleman, without an ounce of fat on him, of a very angry temper and a very yellow complexion. Mrs. Commissioner Bordage, making allowances for difference of sex, was much the same. Mr. Kitten, a small, youngish, bald, botanical and mineralogical gentleman, also connected with the mine, but everybody there was that, more or less, was sometimes called by Mr. Commissioner Pordage his vice commissioner, and sometimes his deputy consul. Or sometimes he spoke of Mr. Kitten merely as being under government. The beach was beginning to be a lively scene with the preparations for careening the sloop, and with cargo and spars and rigging and water casks dotted about, and with temporary quarters for the men rising up there out of such sails and odds and ends as could be best set on one side to make them, when Mr. Commissioner Pordage comes down in a high fluster and asks for Captain Maryon. The captain, ill as he was slung in his hammock betwixt 2 trees that he might direct, and he raised his head and answered for himself. "Captain Maryon," cries Mr. Commissioner Pordage, "this is not official, this is not regular." "Sir," says the captain, "it hath been arranged with the clerk and supercargo that you should be communicated with, and requested to render any little assistance that may lie in your power. I am quite certain that hath been duly done." "Captain Maryon," replies Mr. Commissioner Pordage, "there hath been no written correspondence, no documents have passed, no memoranda have been made, no minutes have been made, no entries and counter-entries appear in the official muniments. This is indecent. I call upon you, sir, to desist until all is regular, or government will take this up." "Sir," says Captain Maryon, chafing a little as he looked out of his hammock, "between the chances of government taking this up and my ship taking herself down, I must prefer to trust myself to the former." "You do, sir?" cries Mr. Commissioner Pordage. "I do, sir," says Captain Maryon, lying down again. "Then, Mr. Kitten," says the Commissioner, "send up instantly for my diplomatic coat." He was dressed in a linen suit at that moment, but Mr. Kitten started off himself and brought down the diplomatic coat, which was a blue cloth one, gold laced, and with a crown on the button. "Now, Mr. Kitten," says Pordage, "I instruct you, as Vice Commissioner and Deputy Consul of this place, to demand of Captain Maryon of the sloop Christopher Columbus whether he drives me to the act of putting this coat on." "Mr. Pordage," says Captain Maryon, looking out of his hammock again, "as I can hear what you say, I can answer it without troubling the gentleman. I should be sorry that you should be at the pains of putting on too hot a coat on my account. But otherwise you may put it on hindside before, or inside out, or with your legs in the sleeves, or your head in the skirts, for any objection that I have to offer to your thoroughly pleasing yourself." "Very good, Captain Maryon," says Pordage in a tremendous passion. "Very good, sir. Be the consequences on your own head. Mr. Kitten, as it has come to this, help me on with it." When he had given that order, he walked off in the coat, and all our names were taken, and I was afterwards told that Mr. Kitten wrote from his dictation more than a bushel of large paper on the subject, which cost more before it was done with than ever could be calculated, and which only got done with after all by being lost. Our work went on merrily, nevertheless, and the Christopher Columbus, hauled up, lay helpless on her side like a great fish out of water. While she was in that state there was a feast, or a ball, or an entertainment, or more properly all three together, given us in honor of the ship and the ship's company, and the other visitors. At that assembly, I believe, I saw all the inhabitants then upon the island, without any exception. I took no particular notice of more than a few, but I found it very agreeable in that little corner of the world to see the children, who were of all ages and mostly very pretty, as they mostly are. There was one handsome elderly lady with very dark eyes and gray hair that I inquired about. I was told that her name was Mrs. Venning, and her married daughter, a fair, slight thing, was pointed out to me by the name of Fanny Fisher. Quite a child she looked, with a little copy of herself holding to her dress, and her husband, just come back from the mine, exceedingly proud of her. They were a good-looking set of people on the whole, but I didn't like them. I was out of sorts. In conversation with Charker I found fault with all of them. I said of Mrs. Venning she was proud. Of Mrs. Fisher she was a delicate little baby fool. What did I think of this one? Why, he was a fine gentleman. What did I say to that one? Why, she was a fine lady. What could you expect them to be, I asked Charker, nursed in that climate, with the tropical night shining for them, musical instruments playing to them, great trees bending over them, soft lamps lighting them, fireflies sparkling in among them, bright flowers and birds brought into existence to please their eyes, delicious drinks to be had for the pouring out, delicious fruits to be got for the picking, and every one dancing and murmuring happily in the scented air, with the sea breaking low on the reef for a pleasant chorus. "Fine gentlemen and fine ladies, Harry," I says to Charker. "Yes, I think so. Dolls, dolls. Not the sort of stuff for wear that comes of poor private soldiering in the Royal Marines." However, I could not gainsay that they were very hospitable people, and that they treated us uncommonly well. Every man of us was at the entertainment, and Mrs. Beltot had more partners than she could dance with, though she danced all night too. As to Jack, whether of the Christopher Columbus or of the pirate pursuit party, it made no difference. He danced with his brother Jack, danced with himself, danced with the moon, the stars, the trees, the prospect, anything. I didn't greatly take to the chief officer of that party, with his bright eyes, brown face, and easy figure. I didn't much like his way when he first happened to come where we were, with Miss Maryon on his arm. "Oh, Captain Carton," she says, "here are two friends of mine." He says, "Indeed? These two Marines?" meaning Charker and myself. "Yes," says she, "I showed these two friends of mine, when they first came, all the wonders of Silver Store." He gave us a laughing look, and says he, "You are in luck, men. I would be disrated and go before the mast to-morrow to be shown the way upward again by such a guide. You are in luck, men." When he had saluted, and he and the lady had waltzed away, I said, "You are a pretty fellow, too, to talk of luck. You may go to the devil." Mr. Commissioner Pordage and Mrs. Commissioner showed among the company on that occasion like the King and Queen of a much greater Britain than Great Britain. Only two other circumstances in that jovial night made much separate impression on me. One was this: a man in our draft of Marines named Tom Packer, a wild, unsteady young fellow, but the son of a respectable shipwright in Portsmouth Yard, and a good scholar who had been well brought up, comes to me after a spell of dancing, and takes me aside by the elbow, and says, swearing angrily, "Gil Davis, I hope I may not be the death of Sergeant Drooce one day." Now I knew Drooce had always borne particularly hard on this man, and I knew this man to be of a very hot temper. So I said, "Tut, nonsense, don't talk so to me. If there's a man in the corps who scorns the name of an assassin, that man and Tom Packer are one." Tom wipes his head, being in a mortal sweat, and says he, "I hope so, but I can't answer for myself when he lords it over me, as he has just now done, before a woman. I tell you what, Gil, mark my words, it will go hard with Sergeant Drooce if ever we are in any engagement together, and he has to look to me to save him. Let him say a prayer, then, if he knows one, for it's all over with him, and he is on his deathbed. Mark my words." I did mark his words, and very soon afterwards, too, as will shortly be taken down. End of Story 10, Part 1. Story 10 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 10, The Perils of Certain English Prisoners, Part 2. The other circumstance that I noticed at that ball was the gaiety and attachment of Christian George King. The innocent spirits that Sambo Pilot was in, and the impossibility he found himself under of showing all the little colony, but especially the ladies and children, how fond he was of them, how devoted to them, and how faithful to them for life and death, for present, future, and everlasting, made a great impression on me. If ever a man, Sambo or no Sambo, was trustful and trusted to what may be called quite an infantine and sweetly beautiful extent, surely, I thought, that morning when I did at last lie down to rest, it was that Sambo Pilot, Christian George King. This may account for my dreaming of him. He stuck in my sleep corner-wise, and I couldn't get him out. He was always flitting about me, dancing round me, and peeping in over my hammock, though I woke and dozed off again 50 times. At last, when I opened my eyes, there he really was, looking in at the open side of the little dark hut, which was made of leaves, and had Charker's hammock slung in it as well as mine. "So jeer," says he in a sort of low croak. "Yup." "Hullo," says I, starting up. "What? You are there, are you?" "Iss," says he. "Christian George King got news." "What news has he got?" "Pirates out." I was on my feet in a second. So was Charker. We were both aware that Captain Carton, in command of the boats, constantly watched the mainland for a secret signal, though of course it was not known to such as us what the signal was. Christian George King had vanished before we touched the ground, but the word was already passing from hut to hut to turn out quietly, and we knew that the nimble barbarian had got hold of the truth, or something near it. In a space among the trees behind the encampment of us visitors, naval and military, was a snugly screened spot where we kept the stores that were in use, and did our cookery. The word was passed to assemble there. It was very quickly given, and was given, so far as we were concerned, by Sergeant Drooce, who was as good in a soldier point of view as he was bad in a tyrannical one. We were ordered to drop into this space, quietly, behind the trees, one by one. As we assembled here, the seamen assembled too. Within 10 minutes, as I should estimate, we were all here except the usual guard upon the beach. The beach, we could see it through the wood, looked as it always had done in the hottest time of the day. The guard were in the shadow of the sloop's hull, and nothing was moving but the sea, and that moved very faintly. Work had always been knocked off at that hour until the sun grew less fierce and the sea breeze rose, so that its being holiday with us made no difference just then in the look of the place. But I may mention that it was a holiday, and the first we had had since our hard work began. Last night's ball had been given on the leaks being repaired and the careening done. The worst of the work was over, and tomorrow we were to begin to get the sloop afloat again. We Marines were now drawn up here under arms. The chase party were drawn up separate. The men of the Columbus were drawn up separate. The officers stepped out into the midst of the three parties and spoke so as all might hear. Captain Carton was the officer in command, and he had a spyglass in his hand. His coxswain stood by him with another spyglass, and with a slate on which he seemed to have been taking down signals. "Now, men," says Captain Carton, "I have to let you know for your satisfaction. First, that there are 10 pirate boats, strongly manned and armed, lying hidden up a creek yonder on the coast, under the overhanging branches of the dense trees. Secondly, that they will certainly come out this night when the moon rises on a pillaging and murdering expedition of which some part of the mainland is the object. Thirdly, don't cheer, men, that we will give chase, and if we can get at them, rid the world of them, please God." Nobody spoke that I heard, and nobody moved that I saw. Yet there was a kind of ring, as if every man answered and approved with the best blood that was inside of him. "Sir," says Captain Marion, "I beg to volunteer on this service with my boats. My people volunteer to the ship's boys." "In His Majesty's name and service," the other answers, touching his hat, "I accept your aid with pleasure. Lieutenant Linderwood, how will you divide your men?" I was ashamed. I give it out to be written down as large and plain as possible. I was heart and soul ashamed of my thoughts of those two sick officers, Captain Marion and Lieutenant Linderwood, when I saw them then and there. The spirit in those two gentlemen beat down their illness, and very ill I knew them to be, like St. George beating down the dragon. Pain and weakness, want of ease and want of rest, had no more place in their minds than fear itself. Meaning now to express for my lady to write down exactly what I felt then and there, I felt this: you two brave fellows that I had been so grudgeful of, I know that if you were dying you would put it off to get up and do your best, and then you would be so modest that in lying down again to die you would hardly say, "I did it." It did me good. It really did me good. But to go back to where I broke off. Says Captain Carton to Lieutenant Linderwood, "Sir, how will you divide your men? There is not room for all, and a few men should in any case be left here." There was some debate about it. At last it was resolved to leave 8 Marines and 4 seamen on the island, besides the sloop's 2 boys. And because it was considered that the friendly Sambos would only want to be commanded in case of any danger, though none at all was apprehended there, the officers were in favor of leaving the 2 non-commissioned officers, Druce and Charker. It was a heavy disappointment to them, just as my being one of the left was a heavy disappointment to me, then, but not soon afterwards. We men drew lots for it, and I drew Island. So did Tom Packer. So, of course, did 4 more of our rank and file. When this was settled, verbal instructions were given to all hands to keep the intended expedition secret, in order that the women and children might not be alarmed, or the expedition put in a difficulty by more volunteers. The assembly was to be on that same spot at sunset. Every man was to keep up an appearance, meanwhile, of occupying himself in his usual way. That is to say, Every man, excepting 4 old trusty seamen, who were appointed with an officer to see to the arms and ammunition, and to muffle the rullocks of the boats, and to make everything as trim and swift and silent as could be made. The Sambo pilot had been present all the while, in case of his being wanted, and had said to the officer in command, 500 times over if he had said it once, that Christian George King would stay with the Sojiers and take care of the boofer ladies and the boofer childs, boofer being that native's expression for beautiful. He was now asked a few questions concerning the putting off of the boats, and in particular whether there was any way of embarking at the back of the island, which Captain Carton would have half liked to do, and then have dropped round in its shadow and slanted across to the main. But "No," says Christian George King, "no, no, no. I told you so 10 time, no, no, no. All reef, all rock, all swim, all drown." Striking out as he said it, like a swimmer gone mad, and turning over on his back on dry land, and spluttering himself to death in a manner that made him quite an exhibition. The sun went down, after appearing to be a long time about it, and the assembly was called. Every man answered to his name, of course, and was at his post. It was not yet black dark, and the roll was only just gone through, when up comes Mr. Commissioner Pordage with his diplomatic coat on. "Captain Carton," says he, "sir, what is this?" "This, Mr. Commissioner," he was very short with him, "is an expedition against the pirates. It is a secret expedition, so please to keep it a secret." "Sir," says Commissioner Pordage, "I trust there is going to be no unnecessary cruelty committed." "Sir," returns the officer, "I trust not." "That is not enough, sir," cries Commissioner Pordage, getting wroth. "Captain Carton, I give you notice. Government requires you to treat the enemy with great delicacy, consideration, clemency, and forbearance." "Sir," says Captain Carton, "I am an English officer, commanding English men, and I hope I am not likely to disappoint the government's just expectations. But I presume you know that these villains under their black flag have despoiled our countrymen of their property, burnt their homes, barbarously murdered them and their little children, and worse than murdered their wives and daughters." "Perhaps I do, Captain Carton," answered Pordage, waving his hands with dignity. "Perhaps I do not. It is not customary, sir, for government to commit itself." "It matters very little, Mr. Pordage, whether or no. Believing that I hold my commission by the allowance of God, and not that I have received it directly from the devil, I shall certainly use it, with all avoidance of unnecessary suffering, and with all merciful swiftness of execution, to exterminate these people from the face of the earth. Let me recommend you to go home, sir, and to keep out of the night air." Never another syllable did that officer say to the Commissioner, but turned away to his men. The Commissioner buttoned his diplomatic coat to the chin, said, "Mr. Kitten, attend me," gasped, half choked himself, and took himself off. It now fell very dark indeed. I have seldom, if ever, seen it darker, nor yet so dark. The moon was not due until 1 in the morning, and it was but a little after 9 when our men lay down where they were mustered. It was pretended that they were to take a nap, but everybody knew that no nap was to be got under the circumstances. Though all were very quiet, there was a restlessness among the people, much what I have seen among the people on a racecourse, when the bell has rung for the saddling for a great race, with large stakes on it. At 10 they put off, only one boat putting off at a time, another following in 5 minutes, both then lying on their oars until another followed. Ahead of it all, paddling his own outlandish little canoe without a sound, went the Sambo pilot, to take them safely outside the reef. No light was shown but once, and that was in the commanding officer's own hand. I lighted the dark lantern for him, and he took it from me when he embarked. They had blue lights and such like with them, but kept themselves as dark as murder. The expedition got away with wonderful quietness, and Christian George King soon came back dancing with joy. "Yup, Sojier," says he to himself, in a very objectionable kind of convulsions. "Christian George King, sar, very glad. Pirates all be blown a pieces. Yup, yup." My reply to that cannibal was, "However glad you may be, hold your noise and don't dance jigs and slap your knees about it, for I can't abear to see you do it." I was on duty then, we 12 who were left being divided into 4 watches of 3 each, 3 hours' spell. I was relieved at 12. A little before that time I had challenged, and Miss Marion and Miss Beltott had come in. "Good Davis," says Miss Marion, "what is the matter? Where is my brother?" I told her what was the matter, and where her brother was. "Oh, heaven help him!" says she, clasping her hands and looking up. She was close in front of me, and she looked most lovely, to be sure. "He is not sufficiently recovered, not strong enough for such strife." "If you had seen him, miss," I told her, "as I saw him when he volunteered, you would have known that his spirit is strong enough for any strife. It will bear his body, miss, to wherever duty calls him. It will always bear him to an honorable life or a brave death." "Heaven bless you," says she, touching my arm. "I know it. Heaven bless you." Mrs. Beltott surprised me by trembling and saying nothing. They were still standing looking towards the sea and listening after the relief had come round. It continued very dark. I asked to be allowed to take them back. Miss Marion thanked me, and she put her arm in mine, and I did take them back. I have now got to make a confession that will appear singular. After I had left them, I laid myself down on my face on the beach and cried for the first time since I had frightened birds as a boy at Snorridge Bottom, to think what a poor, ignorant, low-placed private soldier I was. It was only for half a minute or so. A man can't at all times be quite master of himself, and it was only for half a minute or so. Then I up and went to my hut and turned into my hammock and fell asleep with wet eyelashes and a sore, sore heart, just as I had often done when I was a child and had been worse used than usual. I slept, as a child under those circumstances might, very sound, and yet very sore at heart all through my sleep. I was awoke by the words, "He is a determined man." I had sprung out of my hammock and had seized my firelock and was standing on the ground saying the words myself. "He is a determined man." But the curiosity of my state was that I seemed to be repeating them after somebody, and to have been wonderfully startled by hearing them. As soon as I came to myself, I went out of the hut and away to where the guard was. Charker challenged, "Who goes there?" "A friend." "Not Gill," says he, as he shouldered his piece. "Gill," says I. "Why, what the deuce do you do out of your hammock?" says he. "Too hot for sleep," says I. "Is all right?" "Right," says Charker. "Yes, yes, all's right enough here. What should be wrong here? It's the boats that we want to know of. Except for fireflies twinkling about and the lonesome splashes of great creatures as they drop into the water, there's nothing going on here to ease a man's mind from the boats." The moon was above the sea and had risen, I should say, some half an hour. As Charker spoke, with his face towards the sea, I looked landward, suddenly laid my right hand on his breast, and said, "Don't move. Don't turn. Don't raise your voice. You never saw a Maltese face here?" "No. What do you mean?" he asked, staring at me. "Nor yet an English face with one eye and a patch across the nose?" "No. What ails you? What do you mean?" I had seen both looking at us round the stem of a cocoanut tree where the moon struck them. I had seen that Sambo pilot, with one hand laid on the stem of the tree, drawing them back into the heavy shadow. I had seen their naked cutlasses twinkle and shine like bits of the moonshine in the water that had got blown ashore among the trees by the light wind. I had seen it all in a moment, and I saw in a moment, as any man would, that the signalled move of the pirates on the mainland was a plot and a feint, that the leak had been made to disable the sloop, that the boats had been tempted away to leave the island unprotected, that the pirates had landed by some secreted way at the back, and that Christian George King was a double-dyed traitor and a most infernal villain. I considered, still all in one and the same moment, that Charker was a brave man, but not quick with his head, and that Sergeant Drooce, with a much better head, was close by. All I said to Charker was, "I am afraid we are betrayed. Turn your back full to the moonlight on the sea, and cover the stem of the cocoanut tree, which will then be right before you, at the height of a man's heart. Are you right?" "I am right," says Charker, turning instantly and falling into the position with a nerve of iron. And right ain't left, is it, Gill? A few seconds brought me to Sergeant Drooce's hut. He was fast asleep, and being a heavy sleeper, I had to lay my hand upon him to rouse him. The instant I touched him he came rolling out of his hammock and upon me like a tiger, and a tiger he was, except that he knew what he was up to, in his utmost heat, as well as any man. I had to struggle with him pretty hard to bring him to his senses, panting all the while, for he gave me a breather. "Sergeant, I am Gill Davis. Treachery! Pirates on the island!" The last words brought him round, and he took his hands off. "I have seen 2 of them within this minute," said I, and so I told him what I had told Harry Charker. His soldierly, though tyrannical, head was clear in an instant. He didn't waste one word even of surprise. "Order the guard," says he, "to draw off quietly into the fort." They call the enclosure I have before mentioned the fort, though it was not much of that. "Then get you to the fort as quickly as you can, rouse up every soul there, and fasten the gate. I will bring in all those who are up at the Signal Hill. If we are surrounded before we can join you, you must make a sally and cut us out if you can. The word among our men is, women and children." He burst away like fire going before the wind over dry reeds. He roused up the 7 men who were off duty, and had them bursting away with him before they knew they were not asleep. I reported orders to Charker and ran to the fort, as I have never run at any other time in all my life, no, not even in a dream. The gate was not fast, and had no good fastening, only a double wooden bar, a poor chain, and a bad lock. Those I secured as well as they could be secured in a few seconds by one pair of hands, and so ran to that part of the building where Miss Marion lived. I called to her loudly by her name until she answered. I then called loudly all the names I knew: Mrs. Macy, Miss Marion's married sister, Mr. Macy, Mrs. Venning, Mr. and Mrs. Fisher, even Mr. and Mrs. Pordage. Then I called out, "All you gentlemen here, get up and defend the place. We are caught in a trap. Pirates have landed. We are attacked." At the terrible word "pirates," for those villains had done such deeds in those seas as never can be told in writing, and can scarcely be so much as thought of, cries and screams rose up from every part of the place. Quickly lights moved about from window to window, and the cries moved about with them, and men, women, and children came flying down into the square. I remarked to myself even then what a number of things I seemed to see at once. I noticed Mrs. Macy coming towards me, carrying all her 3 children together. I noticed Mr. Pordage, in the greatest terror, in vain trying to get on his diplomatic coat, and Mr. Kitten respectfully tying his pocket-handkerchief over Mrs. Portage's nightcap. I noticed Mrs. Beltot run out screaming and shrink upon the ground near me, and cover her face in her hands, and lie all of a bundle, shivering. But what I noticed with the greatest pleasure was the determined eyes with which those men of the mine that I had thought fine gentlemen came round me with what arms they had, to the full as cool and resolute as I could be for my life, ay, and for my soul too, into the bargain. The chief person being Mr. Macy, I told him how the 3 men of the guard would be at the gate directly, if they were not already there, and how Sergeant Drooce and the other 7 were gone to bring in the outlying part of the people of Silver Store. I next urged him, for the love of all who were dear to him, to trust no Sambo, and above all, if he could get any good chance at Christian George King, not to lose it, but to put him out of the world. "I will follow your advice to the letter, Davis," says he. "What next?" My answer was, "I think, sir, I would recommend you next to order down such heavy furniture and lumber as can be moved, and make a barricade within the gate." "That's good again," says he. "Will you see it done?" "I'll willingly help to do it," says I, "unless or until my superior, Sergeant Drooce, gives me other orders." He shook me by the hand, and having told off some of his companions to help me, bestirred himself to look to the arms and ammunition. A proper, quick, brave, steady, ready gentleman. One of their 3 little children was deaf and dumb. Miss Marion had been from the first with all the children, soothing them and dressing them, poor little things they had been brought out of their beds, and making them believe that it was a game of play, so that some of them were now even laughing. I had been working hard with the others at the barricade, and had got up a pretty good breastwork within the gate. Drooce and the 7 had come back, bringing in the people from the signal hill, and had worked along with us. But I had not so much as spoken a word to Drooce, nor had Drooce so much as spoken a word to me, for we were both too busy. The breastwork was now finished, and I found Miss Marion at my side with the child in her arms. Her dark hair was fastened round her head with a band. She had a quantity of it, and it looked even richer and more precious put up hastily out of her way than I had seen it look when it was carefully arranged. She was very pale, but extraordinarily quiet and still. "Dear good Davis," said she, "I have been waiting to speak one word to you." I turned to her directly. If I had received a musket ball in the heart, and she had stood there, I almost believe I should have turned to her before I dropped. "This pretty little creature," said she, kissing the child in her arms, who was playing with her hair and trying to pull it down, "cannot hear what we say, can hear nothing. I trust you so much, and have such great confidence in you, that I want you to make me a promise." "What is it, miss?" "That if we are defeated, and you are absolutely sure of my being taken, you will kill me." "I shall not be alive to do it, miss. I shall have died in your defence before it comes to that. They must step across my body to lay a hand on you." "But if you are alive, you brave soldier?" How she looked at me! "And if you cannot save me from the pirates living, you will save me dead. Tell me so." Well, I told her I would do that in the last, if all else failed. She took my hand, my rough, coarse hand, and put it to her lips. She put it to the child's lips, and the child kissed it. I believe I had the strength of half a dozen men in me from that moment until the fight was over. All this time Mr. Commissioner Pordage had been wanting to make a proclamation to the pirates to lay down their arms and go away, and everybody had been hustling him about and tumbling over him while he was calling for pen and ink to write it with. Mrs. Pordage, too, had some curious ideas about the British respectability of her nightcap, which had as many frills to it, growing in layers, one inside another, as if it was a white vegetable of the artichoke sort. And she wouldn't take the nightcap off, and would be angry when it got crushed by the other ladies who were handing things about, and in short she gave as much trouble as her husband did. But as we were now forming for the defence of the place, they were both poked out of the way with no ceremony. The children and ladies were got into the little trench which surrounded the Silver House. We were afraid of leaving them in any of the light buildings, lest they should be set on fire, and we made the best disposition we could. There was a pretty good store, in point of amount, of tolerable swords and cutlasses. Those were issued. There were also perhaps a score or so of spare muskets. Those were brought out. To my astonishment, little Mrs. Fisher, that I had taken for a doll and a baby, was not only very active in that service, but volunteered to load the spare arms. "For I understand it well," says she cheerfully, without a shake in her voice. "I am a soldier's daughter and a sailor's sister, and I understand it too," said Miss Marion, just in the same way. Steady and busy behind where I stood, those 2 beautiful and delicate young women fell to handling the guns, hammering the flints, looking to the locks, and quietly directing others to pass up powder and bullets from hand to hand as unflinching as the best of tried soldiers. Sergeant Drooce had brought in word that the pirates were very strong in numbers, over 100 was his estimate, and that they were not even then all landed, for he had seen them in a very good position on the further side of the signal hill, evidently waiting for the rest of their men to come up. In the present pause, the first we had had since the alarm, he was telling this over again to Mr. Macy, when Mr. Macy suddenly cried out, "The signal! Nobody has thought of the signal!" We knew of no signal, so we could not have thought of it. "What signal may you mean, sir?" says Sergeant Drooce, looking sharp at him. "There is a pile of wood upon the signal hill. If it could be lighted, which never has been done yet, it would be a signal of distress to the mainland." Charker cries directly, "Sergeant Drooce, dispatch me on that duty. Give me the 2 men who were on guard with me to-night, and I'll light the fire if it can be done." "If it can't, Corporal," Mr. Macy strikes in. "Look at these ladies and children, sir," says Charker. "I'd rather light myself than not try any chance to save them." We gave him a hurrah. It burst from us, come of it what might, and he got his 2 men and was let out at the gate and crept away. I had no sooner come back to my place from being one of the party to handle the gate than Miss Marion said in a low voice behind me, "Davis, will you look at this powder? This is not right." I turned my head. Christian George King again, and treachery again. Sea water had been conveyed into the magazine, and every grain of powder was spoiled. "Stay a moment," said Sergeant Drooce, when I had told him, without causing a movement in a muscle of his face. "Look to your pouch, my lad. You, Tom Packer, look to your pouch, confound you. Look to your pouches, all you Marines." The same artful savage had got at them, somehow or other, and the cartridges were all unserviceable. Says the sergeant. "Look to your loading, men. You are right so far?" Yes, we were right so far. "Well, my lads, and gentlemen all," says the sergeant, "this will be a hand-to-hand affair, and so much the better." He treated himself to a pinch of snuff, and stood up, square-shouldered and broad-chested in the light of the moon, which was now very bright, as cool as if he was waiting for a play to begin. He stood quiet, and we all stood quiet, for a matter of something like half an hour. I took notice from such whispered talk as there was, how little we that the silver did not belong to thought about it, and how much the people that it did belong to thought about it. At the end of the half hour, it was reported from the gate that Charker and the 2 were falling back on us, pursued by about a dozen. "Sally, gate party under Gill Davis," says the sergeant, "and bring 'em in, like men now." We were not long about it, and we brought them in. "Don't take me," says Charker, holding me around the neck and stumbling down at my feet when the gate was fast. "Don't take me near the ladies or the children, Gill. They had better not see death till it can't be helped. They'll see it soon enough." "Harry," I answered, holding up his head, "comrade." He was cut to pieces. The signal had been secured by the first pirate party that landed. His hair was all singed off, and his face was blackened with the running pitch from a torch. He made no complaint of pain or of anything. "Good-bye, old chap," was all he said with a smile. "I've got my death, and death ain't life, is it, Gill?" Having helped to lay his poor body on one side, I went back to my post. Sergeant Drooce looked at me with his eyebrows a little lifted. I nodded. "Close up there, men and gentlemen all," said the sergeant. "A place too many in the line." The pirates were so close upon us at this time that the foremost of them were already before the gate. More and more came up with a great noise, and shouted loudly. When we believed from the sound that they were all there, we gave 3 English cheers. The poor little children joined, and were so fully convinced of our being at play that they enjoyed the noise and were heard clapping their hands in the silence that followed. End of Story 10, Part 2. Story 10 of Christmas Stories by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 10, The Perils of Certain English Prisoners, Part 3. Our disposition was this, beginning with the rear. Mrs. Venning, holding her daughter's hand in her arms, sat on the steps of the little square trench surrounding the Silver House, encouraging and directing those women and children as she might have done in the happiest and easiest time of her life. Then there was an armed line under Mr. Macy, across the width of the enclosure, facing that way and having their backs towards the gate, in order that they might watch the walls and prevent our being taken by surprise. Then there was a space of 8 or 10 feet deep in which the spare arms were, and in which Miss Marion and Mrs. Fisher, their hands and dresses blackened with the spoilt gunpowder, worked on their knees, tying such things as knives, old bayonets, and spearheads to the muzzles of the useless muskets. Then there was a second armed line under Sergeant Druce, also across the width of the enclosure, but facing to the gate. Then came the breastwork we had made, with a zigzag way through it for me and my little party to hold good in retreating as long as we could, when we were driven from the gate. We all knew that it was impossible to hold the place long, and that our only hope was in the timely discovery of the plot by the boats, and in their coming back. I and my men were now thrown forward to the gate. From a spy-hole I could see the whole crowd of pirates. There were Malays among them, Dutch, Maltese, Greeks, Sambos, negroes, and convict Englishmen from the West India Islands. Among the last, him with the one eye and the patch across the nose. There were some Portuguese, too, and a few Spaniards. The captain was a Portuguese, a little man with very large earrings under a very broad hat, and a great bright shawl twisted about his shoulders. They were all strongly armed, but like a boarding party, with pikes, swords, cutlasses, and axes. I noticed a good many pistols, but not a gun of any kind among them. This gave me to understand that they had considered that a continued roll of musketry might perhaps have been heard on the mainland, also that for the reason that fire would be seen from the mainland they would not set the fort in flames and roast us alive, which was one of their favorite ways of carrying on. I looked about for Christian George King, and if I had seen him, I am much mistaken if he would not have received my one round of ball cartridge in his head. But no Christian George King was visible. A sort of a wild Portuguese demon, who seemed either fierce mad or fierce drunk, but they all seemed one or the other, came forward with the black flag and gave it a wave or two. After that the Portuguese captain called out in shrill English, "I say you, English fools, open the gate, surrender!" As we kept close and quiet, he said something to his men which I didn't understand, and when he had said it, the one-eyed English rascal with the patch, who had stepped out when he began, said it again in English. It was only this: "Boys of the black flag, this is to be quickly done. Take all the prisoners you can. If they don't yield, kill the children to make them. Forward!" Then they all came on at the gate, and in another half-minute were smashing and splitting it in. We struck at them through the gaps and shivers, and we dropped many of them, too. But their very weight could have carried such a gate if they had been unarmed. I soon found Sergeant Druce at my side, forming us 6 remaining marines in line. Tom Packer next to me, and ordering us to fall back 3 paces, and as they broke in, to give them our one little volley at short distance. Then, says he, receive them behind your breastwork on the bayonet, and at least let every man of you pin one of the cursed cockchafers through the body. We checked them by our fire, slight as it was, and we checked them at the breastwork. However, they broke over it like swarms of devils. They were really and truly more devils than men, and then it was hand to hand indeed. We clubbed our muskets and laid about us. Even then those 2 ladies, always behind me, were steady and ready with the arms. I had a lot of Maltese and Malays upon me, and, but for a broadsword that Miss Marion's own hand put in mine, should have got my end from them. But was that all? No. I saw a heap of banded dark hair and a white dress come thrice between me and them under my own raised right arm, which each time might have destroyed the wearer of the white dress, and each time one of the lot went down, struck dead. Druce was armed with a broadsword, too, and did such things with it that there was a cry in half a dozen languages of "Kill that sergeant!" as I knew by the cry being raised in English and taken up in other tongues. I had received a severe cut across the left arm a few moments before, and should have known nothing of it, except supposing that somebody had struck me a sharp blow, if I had not felt weak and seen myself covered with spouting blood, and at the same instant of time seen Miss Marion tearing her dress and binding it with Mrs. Fisher's help round the wound. They called to Tom Packer, who was scouring by, to stop and guard me for 1 minute while I was bound, or I should bleed to death in trying to defend myself. Tom stopped directly with a good sabre in his hand. In that same moment, all things seem to happen at that same moment at such a time, half a dozen had rushed howling at Sergeant Druce. The sergeant, stepping back against the wall, stopped one howl forever with such a terrible blow, and waited for the rest to come on with such a wonderfully unmoved face that they stopped and looked at him. "See him now!" cried Tom Packer. "Now, when I could cut him out! Gill, did I tell you to mark my words?" I implored Tom Packer, in the Lord's name, as well as I could in my faintness, to go to the sergeant's aid. "I hate and detest him," says Tom, moodily wavering. "Still, he is a brave man." Then he calls out, "Sergeant Druce! Sergeant Druce! Tell me you have driven me too hard and are sorry for it." The sergeant, without turning his eyes from his assailants, which would have been instant death to him, answers, "No, I won't." "Sergeant Druce," cries Tom in a kind of agony, "I have passed my word that I would never save you from death if I could, but would leave you to die. Tell me you have driven me too hard and are sorry for it, and that shall go for nothing." One of the group laid the sergeant's bald, bare head open. The sergeant laid him dead. "I tell you," says the sergeant, breathing a little short and waiting for the next attack, "no, I won't. If you are not man enough to strike for a fellow soldier because he wants help, and because of nothing else, I'll go into the other world and look for a better man." Tom swept upon them and cut him out. Tom and he fought their way through another knot of them, and sent them flying, and came over to where I was beginning again to feel, with inexpressible joy, that I had got a sword in my hand. They had hardly come to us when I heard, above all the other noises, a tremendous cry of women's voices. I also saw Miss Marion, with quite a new face, suddenly clap her two hands over Mrs. Fisher's eyes. I looked towards the Silver House and saw Mrs. Venning, standing upright on the top of the steps of the trench, with her gray hair and her dark eyes, hide her daughter's child behind her, among the folds of her dress, strike a pirate with her other hand, and fall shot by his pistol. The cry rose again, and there was a terrible and confusing rush of the women into the midst of the struggle. In another moment something came tumbling down upon me that I thought was the wall. It was a heap of Sambos who had come over the wall, and of 4 men who clung to my legs like serpents, one who clung to my right leg was Christian George King. "Yup, Sojeer," says he. "Christian George King, sar, very glad Sojeer prisoner. Christian George King been wanting for Sojeer sech long time. Yup, yup." What could I do with 25 of them on me but be tied hand and foot? So I was tied hand and foot. It was all over now, boats not come back, all lost. When I was fast bound and was put up against the wall, the one-eyed English convict came up with the Portuguese captain to have a look at me. "See," says he, "here's the determined man. If you had slept sounder last night, you'd have slept your soundest last night, my determined man." The Portuguese captain laughed in a cool way, and with the flat of his cutlass hit me crosswise, as if I was the bough of a tree that he played with, first on the face, then across the chest and the wounded arm. I looked him steady in the face without tumbling, while he looked at me, I am happy to say, but when they went away I fell and lay there. The sun was up when I was roused and told to come down to the beach and be embarked. I was full of aches and pains, and could not at first remember, but I remembered quite soon enough. The killed were lying about all over the place, and the pirates were burying their dead and taking away their wounded on hastily made litters to the back of the island. As for us prisoners, some of their boats had come round to the usual harbor to carry us off. We looked a wretched few, I thought, when I got down there. Still, it was another sign that we had fought well, and made the enemy suffer. The Portuguese captain had all the women already embarked in the boat he himself commanded, which was just putting off when I got down. Miss Marion sat on one side of him and gave me a moment's look, as full of quiet courage and pity and confidence as if it had been an hour long. On the other side of him was poor little Miss Fisher, weeping for her child and her mother. I was shoved into the same boat with Druce and Packer and the remainder of our party of marines, of whom we had lost 2 privates, besides Charker, my poor, brave comrade. We all made a melancholy passage under the hot sun over to the mainland. There we landed in a solitary place, and were mustered on the sea sand. Mr. and Mrs. Macy and their children were amongst us, Mr. and Mrs. Portage, Mr. Kitten, Mr. Fisher, and Mrs. Beltot. We mustered only 14 men, 15 women, and 7 children. Those were all that remained of the English who had lain down to sleep last night, unsuspecting and happy on the island of Silver Store. Parenthetical paragraph. The second chapter, which was not written by Mr. Dickens, describes the prisoners, 22 women and children, taken into the interior by the pirate captain, who makes them the material guarantee for the precious metal and jewels left on the island, declaring that, if the latter be wrested by English ships from the pirates in charge, he will murder the captives. From their prison in the woods, however, this being the title of the second chapter, they escape by means of rafts down the river, and the sequel is told in a third and concluding chapter by Mr. Dickens. End parenthetical paragraph. Chapter 3. The Rafts on the River. We contrived to keep afloat all that night, and the stream running strong with us, to glide a long way down the river. But we found the night to be a dangerous time for such navigation, on account of the eddies and rapids, and it was therefore settled next day that in future we would bring to at sunset, and camp on the shore. As we knew of no boats that the pirates possessed up at the prison in the woods, we settled always to encamp on the opposite side of the stream, so as to have the breadth of the river between our sleep and them. Our opinion was, that if they were acquainted with any near way by land to the mouth of this river, they would come up it in force and retake us or kill us, according as they could; but that if that was not the case, and if the river ran by none of their secret stations, we might escape. When I say we settled this or that, I do not mean that we planned anything with any confidence as to what might happen an hour hence. So much had happened in one night, and such great changes had been violently and suddenly made in the fortunes of many among us, that we had got better used to uncertainty in a little while than I dare say most people do in the course of their lives. The difficulties we soon got into through the offsettings and point currents of the stream made the likelihood of our being drowned alone, to say nothing of our being retaken, as broad and plain as the sun at noonday to all of us. But we all worked hard at managing the rafts, under the direction of the seamen. Of our own skill, I think we never could have prevented them from oversetting. And we also worked hard at making good the defects of their first hasty construction, which the water soon found out. While we humbly resigned ourselves to going down, if it was the will of our Father that was in heaven, we humbly made up our minds that we would all do the best that was in us. And so we held on, gliding with the stream. It drove us to this bank, and it drove us to that bank, and it turned us and whirled us, but yet it carried us on. Sometimes much too slowly, sometimes much too fast, but yet it carried us on. My little deaf and dumb boy slumbered a good deal now, and that was the case with all of the children. They caused very little trouble to any one. They seemed, in my eyes, to get more like one another, not only in quiet manner, but in the face too. The motion of the raft was usually so much the same, the scene was usually so much the same, the sound of the soft wash and ripple of the water was usually so much the same, that they were made drowsy, as they might have been by the constant playing of one tune. Even on the grown people, who worked hard and felt anxiety, the same thing produced something of the same effect. Every day was so like the other that I soon lost count of the days myself, and had to ask Miss Marion, for instance, whether this was the third or fourth. Miss Marion had a pocket book and pencil, and she kept the log, that is to say, she entered up a clear little journal of the time and of the distances our seamen thought we had made each night. So, as I say, we kept afloat and glided on. All day long and every day, the water and the woods and sky; all day long and every day, the constant watching of both sides of the river, and far ahead at every bold turn and sweep it made for any signs of pirate boats or pirate dwellings. So, as I say, we kept afloat and glided on, the days melting themselves together to that degree that I could hardly believe my ears when I asked, "How many now, miss?" and she answered, "7." To be sure, poor Mr. Pordage had, by about now, got his diplomatic coat into such a state as never was seen. What with the mud of the river, what with the water of the river, what with the sun and the dews, and the tearing boughs and the thickets, it hung about him in discoloured shreds like a mop. The sun had touched him a bit. He had taken to always polishing one particular button, which just held on to his left wrist, and to always calling for stationery. I suppose that man called for pens, ink, and paper, tape, and sealing wax upwards of 1,000 times in 24 hours. He had an idea that we would never get out of that river unless we were written out of it in a formal memorandum, and the more we labored at navigating the rafts the more he ordered us not to touch them at our peril, and the more he sat and roared for stationery. Mrs. Pordage, similarly, persisted in wearing her nightcap. I doubt if any one but ourselves, who had seen the progress of that article of dress, could by this time have told what it was meant for. It had got so limp and ragged that she couldn't see out of her eyes for it. It was so dirty that whether it was vegetable matter out of a swamp, or weeds out of the river, or an old porter's knot from England, I don't think any new spectator could have said. Yet this unfortunate old woman had a notion that it was not only vastly genteel, but that it was the correct thing as to propriety. And she really did carry herself over the other ladies who had no nightcaps, and who were forced to tie up their hair how they could, in a superior manner that was perfectly amazing. I don't know what she looked like sitting in that blessed nightcap on a log of wood outside the hut or cabin upon our raft. She would have rather resembled a fortune teller in one of the picture books that used to be in the shop windows in my boyhood, except for her stateliness. But, Lord bless my heart, the dignity with which she sat and moped with her head in that bundle of tatters was like nothing else in the world. She was not on speaking terms with more than 3 of the ladies. Some of them had, what she called, taken precedence of her, in getting into or out of that miserable little shelter, and others had not called to pay their respects, or something of that kind. So there she sat, in her own state and ceremony, while her husband sat on the same log of wood, ordering us one and all to let the raft go to the bottom, and to bring him stationery. What with this noise on the part of Mr. Commissioner Pordage, and with the cries of Sergeant Drooce on the raft astern, which were sometimes more than Tom Packard could silence, we often made our slow way down the river, anything but quietly. Yet that it was of great importance that no ears should be able to hear us from the woods on the banks could not be doubted. We were looked for, to a certainty, and we might be retaken at any moment. It was an anxious time. It was indeed an anxious time. On the 7th night of our voyage on the rafts we made fast, as usual, on the opposite side of the river to that from which we had started, in as dark a place as we could pick out. Our little encampment was soon made, and supper was eaten, and the children fell asleep. The watch was set, and everything made orderly for the night. Such a starlight night, with such blue in the sky and such black in the places of heavy shade on the banks of the great stream. Those two ladies, Miss Marion and Mrs. Fisher, had always kept near me since the night of the attack. Mr. Fisher, who was untiring in the work of our raft, had said to me, "My dear little childless wife has grown so attached to you, Davis, and you are such a gentle fellow, as well as such a determined one." Our party had adopted that last expression from the one-eyed English pirate, and I repeat what Mr. Fisher said, only because he said it, that it takes a load off my mind to leave her in your charge. I said to him, "Your lady is in far better charge than mine, sir, having Miss Marion to take care of her, but you may rely upon it that I will guard them both, faithful and true." Says he, "I do rely upon it, Davis, and I heartily wish all the silver on our old island was yours." That 7th starlight night, as I have said, we made our camp and got our supper and set our watch, and the children fell asleep. It was solemn and beautiful in those wild and solitary parts to see them every night before they lay down, kneeling under the bright sky, saying their little prayers at women's laps. At that time we men all uncovered and mostly kept at a distance. When the innocent creatures rose up, we murmured Amen all together, for though we had not heard what they said, we knew it must be good for us. At that time, too, it was only natural those poor mothers in our company, whose children had been killed, shed many tears. I thought the sight seemed to console them while it made them cry, but whether I was right or wrong in that, they wept very much. On this 7th night Mrs. Fisher had cried for her lost darling until she cried herself asleep. She was lying on a little couch of leaves and such like. I made the best little couch I could for them every night, and Miss Marion had covered her and sat by her, holding her hand. The stars looked down upon them. As for me, I guarded them. "Davis," says Miss Marion, I am not going to say what a voice she had, I couldn't if I tried. "I am here, miss. The river sounds as if it were swollen tonight. We all think, miss, that we are coming near the sea. Do you believe now we shall escape?" "I do now, miss, really believe it. I had always said I did, but I had in my own mind been doubtful." "How glad you will be, my good Davis, to see England again." I have another confession to make that will appear singular. When she said these words, something rose in my throat, and the stars I looked away at seemed to break into sparkles that fell down my face and burnt it. "England is not much to me, miss, except as a name." "Oh, so true an Englishman should not say that. Are you not well to-night, Davis?" Very kindly and with a quick change. "Quite well, miss." "Are you sure? Your voice sounds altered in my hearing." "No, miss, I am a stronger man than ever, but England is nothing to me." Miss Marion sat silent for so long a while that I believed she had done speaking to me for one time. However, she had not, for by and by she said in a distinct, clear tone, "No, good friend, you must not say that England is nothing to you. It is to be much to you yet, everything to you. You have to take back to England the good name that you have earned here, and the gratitude and attachment and respect you have won here, and you have to make some good English girl very happy and proud by marrying her. And I shall one day see her, I hope, and make her happier and prouder still by telling her what noble services her husband's were in South America, and what a noble friend he was to me there." Though she spoke these kind words in a cheering manner, she spoke them compassionately. I said nothing. It will appear to be another strange confession that I paced to and fro within call all that night, a most unhappy man, reproaching myself all the night long. "You are as ignorant as any man alive. You are as obscure as any man alive. You are as poor as any man alive. You are no better than the mud under your foot." That was the way in which I went on against myself until the morning. With the day came the day's labor. What I should have done without the labor I don't know. We were afloat again at the usual hour, and were again making our way down the river. It was broader and clearer of obstructions than it had been, and it seemed to flow faster. This was one of Druce's quiet days. Mr. Pordage, besides being sulky, had almost lost his voice, and we made good way and with little noise. There was always a seaman forward on the raft, keeping a bright lookout. Suddenly, in the full heat of the day, when the children were slumbering, and the very trees and reeds appeared to be slumbering, this man, it was Short, holds up his hand and cries with great caution, "Avast! Voices ahead!" We held on against the stream as soon as we could bring her up, and the other raft followed suit. At first Mr. Macy, Mr. Fisher, and myself could hear nothing, though both the seamen aboard of us agreed that they could hear voices and oars. After a little pause, however, we united in thinking that we could hear the sound of voices and the dip of oars. But you can hear a long way in those countries, and there was a bend of the river before us, and nothing was to be seen except such waters and such banks as we were now in the 8th day, and might, for the matter of our feelings, have been in the 80th, of having seen with anxious eyes. It was soon decided to put a man ashore, who should creep through the wood, see what was coming, and warn the rafts. The rafts, in the meantime, to keep the middle of the stream. The man to be put ashore, and not to swim ashore, as the first thing could be more quickly done than the second. The raft conveying him to get back into mid-stream, and to hold on along with the others, as well as it could, until signaled by the man. In case of danger, the man to shift for himself until it should be safe to take him on board again. I volunteered to be the man. We knew that the voices and oars must come up slowly against the stream, and our seamen knew by the set of the stream under which bank they would come. I was put ashore accordingly. The raft got off well, and I broke into the wood. Steaming hot it was, and a tearing place to get through. So much the better for me, since it was something to contend against and do. I cut off the bend of the river at a great saving of space, came to the water's edge again, and hid myself and waited. I could now hear the dip of the oars very distinctly. The voices had ceased. The sound came on in a regular tune, and as I lay hidden, I fancied the tune so played to be, "Christen George King, Christen George King, Christen George King," over and over again, always the same, with the pauses always at the same places. I had likewise time to make up my mind that if these were the pirates I could and would, barring my being shot, swim off to my raft, in spite of my wound, the moment I had given the alarm, and hold my old post by Miss Marion. "Christen George King, Christen George King, Christen George King," coming up now and very near. I took a look at the branches about me to see where a shower of bullets would be most likely to do me least hurt, and I took a look back at the track I had made in forcing my way in, and now I was wholly prepared and fully ready for them. "Christen George King, Christen George King, Christen George King." Here they were. End of Story 10, Part 3.